welcome retired filmmaker George Lucas.
Hello, I'm George Lucas, creator of Star Wars, and welcome to a very special George and Patrick live stream edition. Patrick, are you there? Patrick, can you hear me?
I'm here. How are you?
I'm doing very well. It's nice
Good
to see you again. How are you? How is Southern California these days?
Oh, it's sunny. It's hot. We love it. I saw. You know who I had lunch with today?
Who did you have lunch with today?
One of our friends from our London show. I had lunch with Pierre Bohanna, prop man Pierre, one of the best in the biz.
Not who I was expecting, but very good.
If I want to say, if people have not watched those London shows, they should. They're up on our YouTube, and they're nuts. They're nuts.
They are free shows. If you haven't seen them, they're free on YouTube. You can just go watch them and experience what this looks like in person across the pond, as they say.
Yeah.
Well, it's an exciting week. Patrick, have you seen the new Indiana Jones?
I haven't seen it. I'm going tomorrow. I went
and saw it.
Yeah? How was it?
Yeah, I saw the premiere. Well, I was at the premiere.
Oh, you were at the premiere. That's true. Yeah. Did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time?
Fun night. You see, I was clearly having a good time. You see all the photos of me.
Yeah.
Having a blast. It was a wild night. We all had so much fun. We talked about, like, what's your favorite Indiana Jones movie?
Yeah.
What's your least favorite? You know?
Yeah. And you had answers for both of those?
Oh, absolutely.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't see you, but I accidentally was at the premiere after party, George.
Oh, really?
I went to go meet up with
there were a couple of rooms. There were a couple of levels to the after party. I assume you were in level one? Level one?
I was in level one.
Yeah.
A complete accident, though. I was sad I didn't see you. It would have been nice to see you in person. I feel like I don't get to do that enough.
Well, that's your fault for moving.
It's true.
Away. You moved away. You moved to Southern California, and if you were in New York, I'd see you when we do shows, and if you were in Northern California, I'd see you when you were in Northern California.
That's true.
But I it's very rare that I make it down to Southern California these days, and when I am, I'm busy. I'm working on the museum.
Yeah.
I don't have when I'm down there, I don't have time. I got to work on my museum. You should come by and help. Pick up a hammer.
I would love to. Invite
come
me
by.
sometime.
Seriously, come by the museum. Pick up a hammer. Okay. Help out.
Will they let me in?
You're
gonna put my name on the list? Okay.
If you just show up, say George sent me. He said pick up a hammer. They'll let you in and they'll let you help finish building.
I would love to. I would love to be the guy to put the finishing touches on the museum. That's all I want.
I'm gonna put the finishing touches. You should put on some touches now while it needs a lot of work.
Sure.
Patrick, there's no reason since Watto's not here for the stream tonight or for our July. These are reward streams, by the way. From our, because we had a fundraiser on Star Wars Day. Not that we've stopped fundraising. Part of the reward is that you will continue to keep fundraising during the rewards, which I think is innovative. I think a lot of times people, when they're raising money for a project, there'll be rewards, but the rewards themselves won't contain more requests for additional funds.
Sure.
And I think I think it's a new model. I think it's fun because you think, oh, my reward, and the reward itself continues to beg for money.
Yeah. And we should say, look, we had a great time on the last fundraiser. We raised a lot of money that will really help us when we go to Edinburgh in August. We're doing plays. We're doing talk shows that will eventually, ideally, be uploaded to YouTube for you all to see. We're doing a whole lot of stuff. But tonight, also, if you feel the need to donate to the show in any way, here's the link, and it will all be going to our Edinburgh fund. And I'll say this: I have some stuff later that I might auction off.
Because, and I want to be clear, I assumed when I came up with the idea to bring our shows to Edinburgh, I'm a billionaire, I can afford it. I have billions of dollars. As it turns out, in order to put up shows at Edinburgh, it costs trillions of dollars. So it was a very bad decision on my part. We're hoping that we're not ruined we're hoping to be made whole by the end of summer. If things go well, we'll be back to billions. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Well, there's no more reason to banter up top when we have such wonderful guests waiting to come on and join us on this very fun. I'm going to predict it's going to be a very fun stream tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. Do you want to introduce them? Do you want me to introduce them?
I don't ever do the intros.
I'm just going to introduce him. Normally when Watto's here, he asks for a whole intro.
Well, I think we should still keep up the tradition of allowing them to write their own intros.
To our guests who are waiting, I see both of your faces. There's a private chat. We always ask our guests to write their own introductions, and we will read them verbatim, and that is how you are introduced onto the show. So if you could write it into the private chat, I will read it. I will bring you on.
Actually, you know what, Patrick? Let's in honor of the strike, let's not have them write their intros. I hear that's pencils down. We're going on strike. You introduce them. We're not going to do it. Pencils down.
Yes.
I realized as soon as you said it. What are we doing? We can't do this.
Pencils down.
We can't ask people to write in their own intros. Not anymore.
Well,
Not anymore. Not until there's a fair deal.
But we were doing it for free, which could have been also that could have been considered animation guild. So
yes, and many people have accused the show of being animated. We've denied it. It's very well animated. If it is, a lot of detail. Even the background. Look at all those guitars. Even though it's a still background, that's a lot of strings to draw.
Yeah, that would take forever. Hi, Mr. Lucas. Hi, and Patrick, obviously, and Paget. Paget. Well, who's going to do the intros? I feel like is Patrick going to do them? Or
I'm retired filmmaker George Lucas.
Well, that we know.
It's nice to meet you. Paget,
that might be the only thing we know.
Do you want me to do intros? Do you want me to do real intros?
But why do I would actually? I mean, not, without being disrespectful, I don't feel like do Paget and I need in. I feel like we're almost in.
That's why I just brought you in.
Can I?
Why
don't wait? Yeah. May I attempt to introduce Tom?
Oh, and then I'll introduce Paget. Sure,
that's great.
And,
here we go.
Tom, I want.
It's like fuck your buddy.
Mm-hmm. Phil, hey, where'd he? Oh, he's gone.
Oh, he wants to wait.
Why don't you introduce him?
He's in the wings.
Ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else, all of the people of Earth and beyond, Mr. Lucas's realms as well. Your next guest is a brilliant writer, screenwriter, novelist, actor, producer. He's a jack of all trades. He's hilarious. You may know him from Reno 911. You may have seen the movies that he wrote, Night at the Museum, 19 or 20 more movies. He wrote a book called How to Write Movies for Fun and Profit with the words "for fun" crossed out. It's a brilliant book. I suggest everyone read it. You know him, you love him. Everyone in your family thinks they know him too. It's Tom Lennon. I can't clap.
Can we put Paget? Like introduce Paget?
Yeah,
great. Back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a great show about a robot, but she was a child and she was played by a real girl.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a girl who sometimes I mix up. That was Soleil Moon Frye. But she has one of those names like Paget Brewster, and sometimes I mix them up. I know them both, and they're both absolute charmers. Paget Brewster has been in a lot of stuff. I feel like every version of Crime Scene Investigation or some kind of show like that. While I have not actually seen in person, I'm aware that she's very famous from a show like that because whenever I'm with her, people freak out about it. She's also in something that I was lucky to play a very small part in called The Thrilling Adventure Hour. And I will say at the time, the first time I saw Paget, I met Paget at the table read of A Thrilling Adventure Hour. I thought, this is the funniest person I've ever seen. And so that is who actual Paget Brewster is. She's perhaps the funniest person I've ever seen in person.
What? Oh, I clapped for you.
But she's not Soleil Moon Frye. Soleil Moon Frye used to own a little store on Larchmont, and sometimes, I don't know, there's a weird overlap.
What kind of store?
Brewster. Punky Brewster. She played Punky Brewster. That's why everyone thinks. She had a store?
Oh my gosh. I'm Mr. Lucas, I know you've got your museum going on and your stuff, but yes, Soleil Moon Frye had a great little boutique on Larchmont Boulevard. You guys know Larch. It's in Southern California, so it might not be. Yeah.
Wow.
And Paget, I want to say, because, you know, in innovation, the form of cinema and film and television is always changing. I really appreciate the fact that just tonight you have changed the visual language of applause that when we applaud, your version of applause is to shake the camera like a tremor, like an earthquake.
Is that pioneering cinema?
I think so. It's visually exciting. We look foolish clapping our hands. That's such an analog that it's thousands of years old. That gesture. Whereas what you're doing is something that we haven't seen before. And that's exciting.
So was everybody at the Dial of? Is it called the Dial?
The Dial of Destiny.
Destiny. And you wrote it and directed it?
Nope.
Oh, not affiliated.
Oh boy.
No.
No.
No, based on characters created by, etc.
By the way, can I tell you something about that?
Yeah.
As an actual proud member of the Writers Guild, based on characters created by does not mean you get even 1 penny.
Yeah. I mean,
based on characters created by is not a paid credit. I'm telling you things that you know.
Yeah, it's an honorary.
Honorary.
I did not know that.
Like a special. It's the best special thanks credit. Basically, it's like up front.
It's a special thanks that they put in front. Because just so you know, I have based on characters created by on Night at the Museum 3, which translates to nothing. It translates into I'm telling you.
What about the animated one? Because you're in the animated one, right?
I have no credit on that of any kind.
What?
Well, I did do the voice. Obviously, Robin Williams is in heaven, so I did the voice of Teddy for that picture. But I don't think we're mentioned in any way. This is when what happens is when sometimes Disney will buy like a catalog.
Right. Oh, believe me, I know. Yeah.
Do you know about this? A little
sure.
bit?
Yeah, they'll pay a lot if you have.
But to everybody?
No, not to everybody.
Okay. Okay. So some of it, like some people get like a lot of it, and then other stuff they just take and they just use it.
Right. So walk me through, because this is something I find very relatable. As much as you're comfortable talking about it,
please.
To be involved in a trilogy,
yes.
Ideally, and a trilogy and beyond.
And beyond.
Not everybody makes it all the way through. Some people are there 1, 2, 3, and they get the full experience. Some people fall by the wayside, including sometimes, major stars, writers, director, the producers drop off, and it's not always by choice.
Sometimes, and sometimes they get, they get better, and sometimes they don't. It's just as we keep going on. Now on that one, Sean Levy has made all of those, and he's still on all of those.
Right.
He never got they never changed him.
Right, but you stopped being involved at a certain point.
We got, this is, and as Paget mentioned, as the writer, you get fired off a movie a lot. This is something that just happens, and you can't take it personally. It's just something that happens.
It's about the writing. It's
you can take it personally. You shouldn't.
You can take it personally, but they won't have you back. So it's best to just walk it off.
I don't think they're going to make any more Indiana Jones movies, but that it was a case where I took my ball and went home. There was a point I was involved in the process, and then I just decided to let them make their own Indiana Jones movies.
Can I ask a question that I think a lot of as a fan of your canon, and I think some of your greatest work, David Wayne, who's in the state with, and I,
friend of the show,
stayed up many nights playing the LucasArts games.
Yeah, good games,
great games, and we stayed up playing. Obviously, we played Last Crusade till the end, and I would wonder why you wouldn't have made this next movie, which you did not write or produce.
Dial of Destiny?
Yeah.
No, I had other ideas. Nobody wanted to make the ones I
was
wanted.
One of them Fate of Atlantis, which is an incredible game that you already owned. It seemed like you already had the real estate in Fate of Atlantis.
Fate of Atlantis got thrown around a lot, both for before, when we were gearing up for Crystal Skull, and we were deciding,
did you gear up for Crystal Skull? How did you gear up for that?
Well, there was a lot of back and forth. We went through a lot of different writers. There are drafts that have floated around. Frank Darabont wrote a draft, and he, a lot of talented people had sort of taken a stab at it.
What was Frank Darabont's version?
Oh, he did the one. What was that? It was like the Monkey Island or something. The Spider Monkeys, something.
Monkey Island is also a LucasArts game. This is crazy. Now we've become like a human centipede. It feels like we should have just taken the LucasArts and just forgive me for as a bystander.
Right.
Why didn't we go to the LucasArts games and just do a copy paste and make those?
Well, I think the AMPTP is planning on hooking up an AI to all of those games eventually, and just
great.
I do believe they are trying to remove the human element as quickly as possible. So you may get your wish.
Can I ask, was there a human element in Crystal Skull?
Of course, yeah.
There's people on that. Yeah,
the human quest for knowledge didn't start with people; it started with aliens. There's all sorts of human characters. I will admit, there are parts of this. We're also telling it's the last two Indiana Jones movies that I worked on, at least the feature films. They were father-son stories. And the story of Mutt. We kind of thought maybe that would go on. That could maybe be something.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that is. Remind me.
Mutt is the Shia LaBeouf character from Crystal Skull.
Of course.
Tom, did you see Crystal Skull?
I did. I was also in. Shia LaBeouf had a picture that came out with Jim Gaffigan, and I was in it. It was called. People got mad about it. It was one of those. It was he made a short.
Dan Clowes, based on the.
I was unaware that at the time that it was based on something that was not credited. But if you happen to see that picture, which you really can't, because I think it's banned.
Yeah.
But
now I'm interested. What's this?
It was based on a graphic novel written by Daniel Clowes, who created 8 Ball and Velvet Glove Casting.
Llewellyn and
Iron.
Caricature.
Yes, exactly.
So George, your star from Crystal Skull, he made a movie of that, but didn't really ask permission or anything like that.
Right.
Again, this is crazy.
Well, it's like the character of Mutt is a rebel too. He's a bad boy. He wears a leather jacket. He rides a motorcycle. And maybe but you don't want that in real life. You got to respect. You can't steal from other creators without changing it a little, like I did with Star Wars. You can't just make a Flash Gordon movie if you don't have the rights. You got to change it. Be a little clever about it.
Just to clarify, that guy's called Mutt.
Yeah, okay. Mutt Williams.
Just to clarify, it's played by Shia LaBeouf. Is that how we say his name?
Is it Boof? I've always said Buff because he generally is very well. He keeps himself rather.
He's a very fit guy. He's a fit guy.
Yeah.
When I worked with him, he had
a Boof?
mustache briefly. I believe
it. Boof? That's funnier.
Well, it's
funnier.
It's French for the beef.
The beef.
The beef.
The beef, which has now been changed to the bear. Very exciting show. Are you keeping up with? Do you have the Hulu?
Yes. I just started watching The Bear.
Yeah.
From season 1. My husband was a prep cook, and he couldn't watch it because it gave him
stressful
flashbacks. So I'm watching it while he's out of town. That's why I can't use my computer, because unfortunately he helps. That's his job, is all the computer stuff. So that's why I'm on the phone.
But Mutt's not in. It's the Dial of Destiny.
The Dial of Destiny, like the soap.
That's the problem. I actually instantly think the soap.
Yeah, I'm amazed. I don't know if they're doing a tie-in, but it's just sort of
doing a lot of tie-ins. I mean,
what are people doing?
You don't have any of those, do you?
Commercial tie-ins?
I saw one tonight. I just happened to look at what the screen times are tomorrow for Dial of Destiny, and I went to the. It's not a plug, but I went to the Fandango app.
Wow!
And as soon as I click just even to see what time Dial of Destiny is tomorrow, I got a pretty long commercial for both Dial of Destiny, but that was also Applebee's integrated. And the idea was,
did they make it look like Applebee's was part of the adventure?
Yes, kind of. Yeah,
I like that.
Mm-hmm. It definitely, and they verbatim say, if you, again, I don't work for Applebee's. I don't work for.
Have you ever eaten there?
I think maybe I
don't like it as much as Chili's, but I'll go there. I do like it.
Well, Paget, have you ever eaten there?
No, I prefer Cracker Barrel.
Okay,
salty.
solid decorations.
So
And
what's our favorite chain restaurant? Wait, let's talk about this, George. I want to get their favorite chain restaurants.
Okay.
Chain?
What do we like?
Again, not to harp on it, but I do know that this week, if you go to Applebee's and you spend something like $38, not to just throw more money into your coffers, but I believe you get one free ticket to the Dial of Destiny if you spend something like $38 at Applebee's. You could look it up, but I assure you, I just saw a commercial. It's true.
Okay. So, no, I just want to cash in on the deal. I believe you. I'm just
no, just do Applebee's Dial of Destiny. I guarantee you it's a real thing. And I think you have to spend you have to spend over $30 at Applebee's, which I think that's not that hard. You know?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna pull up the press release. Give me 1 second.
Please do. Applebee's Dial of Destiny. Oh, we have it. Yep. There we go.
This is coming directly from Pasadena, California.
Wait a minute.
$35.
I thought you were making this whole thing up, Tom.
I love this. It's real.
I love that we live, and Mr. Lucas, you must agree that we live in an age where it's so easy to check things people say. Just check if they're true.
That's right. That's why we know. That's why we live in the era of accurate information.
The most.
What a dream world we live in. Everything is so the verification of information.
Nothing slips through the cracks anymore because everything is checkable. Like
I'm not. Well, I mean, it's not that I don't trust you, Tom, but we're not going to let you come on the show and spout a bunch of nonsense. We're going to verify. $35 at Applebee's. Now they say, okay, this is interesting.
I'd love to hear the full text of the Applebee's deal for.
Well, here's what they say. They say adventure. They say adventure start. If you go to Applebee's.com, which I don't think there's Applebee's.com. It says adventure starts at Applebee's. Now, I would have pushed back as a pure example of storytelling. I would have pushed back on this. I don't know if that has to do with the Dial of Destiny because I know there's a time travel element. So maybe I'm missing something. But when they are tying into an adventure story that predates the Nazi takeover of Germany, if you go back to the young Indiana Jones Chronicles,
of course,
going to the early 20th century, for Applebee's to now claim that the adventure begins at Applebee's, a chain that I think only opened a few decades ago, is very confusing.
Hey, Patrick, could you scroll back to why is there an asterisk by the word free? There's a huge asterisk.
Where is this?
Up at the top. It says you get
keep scrolling up.
Okay. Unlock a.
I think that's the Dial of Destiny. I think it's just a little.
Oh, that's that's
the dial.
Well, the star goes to somewhere. Okay. The star goes to somewhere that just says offer valid 6/22 through 7/19, up to $15 per ticket. That's probably what it is. Up to $15 per ticket. They don't want you getting an IMAX,
Yeah, they're not going to send you into the Dolby, the Dolby screening of it. They're used to basic tickets.
Right.
You got to see a matinee. Of the Dial.
Tuesday matinee.
Now they also say that a deal this good will make history. Now I think they're just having a little fun here. I think this is going to be forgotten. Like, I think we're probably talking about this deal. Boy, the people at Applebee's are probably never counted on getting this wide-ranging discussion of their promotion.
They're going to reach out to your guys' rep after this, just because they're like, well, we need to use this in a commercial now.
Now, what I like that they did
has Paget been to an Applebee's? Paget, you've done some commercials for stuff in your life, right?
No.
Never.
No, I haven't.
You've never had to do commercials?
No, I was never. I was with an agency called Special Artists for a year auditioning for commercials, and I got one voiceover for Clinique lipstick where I said, "You think? Huh?" That was after auditioning 4 times a week. I went out for everything, and I just never fit the bill of whatever they were looking for. But I don't know if I've been to an Applebee's. I like Marie Callender's. I like McDonald's. Once a month, I get some McDonald's.
I hate to say it, but was our friend Andy Dix, was his last arrest at an Applebee's?
Oh, certainly. Oh, was it that classy?
I think it might have been, Patrick. I hate to say, let's throw up this asterisk.
Yeah, let's
give me 1 second. Let me look.
Extra ass.
I really appreciated the recent film Top Gun Maverick did an Applebee's commercial that made it look like he was flying over, that the Maverick, the Tom Cruise character, was doing flyovers over an Applebee's just to prank them.
Oh, fun. Can I ask George, by the way, if they could fake it for the Applebee's commercial, why didn't they just do fake airplane flying for the picture? Because I feel like they spent a lot of time putting a huge A-list movie star up in a jet.
Well, to be clear, I believe they were using the real footage of Tom Cruise flying in a real plane, but then they were cutting to the Applebee's with the glasses shaking and stuff. And I think it was a separate shoot. I don't think that they filmed the Applebee's footage as
wasn't native. It wasn't.
I think it was an ad agency did a separate shoot, and then they combined the footage brilliantly. Yeah. Like it's seamless.
People in the Applebee's like freak out that they're like, oh my god, there's fighter jets. We must obviously we
must be under attack.
We're under attack.
No, it's just someone having a joke.
About to die at Applebee's.
It's just this hotshot pilot who thinks he doesn't have to play by the rules. This is what he thinks is funny.
He can play by the rules, but we're not. He's going to paint us into a corner if he does.
Both of you feel like you could have been in that
with Tom Cruise? I think Lennon worked with Tom Cruise.
I spent a little bit of time with TC twice, but I did a table read with Tom Cruise.
You did a TR with TC?
Yep. And I got to introduce him one night at an event for Fox. George, you know Fox, obviously, the giant studio, 20th Century Fox. Yeah. I think you did some business there, probably.
Yeah.
So I got to introduce him one night, and we had done like a little sketch, and we had left a balloon on the ground because the idea was that we did a cheap opening number, and we did a balloon drop, which is like 3 balloons. And one of Tom Cruise's security guys came through because he was coming through behind him, and he saw the balloon on the ground, and he jumped on it and tackled it and rolled it out of the way as if it was a live grenade. This like balloon was going to be in the path of where Tom was going. He's got a tight.
That's what you want. You don't want someone who's going to think, "Well, that balloon's fun. Let's leave it."
It's fun. We'll just leave it. We'll see what happens.
That's people have died for less than that.
What if it's terrible? Do we have that Maverick commercial, Patrick, or is that not?
Patrick, do we have that Maverick?
Yeah, let's see. Give me a second. I will pull it up.
Tom, did you make Tom laugh? Tom Cruise? TC?
Oh, I don't know. I can't say that I did for sure. I was just reading a part.
I think you'd know. He seems like such a generous laugher.
He is a generous laugher and a real sweet guy. And when I said I'm Tom, and he said, "My name's Tom too, man." I was like, "I'm aware you're literally the most famous person I think who's ever lived," but it was very sweet that he was like excited that we were both Toms.
It feels nice that he could get so much pleasure out of that.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if I met George W. Bush, I don't think I'd be that excited.
Do we there's only the one Applebee's commercial for Dial of Destiny? Just the one.
I think so. I mean, again, I'm a little bit checked out on this because, speaking of museums, I'm obviously hard at work trying to get my museum ready to go. That's been my main.
Is there a reason you put it in the most like geographically, gridlocked area, maybe in the world?
Is it in Marin? I'm sorry, I haven't been keeping up. Where is it?
No, it's over. It's Exposition Park.
Yeah, where's that? USC.
Paget, you know.
Oh no, down there?
Yeah. There's a Blimpies. There's a lot of good things in the area.
What did you say, George? What is there?
There's a Blimpies. I think, unless they've changed it. I'm pretty sure it's still open.
Was that the crux of the decision? Was the Blimpies? Put it near the Blimpies. Your favorite Blimpies?
Well,
or just a college Blimpies?
Well, the thing is, you want to put it, first of all, the key to, I mean, I'm surprised this didn't come up in the Night of the Museum movies. The key to a museum is you want to put it where there isn't already a museum. Mm-hmm. And that number one, there wasn't one there.
But there's a lot of other stuff like right there.
Yes, you want to put it near other stuff, but you don't want to put it exactly
true.
where a museum already is.
Right. No, but but the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles is. Oh, do we have that? Oh, there we go. Yeah,
right.
This is
so
the,
right
this is the photo of the museum.
Right. So there's the Natural History Museum, which I kind of feel credit for because of Night at the Museum.
Right.
And then there's wow, yeah, that's it. Huh?
There's a stadium there.
That's
no. Yeah, the stadium is
Yeah, so
like you can't see the blimp. Can you widen out to see where the blimpies is?
I don't know if the blimpie is in there, but I believe it is.
I think MapQuest would.
It might be a few miles. Oh no, it's permanently closed. Never mind. Maybe we had something to do with it. We might have run them out of business.
Would you allow a franchise in the museum?
There'll be a restaurant. There'll be shopping.
Do we know what the restaurant is in the museum so far?
I think it'll be good food, healthy food, affordable. Those are the things I think probably will fit the bill.
Now,
1 star, boy. That's not good.
The sad thing is, this is just a blimpie. This is not even a blimpies.
I think I was giving it the possessive because
right,
or maybe I was pluralizing. I don't know what I remembered there being a blimpie nearby.
It was a DIY kind of sandwich restaurant.
Yeah,
people didn't like.
Speaking of blimpie, a great part of both Last Crusade, the film.
Yes, there's the Zeppelin.
Is the Zeppelin sequence, which even in the
Tom.
No.
He said the magic word. Whenever a guest says Zeppelin, they get pulled off the strings.
Wow.
Rid of him? Did you get rid of him?
He'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back.
All right. I have not seen the film. Or is there anything you'd like to tell me I should be on the lookout for? I'm looking forward to seeing the film. I like that Phoebe. I love that Harrison Ford. I love it. I've always loved the first three. The first three are my favorite.
Right. Yeah. Wait, because there's the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, and there's 22 of those.
No,
You're not counting the first 3 of those.
No. I'm only talking about the first 3.
Raiders, Temple of Doom,
Temple of Doom, and yes, correct. Those are that's my trilogy. That's what I relate to the most.
Right.
I did see Crystal Skull, and I am looking forward to seeing the new film.
Right.
I think Crystal Skull got a bad rap because the idea was clever, very clever. Because I do watch Ancient Aliens, and I know about those crystal skulls, and I think they are mini computers. They're pure silicon and crystal, and you're able to put a lot of information onto pure crystal. But is there anything you'd like to tell me about how was the premiere? I mean, did you have fun? Did you get to see some friends?
Yeah,
how did you feel?
Johnny and Steve, and it was nice to see people, and it's there is something fun about every other Indiana Jones thing I've been involved in. I haven't directed. I don't direct the Indiana Jones things, but they usually start for me. And this is the first one where it's really other people creating it. I mean, obviously it's Harrison. So you look up and it's exciting to see him and to hear Johnny's music. But it's also strange because I have my own ideas of what happens to Indiana Jones, and these are different. So it's like hearing a cover version. But James Mangold is a very talented filmmaker, and I think, one of the things that is interesting that happens is people love to talk about, oh, I like this one, I don't like this one, and what's happening?
I was telling Tom we were talking about the fifth Indiana Jones
one, yeah.
The Dial of Destiny.
Yes.
Correct. I'm just calling it 5.
The soap really lingers in your head.
It does.
It really lingers, but
it really got in there.
There's one thing I'd love to talk about, but I don't think it would be fair to talk about because
I don't think
that's exactly what we need to talk about.
No,
for your healing.
There's something that happens, and it broke my heart.
Okay. There.
I can't say what it is. I won't say what it is because it is a spoiler to end all spoilers.
It's in the film. It's something that happens in the film that you disagree with. Does it rhyme?
I don't disagree with it. I don't disagree. Does it rhyme with? Oh, it rhymes with everything. Yes.
Is it that Mutt is not in it?
Well, we know that. That's not a spoiler.
It's not Mutt related.
That's not a spoiler. We go into that knowing.
I've only seen the Applebee's commercial.
This isn't one of the.
Do you want to put it in the private? George, do you want to put it in the private chat and we can react to it?
No, I don't even want to spoil it for you three.
Okay.
What about Marion?
How could you? I don't think you can spoil it.
I
mean,
absolutely can. I could just say a sentence and it would spoil it.
Don't say that, but maybe put it in the chat, and we'll just do a face to.
Yeah.
Do you want to do that?
Do you really want this? Do you really want this, Patrick?
I don't know if I do.
I know what happens in the movie, so I'm fine. I'm more concerned about that.
Is there a chance? Is Mutt probably in the post credits? Do we see Mutt like swinging around?
I'm gonna put it in the chat right now.
Okay, I'm not gonna
ask for it. You begged for
this.
You begged for this.
I'm just gonna look at Tom's face.
I'm verbatim seeing this movie tomorrow. Well, after a trip to an Applebee's, which I think is a pretty long drive. All right, here we go.
A fun. Oh, okay. Hang on.
Where does the chat come up?
It's on the side. You won't see it.
It's on the side?
Yeah, you won't see it. Unless you click on it, you won't see it.
Oh my God.
It's
okay. Okay. I have to click on it. All right, Tom, read it.
No. Don't. No.
Reacting? What's happening now?
Tom saw the spoiler. Patrick, did you see the spoiler?
Yeah, of course.
Did you know that already, Patrick?
I did.
Read it, Tom.
No, never. I will never read this out loud.
Oh, you're not, no. But did you read it?
I did read it. That's why I lost my mind, because this is great. That's crazy.
Insane.
Because that's something that happens off screen. So why would?
Yeah, we can't say anymore. Paget, have you read it yet? Have you?
No, I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it.
Okay.
You don't understand. I go to the movies twice a year. You cannot take this away from me.
No, I wouldn't. I feel like I was. Yes, I was. But you've seen Tom's reaction. It's a powerful. You can't deny.
I'm confused because he seems excited, and perplexed.
It's genuinely bizarre.
Okay, that's the best reaction you could have, because if you burst into tears or you were like, you ruined my childhood, then
nothing like that. No, that is really wow.
It's
wow.
I can't wait.
Ask, how are the Nazis in this one?
Good. I mean, bad. Like they're. I've made
villains. I mean,
I've made no bones about the fact that I hate the Nazis. I think they're terrible, and I love to see
for saying it.
Well, I feel like I have to say it more clearly now, because there's a percentage of the angry current day Star Wars fan base that doesn't seem to understand who the villains are.
Is there current day Star Wars? I know
what
TV stuff, right?
Well, there's a lot of angry Star Wars fans now,
because they're saying Stormtroopers and the Mandalorian are now we're supposed to see Boba Fett and Stormtroopers as humanized, and
not that.
What?
It's more that there's a sort of like angry Star Wars fan that is politically ever leaning rightward in current society, and they bemoan the supposed wokeness of Disney Star Wars, and they say stop putting politics in Star Wars, as if Star Wars wasn't political to begin with.
Ooh.
Yeah,
and that's really what we're here to talk about tonight. That's really what we want to get into.
It. Let's hash it out. Well, no, I do want to say this, because we're talking about franchises. We're talking about Indiana Jones, and
Applebee's is a very franchisable franchise.
Oh,
I mean, both Indy and Applebee's and Star Wars are some of the best franchises we have.
Applebee's. Applebee's is such a history-making franchise. Applebee's. They're making history with this new deal where you can get a free movie ticket if you buy a meal.
It's also free with an asterisk, but it is technically.
It's not free forever. We're not going to bankrupt Applebee's by having them provide movie tickets in perpetuity. They have, at some point, they have to draw the line and say, 2 years from now, someone says, you owe me a movie ticket to Dial of Destiny.
You Applebee's, you bastards.
Because then they have to arrange the screening. They have to get a print.
That's a lot.
Yeah. This is how restaurants fail.
Potatoes Molasses is really starting to think that Tom owns an Applebee's. Should we comment on this?
Tom, have you ever? Would you ever?
Oh, would I? Of course. But I always get in on that stuff too late. There's always something that people are like, hey, do you want to get in on this? Like,
with donuts, when everybody bought into Krispy Kreme.
Everybody always buys that thing, and I'm like, nah, not for me, thanks. And then it's it's always
Paget, could you ever imagine yourself at least buying a local franchise restaurant?
Of what?
No.
Of what?
No, of anything. No, I like
Yeah.
to cook at home.
Mhm.
I think it's a brutal business, and I think it's
Right.
extremely difficult to make a restaurant
Mhm.
profitable. I have fantasies about opening a shack on a beach in a third world country, and we only serve 4 sandwiches and 1 bag of chips, but
Mhm.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen that new show called the LaBeouf, right?
Oof. LaBeouf?
You mean you mean the show The Beef, the Chicago show
Yeah.
called
It's called The Bear. It's called The
called
Bear.
The Bear. Yeah.
Not
Bear.
the Bears.
Le
I'm
Bear.
not
The
Shia LaBeouf.
Bear.
Yeah.
I did. I just started watching it, Tom. We were talking about that before you came on. I just started watching it. I love it.
Tom, have you seen The Bear?
I've not seen The Bear. I'm very aware of it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I saw years ago. I remember I saw the feature film, and I was delighted that they took it in such a different direction.
Right. This is a great picture with Alec Baldwin and
that was The Edge. That was The Edge.
Tony.
The Edge, the David Mamet Bear movie.
Oh, the David Mamet Bear picture is called The Edge, and the one about the bear is actually called Disney's The Bear.
Is it Disney's The Bear?
I believe it's Disney's The Bear.
Oh, that's weird because
that could be like when
Disney is the bear.
Well, here's the problem. It's a TriStar picture.
It's a TriStar picture.
Yeah.
It's an umbrella company.
Yeah.
Whereas
the Bear. Limpy only got 1 star.
Patrick, can you throw it up? It's not called Disney's The Bear.
Are you thinking of Brother Bear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
What is that?
Bear.
Yes,
that's about a sandwich shop in Chicago.
This is about a bear.
That's The Bear, and I saw this.
Oh, The Bear was a French picture. It's a French picture,
and I loved how much they changed it. They didn't just remake the movie to make the TV show. They really said, let's not have this be about an actual bear anymore. Let's make this be about a restaurant that used to be called Le Bouffe. And so let's make it more frightening. That I'd rather encounter an actual bear than work in a Chicago restaurant after watching The Bear on Hulu.
I'm just mostly amazed that it's not the picture with Alec Baldwin and Sir Tony.
That's that movie.
That's the David Mamet movie where Alec Baldwin and Anthony Hopkins get their plane crashes in the woods and they have to fight a bear.
The lover of the
Elle Macpherson is Anthony Hopkins' wife.
Mm-hmm.
She's a model.
Yep.
And she's cheating on Sir Anthony Hopkins with
Alec Baldwin as a model.
Yeah, she plays a model.
Wow.
And
she's got range.
And Anthony Hopkins is a rich man who is scholarly, and he loves to read books about survival.
Oh, okay.
And then when they end up out in the woods, he says things like, "People in the woods don't die of hunger; they die of shame." He says things like that. A lot of dialogue like that.
Hey, George, could I just say, you know the movie David Mamet's The Edge better than I know almost anything.
I want to watch this movie now.
I'm really curious if you could quote Star Wars. I mean, I know there's obviously we don't serve your kind and things like that in Star Wars. Blah blah blah. You could quote, but that was a pretty specific piece of The Edge.
That's an interesting first quote to go for Star Wars.
Well, yeah, the famous quote from The Edge is, I don't remember if the setup is Alec Baldwin's like, "What are you gonna do?" and Sir Anthony Hopkins says, "I'm gonna kill the motherfucker."
Hey, George. How many times have you seen Alec Baldwin and Sir Tony in The Edge? Once?
No.
Okay.
I believe I own it. I think I own a print of it.
Oh, that's
which I then had up-resed, converted to digital, and then I destroyed.
Have you tweaked with any of the sequences in it just to make them more palatable?
Ooh.
I haven't. It's
you haven't yet.
I haven't yet, but I might do that. You know what would have been a great tie-in? I would have for The Edge. I would have had them tie in with Pizza Hut because they had that crust first.
Yes,
the cheese and the crust.
With the cheese and the crust, and I think that would be a great.
The Edge.
Now you're on the edge, and when people are out here, they don't die of shame.
Yeah, and no toppings, so it's bear pizza.
Bear.
Oh, boy, a lot there.
George, we got some fan art. Can I show it?
Let's hear it. Is it of the movie The Bear? Because we'd love to get some fan art of what people
from
think.
Sermo Payne. who made Tom Cruise hanging on a blimpie over the Lucas Museum.
I want to request an update for this art. Can we get several other Toms hanging from the blimpie, including our Tom that we're speaking with here? Just as many Toms. Get Selleck, who was almost Indiana Jones. Get a few others on there.
Why did you kibosh that? Was it scheduling?
Scheduling. They wouldn't let him out of Magnum PI.
Mm.
You know, and he would have been a good, because we were reluctant because we thought people think of him as Han Solo. You know, we weren't sure if that would be too much to have him once again be the wisecracking adventurer.
It's a lot,
but they're very different because Han Solo is not an archaeologist. Yeah,
I did not know. I did not know he was even up for it.
Yeah, okay,
I'm astonished.
Well,
yeah, it was purely that they wouldn't let him out of his contract, basically.
And thank God. And he's fine. He's on Blue Bloods. He's a nice guy.
He never would have gotten Blue Bloods. He never would have gotten Blue Bloods.
Never would have gotten Blue Bloods.
Could I say, like, just not to go down the rabbit hole, but maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
In it, like, you know, like the ergo, these are just a sort of a thought experiment. But let's say, so in a universe where Selleck was Indy,
right?
Yeah.
Who's Mutt?
Great question. A great question.
Who's Mutt in a universe of Selleck Indy? Who then, ergo, who is Mutt?
I'm gonna say, well, first of all, you want, in that case, because Indy would have had a mustache, because we weren't going to have him shave it for Indy. So Indy would have had a mustache, so Mutt would have had a Mutt stash, and that would have been his full name would have been Mutt Stash, and his nickname would have been Stash, Mutt Stash Williams.
Because he's hiding artifacts in his leather jacket, maybe, or something. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but
what? But how closely related did you feel Harrison Ford and Shia LaBeouf looked?
Not very.
That we would go another direction.
George?
I not very. They don't really get mistaken for one another. It was sort of more the vibe.
Wisecrack.
Yeah. Let me think. So around that era, who would have been? I'm trying to put myself back in the.
Can I add some stuff? Yeah. So I looked at the 2008 Teen Choice Awards because I was like, who else is of that era? Who else is of that moment? Choice Movie Actor Action winner Shia LaBeouf, Indiana Jones: The Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
The
follow-up: Jackie Chan, Robert Downey Jr., Harrison Ford. He lost to Harrison Ford lost to Shia.
Lost to LaBeouf?
Yeah.
I mean, that Harrison Ford knows that he lost that award though to Shia LaBeouf. I don't feel like he bugged him with that news.
There's Emile Hirsch. There's Ryan Felipe. There's a couple people in here that like
Ryan Felipe. If Selleck, then Felipe. Is, I feel like that's the logical.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not in casting.
That makes sense.
Have either of you ever had? Oh,
with a mustache?
No, Ryan Felipe with a mustache. Ever had? What? Please, what? I want to hear. Patrick, what?
It's not that good of a question. I
want to know.
Have either of you ever had?
Let's really tease it up. Patrick has a question, and let's really get ready to celebrate it.
Have either of you ever had scheduling conflicts that you now are like, oh, I wish we could have worked that out?
No. I have not. Just trying to get here tonight with you guys. That's the most, not being able to put Chrome on my computer. That's the worst scheduling conflict I've ever had. No, I've been able to do. I've been lucky, I guess. Yeah. Tom?
Yeah. Tom, you ever have a schedule problem?
You must have.
At one point, I had to make a choice because I
had a baby.
No. I had I was going to be in a movie called Pottersville with Ron Perlman and Ian McShane and Judy Greer and Christina Hendricks and Michael Shannon. And it was this movie called Pottersville, and I committed to the movie. And then I also found out at the same time I got Bad Santa 2, which was filming in Montreal, Canada.
Yeah.
And they're like, you can't do both. They're like, we can't let you do both.
Who's this we? Who's the we?
The agent, the people, the movie, the Bad Santa people were like, you can't obviously be in that movie in upstate New York and this movie in Montreal, Canada. And I'm like, well, and so then I did the movie with Pottersville, which is currently running at a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes with enough reviews to get a 0, which is
Pottersville. I'm unfamiliar with Pottersville. Is Pottersville set in It's a Wonderful Life universe?
Not even remotely.
So this is not about what if he hadn't been born.
Nope. It's a classic Michael Shannon. People think Michael Shannon is a Bigfoot movie. You know what I mean?
Whoa.
Oh, it's a Harry and the Hendersons, but with Michael Shannon.
It's Michael Shannon and the Hendersons is pretty much verbatim what the picture is. And
I mean, if you'd released it as Michael Shannon and the Hendersons, it would have made a fortune. The second in the Hendersons trilogy.
It is currently on Tubi, so anyone who wants to watch can go to Tubi, and it's streaming for free.
And so my other favorite thing about it is I do go off to way upstate New York to do where Colgate is, the school. I think it's called Hamilton, New York. And
I love that musical.
It's a great musical. And I go to do the town that's of Hamilton. And while I'm doing the movie, Christina Hendricks is commuting back and forth to Montreal to be in Bad Santa too.
Wow.
And I'm like,
she was able to do both.
They let her do both, but they were like, for the dates, they're like, no, we won't let you do both. So that was mainly really major. Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. Do you think it was purely practical, or do you think there was it was a control, like a power move?
I think it was purely practical. Yeah. I think it was purely just sometimes the dates don't work. I mean, like, imagine.
There's a one world in which you had your experience first, and then they were like, "Oh no, we lost Lennon. We're not gonna let it happen again. This time, whatever she wants, we want Christina Hendricks." There's another world in which they make the deal with Hendricks, and they're like, "Oh, it's a nightmare." And then you come asking for it, they're like, "No more,
never again,
no more. We're not
going to do this again." Yeah.
What a great director! Honestly, producer, director. There's a reason you're a legend, sir. That's a great way to look at it.
Well, I mean, it's so complicated, isn't it? This business.
I couldn't do what you do. No way.
I mean, I don't even do what I do anymore. That's how rough the business is.
Have you ever directed anything, Paget?
No, and I have no desire.
Wow. Have you ever written anything?
I have, and I 3 times I wrote pilots and went and met everybody all over town, and then nothing came of it. But I'm not a writer, and I don't want to be. It was that thing where I thought, what?
You can't do it 3 times. You got to do it 13 times.
I know. That's the thing, is it's just not for me. I don't have the desire. I just don't have the desire. I like being a tool in the shed. I don't want to build a shed.
Right.
That's a terrible analogy.
No, it's true though. That's 100%.
You know what I mean, though, right? You know what I'm trying to say. I'm a gun for hire. Period.
Right.
Wait, someone just says that the Pottersville tagline is "It's a magical life."
Guys, this movie's so fucked up. It's sometimes, George, I don't know if you know about this, but you start off on a movie and you have the best of intentions.
Right.
And
everyone knows that.
Everybody's got good intentions. It seems like it's going great. Like everybody's cracking up and it seems like a great time. Going well. You're literally like at the end at Rap, you're sitting with Ian McShane in a little pub and it's like snow on the ground and you're like,
can't wait to do this again.
Today was great. We did great stuff. And then you do the movie comes out and it has a 0 on Rotten Tomatoes, but you can't get a 0 from like one review.
Yeah.
You have to have an aggregate that's enough to be a tomato meter, it has to be enough.
The last movie that I was actively involved in, the last feature film.
Did you check the tomato on it?
Oh, this is a pure tomato. This is a pure tomato story. So the last
tomato puree.
When I sold Lucasfilm to Disney, part of the deal was, hey, great news! You get Star Wars, you get Indiana Jones, you get it. You're getting it all. This is the big package deal. But one of the things was you also have to finish and release my final film project that I was been working on for years there, which was a jukebox CGI animated, computer animated musical about fairies who live in the woods called Strange Magic. Now,
and it's not like Ferngully in any way.
Oh no, it's very that's a great
okay.
observation. It's very similar. It's very much in the tradition of Ferngully.
In the tradition of Ferngully. And here we have
here it is, Strange Magic.
And,
oh dear, yeah.
Yeah, and the tagline, everyone deserves to be loved.
Okay.
What a lovely sentiment.
That's a good sentiment. I like it.
It's not exactly true. I've since realized.
It's not true. I don't think it.
Because I don't think the Nazis deserve to be loved. I regret that tagline.
Not.
Maybe they should have been, and then they wouldn't have grown up to be Nazis. But that's beside the point. I don't want to. Not that I don't want to hammer the Nazis too hard tonight. I just don't want to talk about them that much. I don't like Nazis.
Strange Magic is the picture.
Strange Magic is the picture.
Everyone deserves love is the tagline.
And it was released the same year that the Star Wars: The Force Awakens, the first of the new Disney Star Wars movies, came out. It broke records. It was the highest grossing movie of the year. And that same year
with Kylo Ren, yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, I liked that one.
The first the first movie to feature Kylo Ren. And the same year, Strange Magic also broke box office records. Made box office history, to paraphrase Applebee's, by being the lowest grossing animated movie ever to be released on 3,000 screens.
If I'm being honest, I'm a little bit blown away because to my knowledge, I have literally never heard of Strange Magic until tonight.
It was released. Well, here's the thing. Like talking about the fine print, like that asterisk in the Applebee's.
Sure.
Yeah.
Disney was obligated to release this movie
by law.
It did not by contract law. Yes.
Law.
They decided to release it as a Touchstone picture. This is a dead label. This is they literally assumed their 80s down and out of Beverly Hills.
The state, my comedy group had a deal with Touchstone Pictures for quite a while. It never worked out.
Well, at least Strange Magic came out. I got a better deal than the state did.
But you don't feel that they supported it with publicity or attention or thought?
I mean, they could have done a lot more. They did put it on 3,000 screens. I give them that.
They were required to contractually.
Yes. The reviews
3,000 screens then, which is nice. Yeah.
The reviews that it got when it came out, it had 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. 0%.
Can we, Patrick? Do we have one of those close by that we could just
But here's the
thing. I don't want to spoil what he's about to tell you, and then
here's the thing, and this is the power of having. If this doesn't get too confusing in the way I tell this, the power of this show that's why I'm glad I started doing this comedy talk show, because we were able to invite a critic who was the film editor for the Village Voice at the time, and the Village Voice, no critics have been invited to review the film. And so when you don't invite the critics, when you don't have a critic screening, the critics go in mad. They go in mad.
Yeah.
They don't like it, and they write a review that's very personal. And but we were doing a special show celebrating the release of Strange Magic at UCB East in the East Village. We're doing a midnight show celebrating. And so we asked the film editor for the Village Voice to come on as a guest to talk about the movie. And so he bought a ticket a week after all the other reviews came out and saw Strange Magic. And this show, the George Lucas Talk Show, single-handedly moved the Rotten Tomato meter.
What?
The best Lucas film in 25 years. Funny, idiosyncratic, hippy-dippy, packed with creatures and visions worth beholding. There's still aspects in which he's critical of the movie.
That's okay, but also, and I got to say, the Village Voice, always one of the toughest periodicals on everything. The Village Voice is not they don't throw softballs usually.
And Alan's he's not an easy win, but I do think that he was at least partially affected. He didn't just do this to kiss up to us to come onto our show. He legitimately sort of looked at all the other reviews, and I think he expected, boy, this thing is going to be impossible to watch. And what it actually is,
looking at your other films, which is also, and then it's also, this becomes a little bit of a Mobius of
Yeah, and well, also, I mean, I just want to read you some of the cast of Strange Magic. Alan Cumming, Evan Rachel Wood, Kristen Chenoweth, Maya Rudolph. I mean, this is a packed cast for a musical.
Bob Einstein's last movie.
Which one?
Bob
Einstein. Super Dave Osborne.
Yeah, of course. Super Dave.
Oh, Super Dave. Oh.
So first of all, it's not for adults. I specifically said I made Star Wars for boys and I made Strange Magic for girls. I said that.
Oh, you said that?
I said that. Yeah, I said that to reporters.
I
said that
because that's fucking crazy.
Yeah. And that's not something he said on the show. That is something he said to a reporter.
No, I'm well aware, but like, wow,
Yeah.
But I want to talk about something that I would be derelict of responsibilities as a talk show host if I didn't talk to both of you about a very popular franchise that you both were involved with separately. That not a lot of people have this connection where you didn't work together in this franchise, but you both worked on the franchise, which is that you both have been involved in modern updates of Rocky and Bullwinkle.
Oh,
beyond to different degrees as well.
Paget, when are you in which Rocky and
I was a Spotsylvanian talk show host in Des McAnuff's Rocky and Bullwinkle, the live action with Jason Alexander and Rene Russo.
Wow.
Right. Wow. Robert De Niro.
And
Robert De Niro, yes.
Giants walked the earth.
Yes.
And this was a passion project of Bobby De Niro's. I've seen people refer to it as if this was something he did for the money. This was a project that De Niro had been developing for years.
So De Niro and I have both played Fearless Leader?
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's right.
By the way, and Willem Dafoe and I have both played Vulko in the Aquaman universe.
Oh, wow.
It is fun to look at the way those things connect, isn't it, Tom?
It is interesting. So Paget, and now I'm going to watch it because now I want to see it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm barely in it. I mean, what year did that come out? I think I was 26 or 27.
Yeah.
2000. Then I was 31. No, 31. I went because I kept auditioning. I auditioned to play Natasha. Which went to Rene Russo, of course, who I adore. But I went to.
Let's all yes, of course, we're all grown-ups and we all adore Rene Russo. You would have absolutely destroyed Natasha.
But I was nobody. I hadn't done anything. I couldn't possibly have been cast. I hadn't worked with Jason Alexander at that point. Like, I really brought nothing. I think I'd done 6 episodes of Friends. I'd done like 2 sitcoms that had been canceled immediately. But I went and had like the red rubber dress made on Hollywood Boulevard at one of those stripper boutiques and wore this thing to audition. I auditioned 5 times and didn't get it. And then then Des McAnuff was the director at La Jolla. So I did Moliere. I did Tartuffe for Des McAnuff a couple years later at La Jolla. And but he gave me the part as a talk show host, a Spotsylvanian talk show host, and you talk to. He sent this person, a voice trainer from New York, called everyone who had to play Spotsylvanian and talked you through all of your lines. And I loved June Foray as Bullwinkle. Like as Rocky. Like I just was a huge fan of hers from being a kid. So it was so exciting to just have a tiny part in that movie. Oh, Paget, and then I can say I was in a Robert De Niro movie.
Paget, you or in many ways you were born to play Natasha in that movie. That's crazy.
Maybe it was fun. What happened to you?
You got consolation casting, so that's a consolation casting.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I ask for it sometimes. I know sometimes if I'm going in for a part that's too big, I just say, hey, you know who I really like? This sassy nurse on page 40. Have you cast her yet? Because they give you that shit. If you go in for a big role and you like a smaller part, they'll just give it to you. It's great.
They love it because you just solved the second problem.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
I have no ego left. What was your experience?
You can't. Oh, my consolation casting is I'm Eddie the shipboard computer in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Is it as cool as being Ford Prefect in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which I was in the mix for many months?
Tom, you've answered your own question, Tom. It's not as cool.
It's not as cool.
I'm sorry.
Being Ford
I like
that picture holds up.
That's a fun movie.
Now, Tom, you were involved in a short. There was a short film that was made, right? That's what it was.
I actually wrote it. I also wrote it.
You wrote it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a DreamWorks Rocky and Bullwinkle short that was originally slated to be on the Mr. Peabody and Sherman picture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I went to the premiere of Mr. Peabody and Sherman, and I ran into Jeffrey Katzenberg in the aisle, and he looked at me as if he'd seen a ghost, and he was like, "Oh, yeah, we didn't put the Rocky and Bullwinkle picture on it for theaters," and I was like, "Oh." And I'm like sitting here at the premiere with like my son, and I'm like, "Get ready."
Oh no, Tom, no.
We didn't put it on for the theaters because I think there was it tested maybe too violent because there's a lot of like saying kill moose and squirrel in it. You know, this is a big thing that comes up. The concept.
That was an original concept. That was
it was
also fine for us when we were kids.
We're not really killing the moose and the squirrel, right?
No.
Right.
Esoteric, you know?
Yes.
But apparently people got, I don't know, it upset people or something, and I don't know, or it just didn't test well.
Sure.
Sometimes you have the best intentions, and maybe it just didn't test well, you know?
So did they put it on the Blu-ray, or did they put it on YouTube, or what was the...
I don't know if it came out anywhere.
I believe it came out on the 3D Blu-ray.
On the 3D Blu-ray. It's a weird little bonus.
Oh my God. What does that equal in tomato points?
We're at negative. We're at tomato paste.
Tomato paste.
It is, I believe, the last time that June Foray was the voice of Rocket J. Squirrel.
Yes, she was.
Yeah. And I believe that will be remembered in history more than the Applebee's deal.
Can you imagine though, like
historians, future historians will talk about that more than they'll talk about this Applebee's deal. I promise you that.
But I feel like the more we talk about it, the Applebee's deal is getting way more famous.
It's a great.
Do you own an Applebee's franchise?
I miss
like Santa Clarita or
miss every good
Riverside.
Like that.
But now, Tom, someone in the comments is bringing up a good point that Katzenberg made Quibi just to get Reno 911 back. So it's a win-win.
Oh.
Actually, karma did correct itself on that, and then we got like 3 Emmy nominations. So Jeffrey, oh no, I'm not mad at Jeffrey about it.
No, yeah.
It's the business. You walk it off.
Yes, it's the best.
Now, and you invoked Friends. Of course, that's another franchise that you two overlap with.
Oh yeah, you were on that too.
Yeah.
I'm not in it as long as you're in it.
You didn't have an arc, Tom. You didn't have an arc.
I have no arc. Paget.
Well, you had an arc within the episode. Your character goes on a journey.
Substantial. You're like a big part of the mythology.
The Friends-averse.
Yeah. Of the Friends.
That big. I don't know. It was nice though. I'm glad I did it.
It was a pretty iconic part of the show because anything where, because you were a character that the viewers, anytime there was any kind of love triangle on the show, the viewers would get very deeply invested in it, especially a love triangle that challenges where the viewers don't know what to root for, who to root for, because they like Joey, they like Chandler.
Joey and Chandler, yeah.
Suddenly you don't know quite what to think.
Paget, will you remind me who you were the love interest of?
I was dating Joey. They cut all my hair off and dyed it red. I was Kathy. I was a biomedical. I worked with a geneticist or something, and I fell in love with Chandler, and Chandler and I kissed, and then Joey put Chandler in a box for Thanksgiving, and he stuck his finger out of the top of the box, and then Chandler and I got back together, and then I cheated on him.
Loud sounds insane. That's what actually happens.
Yeah, Chandler was in a box.
Chandler was in a box. Yeah,
and he could just stick his finger out of the box. It was a hole in the box. Chandler could just stick his finger out of the box. And this was the most popular show on television. It was the most popular show on television. Chandler's in a box. It was Thanksgiving, right? It was a Thanksgiving box.
It was a Thanksgiving episode, yeah.
Was this based on scheduling?
No.
No, this was based on, it was actually based on, and he's been public about it. This was right after Matthew got out of rehab for the first time, and he wanted to show everybody that he was okay and that he could do physical comedy. And so they wanted to set up a character, a story arc where he could be be very physical because he knew that Schwimmer was really good at it, and he wanted to prove to people that that he could do it too.
Yeah, cool.
And that's not telling any tales. He wrote about it. So and they were all very nice. It was
important for him at that point to establish that he could be any more physical than he already was on the show.
Paget, were you I was in the Friends reunion.
I was not. No, that's why I don't think it was that important of a character. And I don't know. I mean, not important.
Friends reunion, and my day overlapped a little bit with Tom Selleck.
Wow.
Now, Tom had a big arc.
Much longer. Dating Monica, yeah.
Can you remind me? And you were on The Odd Couple with Matthew Perry.
You were on, yeah.
Yeah.
So look at these. It's all coming together.
Yeah.
The time is a flat circle.
And then Tom, I was doing Grandfathered across the street from you at Radford.
Yeah, probably Radford.
And you would come over and visit us at Grandfathered at the Stamos show.
Do we still smoke?
Yeah, we would hang out.
Sometimes, yeah.
Cool kids.
It was nice to see you, yeah.
Yeah.
And we were both in Another Period.
Oh, Paget, we've actually been on a weird...
A lot of things.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
Another
you guys
period.
You had an At Midnight episode together?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah. They'd write those jokes, so you didn't make those jokes up on the spot, right?
Oh, some of them were written, some of them we wrote. But yeah, that was a wacky show.
A lot of them written. I got fooled. I thought these people are so quick.
I did too. Quick. It was an interesting experiment.
It was the quiz show scandal.
You probably wrote a lot.
Lifetime.
Do you know that I hosted the pilot of that show?
Yeah.
Points. Tom, what happened?
Oh, right.
No, so the pilot.
You have gotten shafted in this industry again and again
and again, over mercilessly.
And you're amazing.
No, I'm so
the way
happy.
You have been treated, Tom.
It's true.
By the way, Paget, I'm so happy.
Are those apology guitars? Are those guitar every time you get screwed over in show business by somebody? They're like,
someone
so
sends
sorry.
you a Fender Stratocaster.
I can't believe I've never said this, but so I hosted a pilot for Comedy Central, which was the bones of that show, and it was called Tweeter. It was called Tweeter Dome, and it was basically a Twitter game show. It was originally called Twitter Dome, but we thought the legal came back and they're like, "You're going to get sued." And
too close to Thunderdome?
To
or
Twitter. You couldn't say Twitter. Yeah. So the first three contestants were Kumail Nanjiani, Weird Al, and Natasha Leggero.
Yes.
And there were ninjas. It was like a dome. I had a sidekick who, if you lost, she would play like a sad French horn, like a wah 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 wah.
Right.
And that was the original. It tested great. And by the way, I don't feel sad. I didn't get fired from it.
Yeah.
They said it tested really great. Everybody loves the Twitter game show thing. And I had just a weird moment where I was like, I'm not positive that I'm like really ready to host a game show.
Yeah.
I don't know that I have I don't know that that's quite my personality yet, which is hilarious because right now I would host a game show in 5 seconds.
And but that was then. And I promise you, I'm not feeling sad for you at all. My only point was we all get shafted. We all get fired. We all get robbed.
I didn't get fired from that. No. Yeah.
Okay, no, but I mean, as far as, well, wait a minute, if I shot that pilot and then it became something else, why aren't I hosting it? Just we all get screwed. There's no way to be in this business without getting screwed. But it's remaining
an Indiana
positive.
Jones movie without me.
Correct. Yeah. Where everyone gets shafted.
I wouldn't say, guys, I wouldn't use Dial. It just feels like the soap I feel like the soap just owns it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I haven't thought about a dial. What else do we dial? We dial it in.
Dial a phone.
Dial the phone.
No one's well. Is it okay? Do people? Because that it used to have a dial.
Yeah,
sir.
and this is a period film, so they still have
It's a period picture. There he is.
Right. But
By the way, it would have like we should. I almost think, George. I know that you shouldn't change a movie after you finished it.
Oh, you should. Yeah, but not till you finish it. But you should never finish a movie.
Wait, what's that? What did you just say?
You shouldn't change it after you finish it. That's true, but also never finish a movie.
Oh, it's never done.
It's never done.
Yeah. It's like a Tibetan mandala.
Yeah, if I
sand paint.
more toms, and look, there's
there's so many Toms on here.
I see Hanks.
Oh, you got Tom.
Spider-Man.
You got me from Sean Saves the World, which is kind of fun.
Great.
Cruise.
Is that Slick as Indiana Jones?
No.
And then Tom Waits, and then Tom Kenny in the front.
Hanks is
Tom Kenny.
Tom Kenny is the son.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom Kenny. Oh, yeah, that's very good.
That's great. Now it's starting to look like a pretty good location for a museum, huh?
Now it is.
Yeah. Now, Patrick, I just want to go back. I'm not done talking about Kathy from Friends.
Okay.
You might be, but I'm not talking about it. Did you? Because I was it Kathy with a C or with a K? Do you know? Do you remember?
It was Kathy with a K.
Kathy with a K. Did you take any inspiration from Kathy Guyswight's seminal character, Kathy?
Oh,
sad Kathy.
Oh my goodness.
This is her book of pandemic cartoons, which I do recommend legitimately.
Did you say there's a Kathy book of pandemic cartoons?
Yeah, it's Kathy experiencing the pandemic.
Oh no, George.
I'm happy she's still producing work. I did not base
that
Kathy character on Kathy in the Office, Kathy, but
I gotta say, if we're doing like an origin story picture,
here, show us one, George.
What?
Yeah.
Show us more Kathy. You're asking for more,
George.
More Kathy?
Show us this while Tom tells us his pitch for a Kathy origin story.
Okay.
So I think it's just Paget like wakes up. She says, "Winter got scary. Summer was a bummer." Oh my God. She says, "That was my last noodle."
Oh no.
By the way, like I'm just throwing this out right now, and obviously, there's some people we have to talk to. No one's seeing these toes till we get a pedicure. So, like, let's just say we're doing like a kind of a Joker type story, where Paget is Kathy, and Kathy wakes up and she's like, "That was my last noodle," but then she just becomes an idea,
Mm-hmm.
Wait, did you say this is a origin or origin story? Like horror-gin? Did you say
it's a horror origin story where Paget, you wake up and you are Kathy.
Origin story. Got it.
Yeah.
I want to say this because Kathy Guyswigh during the pandemic was one of the few, and this was not syndicated. I believe she did these independently. These were on her Instagram.
Oof.
Good for her.
Good for her. Great for her. I'll say
Love
this.
it.
If you look at if you looked at the newspaper during the pandemic and you went to the funny pages and you saw what the syndicated comic strips were doing, you saw what Beetle Bailey or Blondie or any of those people were doing, they were in full on denial.
They were not wearing masks.
No mask. I know.
George,
I know.
You checked Beetle Bailey a lot during the pandemic.
What else were we supposed to do? We couldn't go anywhere.
We did have to have chores and a routine, Tom.
Now, I understand that these cartoonists are working on a deadline, so they can't do the latest variant. They're not going to be able to do jokes that are entirely topical because things are going to change. I'm not expecting that in April of 2020, Dagwood Bumstead is going to be making up to the minute jokes. It's not going to hit until June or July.
Yeah.
But they would do a cartoon where on one day they would make jokes about how they finally got toilet paper. This is a legitimate Blondie cartoon where they were like, we finally got some toilet paper. So that, okay, they're acknowledging the reality of this pandemic. And then the very next day, there would be a strip in which Blondie and Dagwood went to a restaurant and ate at a buffet. Now,
yesterday you didn't have toilet paper because of the supply chain that you're so mad about.
So you're in a reality where there is a deadly disease, but you're going to a buffet. Shame on you, Dagwood Bumstead. Shame on you, Blondie Bumstead.
Is it possible that they were just trying to keep a normal sense of humor going as opposed to
I think there was a lot of denial, but Kathy Guy's-Wife was as on it as Gary Trudeau, and that's just the fact.
Okay.
I'm having a big fucking problem. I'm sorry, I swore.
Oh,
do you need to delete
swear
that?
Away.
No, not at all. I encourage it.
I had to chat to you that I have to head out, and I saw the spoiler.
Oh no!
No. What do you think? Jesus Christ!
Anything? I'm not going to say anything.
Spoiler. It's not real.
It's not real. It didn't happen.
It was fake. You were messing with Tom and me.
We tricked you.
You're trying to trick me now.
Oh, we tricked you.
So the
Kathy. I'm sorry, Paget.
The scary Kathy movie. With
yes,
Paget.
Tom.
Great idea.
That is a good idea.
She's
down
like,
to my last noodle.
Like I dropped my last noodle.
You said it. You said it in 2020. So and it's great for the budget because it's just you and the dog.
It's just
and Paget,
no sign of Irving. I don't know if
I want to
split
get
up.
on the record. You are attached.
It's in some ways it's like a John Wick movie.
Are you writing it, Tom? If you write it, I'll do it.
Tom, will you write it?
Written by morning.
Well, no, pencils down.
Pencils down. Well, no, as long as you don't make a deal, don't write it for Netflix.
We can't write
your spec.
No.
Yeah.
As soon as we're back, we'll do this one.
Yeah.
No, no writing right now. But
no
yeah,
writing.
I mean, you could, you could set up some like Zoom meetings.
Yeah. By the end of the picture, you're in the like Natasha, your outfit that you bought to audition for Rockin'
My
Bowling.
Natasha outfit.
That's but just
George,
with a couple machetes.
That's
George,
what Kathy.
come up really quick. Come up with a new original character for this movie, George.
A new original character for the Kathy movie?
Yeah.
Kathy the dog and
Kathy the dog. And does it have to be someone that would make sense in the Kathy reality?
Sure. Someone that Tom can use in the script because there's a good payoff for this.
I'd love it to maybe be bold, a big swing.
Yeah. Is this a character, a brand new character, Patrick?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's say the postal worker.
What's his name?
Reggie.
Tom, you know what you can put in this movie now? Based on characters created by George Lucas.
And by the way,
beautiful.
It also costs me nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
It's as free as the sides at Applebee's.
Paget, I'm so sorry about that spoiler. We should have thought ahead that we can't erase what we write in the private chat.
All right, it's my fault. I should have just been courageous and said, guys, I gotta go. I gotta make my last noodle. I gotta go.
Well, it's been so delightful having you.
Thank you so much for having me, and I'm sorry for the technical difficulties.
We're here. We're doing it.
We're here and we're doing
it. I really enjoyed this, guys. This was really, really fun. And I haven't seen Tom in a while, and so this is really nice. Thank you.
Paget, you are a gift to acting.
You're a gift to all of us and guitar buying.
Yeah. Thank you, Paget.
All right.
We'll see you soon.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Now, Tom.
Yeah.
Sometimes people will feel like if they don't make their exit when the first guest makes the exit, that they're stuck here. And I want you to know that's not true. You go at your own speed. You go at your own pace. And if you have other things you need to do, you can do them on camera. I don't know if you're putting a glass on. It looked like you're about to do some work.
No. But I would ask. I would ask you a couple more questions about why did you throw away why throw away the Fate of Atlantis idea so fast? Was it because why would you throw that away so fast?
Well, I really more than anything was thinking about maybe moving Indiana Jones into the next era.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we should have gone harder with that. I think maybe we were clinging, maybe I think too much to some of what was.
And Atlantis is too much like the Nazis, or it's too old timey, or it's too.
I feel like when we were moving into the 1950s, we could have done it. There were a couple of options on the table, and it was just you had to get everybody to agree on the idea. That was the tricky part of the process. We all had to like the idea.
Does the refrigerator sequence, is that also backgrounded in Nolan's a picture called Oppenheimer? Is there a weird, do we,
they definitely are in dialogue with one another.
Well, fun.
That you could, I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet, but I assume you could watch that in between Last Crusade and Crystal Skull.
Tom, are there any doctors in Oppenheimer?
Yeah,
there better not be, because I would have to be that. Yeah. But
you're the doctor in the Christopher Nolan movies, right?
I do think a supercut where we just add the fridge sequence to Oppenheimer.
Mm-hmm. I got a lot of pushback on the nuke the fridge sequence, and
why?
Well, I want to be clear, because people were like, no one could survive that.
But it's lead lined. It says clearly on it that it's a lead lined fridge.
It's a lead lined fridge, but they're like, oh, but he would have broken every bone in his body just being flung through the air, etc. It's funny that people never stop to, if we're going to be really scientific and rational about these movies, this isn't just any history professor who's doing this. This is a guy who magical ghosts flew around and melted Nazis, and they spared him because he kept his eyes closed.
Yeah,
this is a guy who had his heart basically almost removed from his body
by Thuggy Warriors. Another great video game. The video game of Temple of Doom, great stand-up video game with the Thuggy Warriors and the heart, and it was just great stuff. Great stuff. Yeah.
Most importantly, you have to ask yourself what the health benefits are of drinking from the Holy Grail, and whether that might insulate you from some of the normal injuries and health effects. Because I think a lot of people quite reasonably might look at the shot where Indiana Jones stares up at the mushroom cloud and thinks, oh, I guess Indiana Jones dies of cancer. That's not an illogical thing to say, but this is a guy who, a few years earlier, drank from the cup of Christ. Maybe this guy can't die.
The cup of a carpenter. That's a great.
To be fair, I want to be the bearer of that. They say you can't cross the seal. It won't matter that you drank out of the cup.
Won't matter.
They say the effects do not, it still work beyond this building, basically.
But
so I don't,
So Henry, there's a great Dr. Jones Sr. who is saved by the power of the cup.
Yeah.
Does he? The second the seals, when they get on horses and they ride away. Am I wrong?
I think it heals you, but I think you are not immortal.
Not immortal, but you might live 500 years. That's not immortal.
It's just a good.
Did you want a real long terms and conditions scene where that knight says there are exceptions if you buy a movie ticket 1 year after your $35 meal, you don't get a free ticket.
We're not giving you a print of the picture exactly. We're not flying you a print of Dial. We're going with Dial for sure. They went with Dial.
Well, there was a point where in the last conversation I had with them before I sort of just pulled out of the process, because I was clearly just like, this isn't for me. This is moving on. I had pitched Indiana Jones and the Irish Spring of Destiny. It was about a literal spring from Ireland. It was a leprechaun.
This tracks. There's a lot of good magic, and you got the Darby O'Gill kind of stuff, and it's like, in many ways, I feel like that's a pretty fun thing. And you've got, Quiet Man, you got all this mythology that's right under your feet.
You get Liam Neeson in there, shrink him down, and he'll play along.
And here's the thing:
although he's also a pretty good Nazi, if you needed an extra Nazi.
That's
Who's the star of Darby O'Gill? Sean
Connery, just coming off of his Mr. Universe win.
Oh, right! I didn't know that.
Sean Connery, a Scot, playing an type, which is, I've done my 23andMe. It turns out we're really pretty much this. There's a lot of overlap.
Sure.
Yeah.
But was my father. Call me Sean Universe.
Nice.
Tom, I have a question.
Yeah.
Now, there's no way this is true, but I like getting,
Mhm.
confirmed details on here. I go to your IMDb page.
Yeah.
Scroll all the way back. I say, what's the
Ooh,
first
oh.
thing on here?
Yeah.
It says you're in an episode of Breaking Away in 1980 as first frat boy. That can't be true.
That is the only, to my knowledge, that's the only typo in my IMDb.
Okay.
You can correct that now. That's definitely not accurate. Now,
Okay.
everything after that, aisle 6, you already watched it, A Friend of Dorothy, MTV's The State.
Mhm.
Every single other thing is correct.
Okay.
But that does seem like one weird, very weird typo.
Yeah.
Viva Variety, I'm in with a picture, a great picture with John Bon Jovi. George, have you ever made a picture with John Bon Jovi?
Nobody sang on one of my records.
There you go.
His first bring up the record that he sang on. It was he made his recording debut on Christmas in the Stars, the Miko record.
Wait, is this
he sang on R2D2, We Wish You. No, the what?
Is it Star Wars affiliated? No.
Christmas in the Stars. Well, I'll ask you this question. The song he sang on is, and you can draw your own conclusions as to whether this is Star Wars affiliated. The song he sang on was called R2D2, We Wish You a Merry Christmas. Now you tell me, Tom. Do you this record fucks. This record straight up. This record fucks. This is the Star Wars Christmas album to end all Star Wars Christmas albums. Is there a picture of the back title? Is there a back cover of the Christmas in the Stars?
I can find one. Yeah, hang on.
Oof. Yeah, because this is
Christmas R2D2.
The funny thing is, there is a song in this where C-3PO explains Christmas to R2D2. It's hard to remember everything and how involved you were in the creation of it, but it does feel like R2D2 either pretend to be stupid or is stupid in this Christmas album because he seems to understand nothing about anything. But C-3PO was explaining like how bills work.
Well, that's weird. Because R2D2 like literally can roll into the Death Star and communicate with like almost anything. He just
I want to see if there's lyrics to Bells, 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 which is but it's a great album. And John Bon Jovi, I believe, was a child when this album came out, or a teenager.
Probably a teen. I'm gonna say teen.
Probably a teen. But that was the first thing he ever sang on, and then he worked with you.
We did a picture called "Row Your Boat." It was a tight picture. It's it's the '90s. It was a and by the way, say what you want. He's great in it. He was really good. Yeah.
I gotta check that out. That passed me by. I have to admit that song has. Yeah, I can't find the lyrics. It was Miko that did the album. Remember Miko, the disc?
I remember Nico from the Velvet Underground, but not
Miko. MECO, Miko.
Not Miko. Okay.
Yeah, there. C-3PO sings "Sleigh Ride," sings another song about the meaning of Christmas. This is a full-on. This is not a Life Day album. This is a Christmas album.
Christmas record. I was in. By the way, I don't know if you know, I was in the latest. I'm in the last Lego Star Wars.
Yeah.
I was aware. Yeah, you have fun.
I'm sure you must have approved it at some point. Yeah.
I believe by the point you were involved, I was no longer involved.
You just say go,
go. If this is the most recent the Star Wars holiday.
We did a Star Wars holiday summer vacation, and it's
all under the like I sold my I have stock. I took a lot of my payment at Disney, so I have actually a lot of money off of the Disney sources. But I only occasionally like visit. I've been more involved. I was more involved in
more in the museum
than Star Wars.
You're more in the museum.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, just throwing it out now that you have the museum, Disney now has the rights to Night at the Museum. I do feel like there's a very natural overlap. I don't know if Blimpie is immediately involved or Applebee's, but I feel like there's something. Obviously, there's a storm brewing. It's a perfect storm of stuff.
Would you be willing, once the museum is open?
Yes.
Rob Hubel has agreed to be a docent at the museum.
Firm yes.
Firm yes.
would you be willing to spend a night at the Lucas Museum Narrative Art?
A million %, especially with you. And I mean, obviously we'll have pretty good access to stuff. I feel like when are you actually opening? Do we know?
2025.
Oof. Okay. A pretty good haul. Okay. But yeah. For sure.
I mean, we've been working on it a while.
Yeah, it's been delayed like 5 years at this point, George, right?
No, for sure. Yeah. But I mean, if Hubel and I are still in the game in 2025, which I mean, but, great, fingers crossed.
I think if we could organize an event, because I think having one of the creators of the museum spend a night at a museum, I think it'd be good for the museum. I think we could do it for charity, kind of like if you make it through the whole night, like you don't leave the museum till dawn, sunrise, sun up.
Yeah.
I feel like that's something we could really make happen. And if we get Rob Hubel to do overnight shift as a docent.
I think we do it. And I also think that we get John Bon Jovi and we do a couple of songs off the record.
It's becoming a bigger event than I had anticipated. But do you think you could get John Bon Jovi? Yeah.
Daniel Burnham, the designer of Central Park and then also of the city of Chicago, said, "Make no little plans, for they have no, they cannot stir men's souls. So you can only make big plans." So I think we do a night at the Lucas Museum, and we really do it. Yeah.
Who else should we get for the night? Well, we got Paget. We got to ask Paget to come and
as her character from Friends. By the way, here's a weird one. We just get Joey from Friends with Paget, and we just don't even explain it. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. If we do it this way, because I know that there's, when you're watching something, there's always suspension of disbelief. Did you think that your hands? Yeah. Did you think that your hands really did look like Matt LeBlanc's hands?
They definitely don't.
Okay. I didn't think so either. I didn't want to say this, but I thought, it's the magic. It's the magic of buying into it.
No, they actively don't. Like, LeBlanc is a much bigger guy than me by quite a bit. Yeah.
I want you and LeBlanc at the museum for the night at museum. We'll do the charity. That way, I want it definitely happen.
We're doing,
but I want you and LeBlanc. We want to get fake hands for you guys so that you have the same hands. We don't mention them. We don't bring it up. Other than right now is the only time we talk about it.
But on the day we won't talk about it. Yeah.
On the day you don't bring it up, and well, if he's in character as Joey, I mean, I don't know if we'll be able to do that. But if he was in character as Joey.
We're getting too wrapped around the wheel. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great.
We're all at the opening, which is, oh my gosh, so far away. But I think it's going to be great.
It's got, this museum. Do you like Norman Rockwell?
No.
Okay, let's unpack this. What don't you like about Norman Rockwell?
Geez. Like, I mean, sure. I mean, like, do I like? Like, I mean, do I love? If you're asking, like, do I love? Like, oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, there we go. Right, of course. I mean,
you know who you're dealing with.
I love Norman Rockwell. I mean, I'm more of like an Edward Hopper guy. Like, I like these. I like my
Hopper's great. You like a diner. And you're from Furry.
And that one's called Nighthawks. I love it. Yeah, but I like I like my Norman Rockwell a little more sad than Norman Rockwell usually goes.
Well. So you don't like the one where it's like a little boy, it looks like his dog ate the pie.
Well, no, I guess I don't. Can I see that one, please?
You know what? Hold on. We're gonna have to bring out the big guns here.
Oh,
I wasn't planning on doing this.
Yeah. Oh boy, here comes the Norman Rockwell, and you're gonna want me to.
Well, this is Butterboy. This is Butterboy.
Nope. No.
Do you see what he's doing?
No, I'm well aware. He's just making a sandwich of just all the butter, but he's definitely dressed up for somebody's funeral. He just came back from somebody's funeral.
Wait, George, maybe he doesn't like that version. Is it possible he likes a different? Oh, there you go.
You got this butter girl.
But maybe not even that one.
He's a psycho. Look at this. Look what she's doing.
What is she doing? I also feel like this is sort of like Norman Rockwell made one plate for girls and one plate for boys, and I don't think I'm okay with that, man. Oh shit!
Look at this. This guy's got like a file that you like sneak into prison to like break out of prison. He's at least he's not spreading on the ones on the plate. He's spreading on the one that he's holding. Look at that hand. Look at that claw.
Also, by the way, that's physically impossible. This is like, when they found
Look
that
at this,
Leonardo that they
like-
knew was fake. It's because your hands can't hold wet white bread like that. This is last Leonardo stuff.
Tom, if you had to cast Butterboy and Buttergirl in a movie, who would you think for?
Okay. Perfect. We got for sure. I'm thinking. Oh dear Lord, who's the guy who plays Biff? And if we unage,
yeah.
Let's de-age Biff. Yeah, exactly. We de-age Biff. And
you'd have to print out more. You have to print out another one of those cards where people come up and ask him about Butterboy, and he's like, "No, I didn't eat all the butter."
Yeah, okay, like a de-aged Biff, I think is good, and you can do that. We de-age people, and it looks amazing, right?
But here's the thing: I think Tom Wilson would be great casting as Butterboy. I wish Paget was still here because I would have you and Paget do the Irishman technology and you.
Well, here's from Judah Macabot on Twitter. This came in 3 hours ago.
It's already done.
This came in 3 hours ago, Tom.
It came in an hour and a half ago. So about when we started the show.
Right when I had the hand up there holding a bread that could never be held like this. This is like the dimension. Okay.
Will you do me? Oh, Tom, will you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Will you text Paget later if we send you that image and say,
1,000,000%.
We're attached to star in the Butter Kids movie?
Butter Kids. No, firm yes.
All right, good.
This is great. We're getting a lot. We're getting a lot out of you tonight.
Okay. I should probably hit it. I'm in Wisconsin, so it's quite late.
Great.
All right. Well,
Tom, can we get a quick song before you go, Tom?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Patrick, I just see some instruments.
Oh, Patrick, can you give? Because there's a thing that we like to do, and I think this is the time for you to shine. Will you introduce him the right way?
What do you mean?
If he's going to be a musical guest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you do it?
Well, no. You do the announcer, and then I'll do the intro to the song. Okay. You know what I mean?
All right, here we go. You ready? All right, Tom. I'm going to pull you off. We're going to announce you. Musical guest Tom Lennon.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Lennon.
There's only a tiny funny story about this. Is the Gibson trapdoor tenor banjo that I play on Reno 911 all the time. Yeah. So it's old. So about a year and a half ago, I was at O'Hare Airport, and I had this in its case because I was flying to LA to do Reno 911, and this is the dangle banjo that I always play. And a guy comes up to me, and he's in a mask. He's like, "Oh man, what's in your case?" And he's like a kind of little, like interesting, thin little dude. And I'm looking at him, and I look in his eyes, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's Perry Farrell." And he's like, "Get it out of the case, man. Let's play some songs." And I had untuned it to fly with it, so it would have taken like a half hour to tune.
Yeah.
But I was standing at O'Hare with Perry Farrell, who wanted to jam, and I was out of tune, and it would have taken so long that the look on Perry Farrell's face when he heard that this was out of tune was a genuine bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're at LAX, just seeing you two playing a banjo.
Even the weirdest thing, it was actually at O'Hare. It was, he was leaving Lollapalooza. Okay, guys, I love you all. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
See you at Applebee's.
I will send that to Paget, and I'll see you at Applebee's.
Great. We'll see you soon.
Good night, Tom.
Congrats on the movie. Congrats on the movie.
I'll take it. All right, Patrick.
Yeah.
It's time to beg for money.
It's time to beg for money. It's time to beg for money. Let's do
Everyone's
it.
favorite part of the show.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, that was so delightful. Good job booking guests, Patrick.
Thank you so much. They were both great. I'm so happy that it works.
And And we're going to do another one of these at some point in July. We're going to do another live stream because it's been a while since we've done a live stream where I'm at the ranch, you're in your place, and we're doing these ways. And we're not always able to do these because of the post or late stage pandemic, whatever we're experiencing now. It's harder to do, and it's certainly hard to do while we're preparing to do 30 shows in 27 days in August.
Yeah.
Let's credit these shirts.
Oh, yes. These are Bring the Noise shirts. This is great. We love them. Come on, Georgie. Let's go.
We love these shirts.
And you should go buy stuff from Bring the Noise. You can go to
there's a link to also buying our shirts.
Oh, that's not the link I meant to put up. Sorry. That's not the link I meant to put up.
No, great job.
There we go. All right. We're good.
No, you said go buy shirts from Bring the Noise, and you put up our store link. What a savvy what a cutthroat savvy businessman you've become, Patrick.
And now here's the thing.
To Hollywood.
Here's the thing. We're talking about these shirts.
Wow,
I have many of these. I have so many of these shirts, George. I have so many of them. And they take up so much space in my closet, and I love them all so much.
Mm-hmm.
But we're trying to raise some money tonight. And I thought, what if we auctioned off some of these shirts? And I can send them. Imagine. There's only one that exists of these shirts. I have 4 shirts. Okay.
4 shirts. So a quadrilogy of shirts.
Quadrilogy of shirts. Can I show one? Maybe what should we start the bidding at?
Well, let's see what people think.
Okay.
These are rare art pieces.
Well, speaking of rare art pieces, for the first shirt, this one says NR 1977. This is a Norman Rockwell shirt, the original. This is
NR 1977.
Yeah. This is from peak lockdown shows, this shirt.
This is the kind of shirt that you wear it and people come up and they want to talk to you. So this is a good conversation starter.
This is and this is a medium. We do have a bid for $77.
I don't know. Make sure if you do a bit bid, do hashtag bit bid after it so we know you're not actually bidding.
This is a medium. It's an American.
Still have fun. You can still have fun if you want to do joke bids, but they don't interfere with the actual process. Because plausible deniability being a lunatic and saying this is from the Lisa Loeb show. Wow. That's crazy that you were able to remember anything that ever happened on this show.
If anyone wants to bid more than $77, you're more than welcome to. But
Bring the Noises, I don't think it is.
Wow. Okay.
But I like the confidence of it because we all believed it.
Yeah.
This shirt was from way before that show. Bring the Noises saying, we have a full-on debate raging in the chat now. This is the thing because we've been doing shows pretty thoroughly since last year, where we go around different locations. We try to put all those on YouTube, but we don't always get, when we're doing a show at theater, we can't see the chat. Whereas it's nice now to have a little bit of moment to see the chat and interact with the chat.
Deniability is correct. It is from the Lisa Loeb show.
Wow.
It is from
and here, look, proving Thomas Lennon correct that we are in the age of accurate information. Look how quickly you can fact check things and there's no confusion. Oh, I do feel like the very fact that we are getting correct information in real time sets the show aside from a large swath of live stream shows on the internet.
It's so wild.
Feels good. Oh, and this is the Pastramiversary, the 3-year anniversary of Watto dropping his pastrami sandwich at the behest of Tom Sharpling. Today. And tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of Lil George and Belushi B getting on to Late Night with Seth Meyers at 30 Rock.
I believe so. And I should say this, George, just because our guests have left does not mean the show is done.
Oh, it doesn't mean the show is done. We barely started.
We've got more stuff coming, so do not go anywhere.
If you go anywhere, guess what? You'll be sorry. You will be sorry.
So I think we'll call this $77 in a minute, we'll say. But I do want to say, if you donate anything, $5 helps, $1 helps, $10 helps, $20, whatever you want to give is super helpful. It's very expensive to go to Edinburgh. Like, we're doing a lot of shows. At least 4 of them, at least the 4 talk shows, ideally will be up on YouTube when we come back.
We've had people ask about the play, The Baron and the Junk Dealer, which is the hope is that if things go well, the dream is to be able to bring the play off of Edinburgh, bring it back to America, and take it around to places. Hopefully, there might be some venues, some theaters who want us to do this play. And
then look, beyond that, is there another version of this in a different format? Maybe. We're thinking pie in the sky here.
We're thinking in the sky.
Yes.
Cake in the lake.
Cake in the lake, pie in the sky.
Pie in the sky.
Okay, so we're going to call 77 as the final bid for this. Someone is asking how faithful...
Oh, now here's the thing. Now, for those of you who don't know, I started doing a little comic strip, which you can find on Instagram and Twitter. G. Lucas Talk Show on Twitter and the George Lucas Talk Show on Instagram. Please follow on Instagram if you haven't followed already. I feel like unless someone buys Twitter and changes it, I feel like that eventually that will just die. It's becoming really horrible there. But I've been doing a comic strip, sort of the same way that in the spirit of syndicated comic strip adaptations.
In the spirit of Kathy.
And it is fairly faithful to the play in the sense that I've been trying to... the play is about a baron and a junk dealer who find themselves crash landed on a desolate planet. Everyone else on the spaceship dies except for them, and they are stuck with each other. They don't know each other. And I play the baron, and Watto will play the junk dealer. And the comic strip is about these two characters who are stuck on this planet. And we're sort of operating from the comic strip sort of doesn't get past the first few pages sort of the play. So I'm not spoiling any of the things that happen in the narrative arc of the play. Sort of frozen in premise world. And so it's not too plotty a comic strip, but if you take a look, and I think we will when we have enough of those, I think we're going to try to put a little book together of the comics at some point, and maybe some other fun things might be appearing.
And also, someone's asking, would we put it up at SF Sketchfest? Not Absolutely. Something I thought about, but I think it's probably pretty doable, and that would be.
But it's also. The thing is, if there's a theater in San Francisco that wants to like bring this play to do a run for a few weeks or a few months or something, that's also possible. We could, who knows? You never know. I thought people were going to love Howard the Duck, so you don't always know what people like. Maybe people won't like the play, and we'll only do it a little bit. But if people like the play, maybe we do it a lot.
We've been doing some readings for friends of the show. Have been giving notes on the play, and it's been going very well. And I think people are excited for it. So,
yeah. And
anyway,
it's going to be pretty crazy. Because we basically, Watto and Patrick and I are flying over to Edinburgh to arrive the morning of August 1st. And on August 1st, we are doing 2 tech rehearsals, and then on August 2nd, we begin the run of the play. I mean, we know how to do.
I thought we had our first show on the 1st, so that honestly makes me so much happier.
Oh yeah, that's much better than if we had our first show on the 1st.
Great.
But the thing is, there have been discussions about, are you going to film it? Are you going to do this?
Yeah.
I am, and I'll say this: Watto is like, why don't we film it? Why don't we give it as a reward to people? I am adamantly opposed to people experiencing. I think if the first version that you see of it is a filmed version, then it probably is. That will probably mean that it didn't go well. Because the ideal thing is, there's a show in London called ABBA Voyage. I've been drinking. I don't know if you noticed. I've been drinking my water out of a ABBA Voyage water bottle. There's an ILM show. ILM. Is anybody familiar with ABBA Voyage, the show? So this is an ILM show. We used Irishman technology to de-age ABBA. They filmed one concert in a motion capture studio, and now ABBA can do a concert every day.
Mm-hmm.
There's a stadium that they built in London for ABBA Voyage, and it's going to be touring soon all over the world. I think they're going to be building places for it everywhere. When you go in to experience the show, even the hallway entering the show, they're telling people, turn off your phones, don't film this, because they want the surprise of the experience. They want people to walk in and not have seen a million clips of this online. They want it, you're entering this world. And we want, it's not that we don't eventually want to make a film of this. We would like to eventually make a film of this.
Yeah.
But at least initially, the ideal version of this is that you hear about it in Edinburgh and you get excited about it. And then maybe the play comes to some place that is closer to you than Edinburgh, and you can see the play and for the first time experience what happens in it in a way that is, as the kids say, in your face.
Now, someone here I can't find. Oh, here we go. Horde Jedi asked, George, can you tell us the first line of the play? I think we should do that if we get some donations.
Yeah, I'll do the first line of the play.
I'm watching the PayPal, so I know what's coming in. But if you guys can donate a couple dollars, I think that's how we do it. I also, let me throw up, I do have another T-shirt. Okay.
Lead Light is saying, hot take. I think not prohibiting recording and vloggers in Galactic Star Cruiser contributed to its failure.
I agree.
Talk about a little twist. Ooh, that's a fun one.
This is a fun one. This is a pretzel
on
it. Let's start the bidding. And you know what? Let's start the bidding at like $25 just to start it off at a
bargain basement. You know? Bargain. What a deal. $25.
It's a very good deal. It's a one-of-a-kind shirt made by Bring the Noise. We love it. We love it. This is this was a Philly. This was for the Philly show.
So this is for when we went to Philadelphia.
Yes. It's a very good shirt. Great. $25 from Keep Your Temper. Thank you so much.
And
$20 Pacific Andrew. We love it.
Yeah, we should. Are there some Philly fanatics? Show some Philly pride. You got to get this shirt back to your city. Plausible Deniability says that was a good show.
I agree.
But then Bring the Noise might come in and say, no, it wasn't. And then we'll have another one of those famous debates in the chat. And then they'll check and they'll say, no, we see it actually was a good show.
And also, Philly show on our YouTube. I want to say this because we've never really talked about this on the show. Our live shows get such fewer views, and I think there are some equally as fun moments in a lot of those live shows, and I wish more people would watch them.
There's an interesting thing that happens, I think, for those of you who are unfamiliar, because I know a lot of people like the Twitch experience because we have the chat.
Yeah.
When we premiere the shows on YouTube, there is a similar live chat during the premiere, and we usually try to show up for that chat because it's very fun to, even if you just want to lurk in the chat, you can still, when you're watching if you go to the YouTube videos, you can click and see what people were chatting about during the YouTube premiere. It's still not the same though. That is true.
No,
it's
a different beast. It's a different kind of show. And I think, I don't know. I think there's a lot of fun stuff in it.
But also, someone says that I never show up, but I'm a lurker. I don't comment on because as it famously, I can barely figure out how to use my cell phone. To quote what I said in the Industrial Light and Magic documentary.
Yeah.
Can barely figure out how to use my cell phone. How do you even use it?
Let's give this shirt one more minute. If anyone wants to go higher than $40, Plausible Deniability currently has it. Also, if you have won the shirt, just forward your receipt and remind me of which shirt you got to the GeorgeLucasTalkShow@gmail.com. Live shows are fun, but I feel like $45. I think you should, Steve. We're gonna do another show next month. We're gonna do another George and Patrick live stream
in July.
Yeah, I've got a cool guest who I'm trying to schedule right now, but it's a very exciting one. Yeah, I don't know. Live streams are fun, and I like doing live streams.
Someone is asking, will we be seeing a Baron and the Junk Dealer 356-day calendar? Maybe. I won't be one of those where you're asking if I'll do a strip for every day. The strip will not.
Does it end on
before the year's done?
Yeah, December 23rd or something?
I think it would be fun to do a calendar. It's not quite the full year.
Yeah.
I think it would sell a lot because it's just a conversation piece. Like, why?
Yeah.
We don't have all the days. I wouldn't have it just go up to a certain point in the year. I would drop some days during the middle of the year at random intervals.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I agree. The year is too long anyway.
All right. I'm going to call this $45 in the next, let's say
45 seconds.
Okay, 44.
1 second for every dollar.
42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33,
Great.
32,
Good.
31,
nice.
30,
I like this.
29,
Good.
28,
Great.
27,
Fine.
26,
It's great.
25,
Good.
24,
it's fine.
23,
it's good.
22,
Great.
21,
I like it.
20,
good.
19,
Great.
18,
fine.
17,
good.
16,
Great.
15,
fun.
14,
Nice.
13,
Special.
12,
fine.
11,
good.
10,
Great.
9,
fine.
8,
Great.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fun.
Air buddies, snow buddies, space buddies, spooky buddies, treasure buddies, Santa buddies, super buddies. Okay,
right.
45. I think you should Steve. All right, now I'm gonna let's see. Let me do. These are just two things that I'm like, people might like these. You ready?
Yeah.
This is related to a friend of the show. Okay.
Okay.
It's a copy of Stephen Tobolowsky's memoir.
Ooh.
It's called The Dangerous Animals Club. I'm currently in the middle of it. I have a second copy though.
My other buddy Steve.
And this is, in fact, a uncorrected advance proof copy that has a note from the editor on the back. That's very fun. It is not signed. I'll sign it if you want.
And isn't it funny that Tom Lennon played the doctor who worked with Sammy Jenkins in Memento, played by Stephen Tobolowsky.
Yep, it's a very good book. The writer of Bleak House Part 1 forward.
I have terrible news about Bleak House Part 2. It's been delayed.
Yeah?
I don't think it's going to come out this year.
Wait, what? Why not?
Too many other things.
George, I think we could tell this story. At our last New York show, my grandmother was there. And she came up to you and she said, I really want to read Bleak House, but I'm not starting Part 1 until Part 2 comes out. Yeah. She refuses to start it because she's been waiting.
Well, we've already made the sale.
I know. But it's not as,
I don't have time to format that book this year.
Yeah.
And to arrange the illustrations and the...
I get it.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
We didn't make any money on that. We priced it at the lowest possible, so we make no money, so we have no paperwork to deal with.
We're at $36.
That book was done purely for the love of the craft of it.
Yeah. This must be true. I don't remember doing it, but someone's Sir Mo Payne says I was sitting next to Patrick's family. He came up to me and said, "Don't be weird." That sounds right.
Oh, you will get Bleak House before Game of Thrones gets finished. That's a promise.
We're up to $40.
It would be very. Someone's asking if there are any Bleak House prequels. It would be funny if before I published Part 2, I wrote a Dickens prequel book.
You'd have to read it first.
I read enough of it. It's good. I know because I've seen movie adaptations. I know what happens.
Sure.
So I was gonna. My next Dickens I read, I'd rather read something that I haven't seen great adaptations of it because great adaptations lead to such high expectations for me.
All right, we're going to call this in 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
Stop
1.
the bidding.
Air buddies, snow buddies, space buddies, spooky buddies, treasure buddies, Santa buddies, super buddies.
All right, and we're down to one. We have one shirt left.
It's a no mark hat. No, we have two shirts and another item.
Another item.
Okay, great. Let's see. Here's another shirt. Oh, this is a related shirt to what we're doing right now. This is a good one. I actually like this shirt, and I was not going to do this one, but I felt like it was a good one to auction off. You ready?
All right, let's see it.
Green shirt that says $4 Friends Club.
That's a fantastic shirt to wear around. You can wear it to any occasion, really. It's perfect for get-togethers, parties,
great shirt,
gatherings. You go for a meal with a friend, you wear that shirt, put a blazer over it. Suddenly it becomes a little bit of a formal undercoat.
Yeah.
You can wear this to ceremonies. It's a great shirt for going on vacation. It's a holiday shirt. You wear it on Christmas morning. It's a great shirt for...
I understand that $4 is a funny joke. Let's start this one at okay, great. $44.
Yeah, it's a kind of shirt you could wear to a dedication, perhaps down at a shipyard if a large boat is being dedicated. This is the kind of shirt you could wear. Hold your head high. You run into someone you didn't expect to meet. Suddenly you're impressive to them. You didn't dress to impress, but you've done it anyway. Also has a casual fit. You can wear it, and it's built for comfort, but it's also the kind of shirt that will leave people thinking that you are someone who is on the way up, not on the way down. It's the kind of shirt that you can impress your parents or other relatives. If you have an aunt or an uncle, maybe disappointed in you, suddenly they see you wearing this shirt and they think I've misjudged this person. Maybe I was a little too harsh. Kind of shirt that if you were to go to perhaps a dance or a competition, maybe the judges would look kindly upon it and think, well, in a close decision, we'll give the advantage to the person wearing this shirt. Be a great shirt to celebrate Independence Day holiday coming up. It's reflective of light, so bright lighted fireworks. Someone might look away thinking that these fireworks are a bit too intense, see the glow and reflection on the shirt, and find that their 4th of July experience has not been diminished in any way. It's in fact been heightened because they've gotten an unexpected moment of enjoyment at a ceremony, a demonstration that just a few seconds earlier had been borderline intimidating to them. And now they can relax, seeing the way the colors reflect off of the shirt. Really, a shirt for any occasion, a sad occasion, perhaps a funeral or a firing. Perhaps if you find yourself in a management position, word has come down from corporate, there are going to be layoffs. People are going to be made redundant. You have to break the news to people that you have worked alongside for perhaps years, maybe decades. And maybe the kind of shirt that, as you break the bad news, could bring a smile to the face of someone now facing an uncertain future. But they can walk away in comfort knowing that they no longer have a job, but they have seen a shirt that was pleasant to the eye. This is the kind of shirt that if you were in a grocery store might make you feel, oh, is this an upscale store? I thought I was here for a bargain. But then they look at the price on the shelf and they think, oh, these are reasonable prices. What is that gentleman doing here? Or gentlewoman, perhaps. Could be worn by any gender. Take the shirt, put it in the laundry. If it has been in any way wrinkled or befouled, one quick cycle in the wash, followed by either drip dry on the line and or a cycle in the dryer machine if you own such a thing. And you'll find that the shirt is not quite back to 100%, but a solid 99% of what it was. Perhaps a quick run of the iron over it just to do away with a couple of those slight wrinkles, slight misshapen parts of the shirt where the fabric has been changed by the experience of having been worn and then cleaned by a non-professional. You can also take the shirt to a dry cleaner, have it cleaned by a professional using state-of-the-art equipment, and find it returned to you good as new.
Now, someone is asking in the comments, will more people bid higher if I put the shirt on? I need guaranteed yeses, and if they want it, I'll put it on. Totally up to them. I'll wear it for the rest of the show if they want. I like this shirt, though.
Are there people who would pay more to have it recently worn by Patrick?
That's the question.
Are there people who will pay more to see him toss it around? Devil may care. Look at this.
Okay.
Someone will retract a bit if you put it on.
Well, good news. You're not in first place, so it doesn't matter, big squiggles. Doesn't matter. All right. We're going to call this in 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 30. Okay. 75, 74, 73, 72, 71, 70, 69, 68, 67, 66, 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 44, 42, oh my gosh, 41, 39, 38, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. The clocking time, you go to bit.ly/BaronJunk where you can just put your name, your bid in if you want. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Air buddies, snow buddies, space buddies, spooky buddies, treasure buddies, Santa buddies, super buddies. Great.
We did it.
Okay, now I have 2 more items, George.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how. I'm gonna look to see how expensive this one is.
To see how expensive what is.
Okay, great. You ready?
What are you checking?
I want to make sure something. This is a toy of one of our friends.
A toy of one of our friends. Ooh, Babu Frick.
It's a Babu Frick Funko Pop. Who's interested? We love them. $50 from Dingo Industries immediately. Now this one's gonna have to be packed extra careful. So that is, I didn't even think about this. $70 from Floor Face Jingle Buns. We love it. Okay, Progre University, I got more. Sorry.
Yeah, times change.
Sorry. What do you want from me? Also, reminder, look, if you're just watching, you're like, I don't want any of this stuff, but I do want to give $5, $10. If each of you gave $2, we would be in a great place. If each of you gave $3, we'd be even in a better place. There's almost 400 of you watching. bit.ly/BaronJunk. Jersey Dave may have some friends for tonight. I'm not sure. Jersey Dave had a wild travel day, so we will see if Jersey Dave makes it tonight. If not, at the next show, Jersey Dave will have friends. But I wouldn't count on it tonight necessarily. Great. So we are at $70. If anyone wants to up this, I'm going to start. George, do you want to count down on this one?
No, I don't want to count down on this one. But what's the bidding at?
70.
All right. Instead of a countdown, I'm just going to talk about what it's like to be in my 70s. When I'm done talking about it, the bidding's over. So it's not going to have the reliability of a numerical countdown.
Or
just know,
if it goes up past 80, I think then you have to find something else.
I'll talk about the future. Then I'll talk about what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah.
Because I'll be 80 soon.
Yep.
Next year's the big year of birthdays. Because
Yeah.
I believe that next year is Lucas 80, George 80.
Yep.
And Watto 25. That's the big birthday celebration that I'm here to announce next year. Next year, the Watto 25 is going to be bananas. We're already making.
We have not talked about this. This is really something we've been talking about.
Yeah. We haven't talked about it publicly, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That it's a big year.
Yeah.
Because Watto 25 is a milestone like none other. Our boy is going to be 25, 2.5 decades.
Yeah.
And we all remember when, well, not all of us, but we all remember when the original work print of Star Wars Episode 4 turned 25. That was a milestone. And now we're getting to the point where the prequels are turning 25, and the prequels turning 25 means Watto's 25. So our baby boy is all grown up. And it's going to be, you know, my 70s have been an interesting decade because a lot of it I've spent working on the museum, and we have yet to reap the fruits of that labor, you know? And there's been so much Star Wars in my 70s, and I've never been less involved in making Star Wars. So it's not to feel like there's so much being made, and now they're making Indiana Jones movies without me. And you think, what am I supposed to do? Another TV show where I talk to James Cameron? What am I supposed to do? You know? Man, this museum opens up. I think people are going to be like, oh, so that's what you did with your 70s. It's going to be so cool. I know that Tom and Paget were talking about the gridlock, and I will admit the traffic's going to be terrible. The parking situation, I mean, it's going to be rough because this museum's going to be popular. How many people you know, Patrick? How many people you know in their 70s who make a museum?
None.
Yeah. You ever see that show, How I Met Your Mother?
I shouldn't say none. I know you. So there's one.
Yeah, but we were assuming that in the question was built in the notion that you already knew me.
I'm going to Google people who make museums in their 70s.
You ever see that show, How I Met Your Mother?
No.
Well, they should make a TV show with me called How I Made My Museum.
Oh. Okay.
Because they did How I Met Your Mother, How I Met Your Father, right? That's this new spinoff.
Yeah.
And How I Made My Museum.
Interesting. And you would be in it?
I'd be in it.
Who's
sometimes I just narrate. Sometimes I just narrate. Like, the narrator.
Yeah. Are you just the narrator, or you're in every episode too? Like,
I'm not in every episode unless they do a CGI of me.
So who's going to be in every episode? What's the cast like?
I don't know. Jason Segel.
Oh, it's just the original cast?
I mean, whoever we can get, but that was the first person because I can get Harrison to talk to Jason Segel, see if he'll do it because he does shrinking with him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So just Harrison, hey, will you see if Jason Segel will do How I Made My Museum?
Yeah.
Maybe George, will. If you want, we'll move on to someone else.
George, someone is asking, what's the donation incentive to go see Indiana Jones tomorrow with you? This is in where are you currently? You'll be in New York tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be in New York tomorrow.
You're flying out tonight.
Yeah. And it's not on the table because I'm busy. I'm already going to see it with some people.
Sure, but would you go see it twice if someone donated $500?
Well, the movie is long. There's literally not enough hours a day to see it twice.
Not answering my question.
No, I'm not going to offer. Number? Well, what's the donation incentive for you to move back to New York, Patrick?
$45,000. That's way too low. That's so low.
But it is on the board now. Can we put it officially on the donation board? If we get one bid, it has to be one bid. It can't be collective. One bid for $45,000, and Patrick will move back to New York.
One singular non-Tom Sharpling bid for $45,000.
Wait a second. If Tom wants to bid $45,000 for you to,
that just means he wants me out of this town.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, listen. If he's willing to pay $45,000. I think he's definitely, if he knew that it was going to be just more hassle for you than it's worth for that amount of money. I think it's on the table now.
Okay.
Let's go one single bid.
Can we move on from the 70, George? You think we're done?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're done.
Great. So just send an email, the George Lucas Talk Show. Remind me of what you got. Send me your receipt.
I want to introduce a new video game from LucasArts tonight.
Okay.
Not really from LucasArts, but let's say just for the joke of it, that if you go to you try to catch that, see that little URL that's like going across the screen. Try to catch that with your keyboard.
Yeah.
Try to catch it. Catch those letters. The way you catch them is you type all the letters, hit enter. That's what captures it. And then the way you get points is by giving dollars to that. And it's like, and the more points you give, the higher your score is.
Yeah.
The really fun video game from LucasArts also helps us out. And it basically just, but in order to take shots to score points, it will actually remove the dollars from the bank account or whatever that you have connected to your PayPal or whatever, however you're paying for it. But that's how the game is played. You try to catch this little URL with your typing fingers. And then when you get there, you score points just by shooting dollars at it. It's a very fun game. Ask your parents, kids. Ask your parents' permission if there's any kids out there that decide they want to play the game. And the game's just called PayPal. PayPals. And these Paw Patrol, these are not cops. I want to be clear on that, in case that's the reason people aren't playing. Because they're like, wait a second, these PayPals, are they like Paw Patrol? Are they cops?
Yeah.
Not cops. They're just pals.
Not cops.
Just friends. They're not cops. Because they sound like cops. They're not. They're just friends. And I know that some cops are friends with each other, but these are just PayPals.
But not with us. Not with us.
With us. Yeah.
We're making that stand on this show right now.
Yeah.
No cops are friends of the George Lucas Talk Show. Here we go. You ready for the last shirt?
Well, no, there's one cop. There's one cop that is a really good friend.
Who?
Francis Ford Coppola. Pew, 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 pew.
You ready for this last shirt?
Yeah. Let's see it. Clip it and ship it. This is a classic. I almost want to bid on this one.
This is a good one.
Defeat the purpose of it. Clip it and ship it. Anybody remember which episode Clip it and ship it came from?
I think it's the Buddies.
That's from the Buddies?
I think it's Buddies week. Well, I wasn't wearing it.
Plausible deniability should remember.
I was not wearing it during Buddies. I believe the Clip It and Ship It originated.
Yeah, when did Clip It and Ship It become a thing? Was that during the Buddies? On the day we talked to Whoopi?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I do like Beverly Hills Cop 3.
But no, you don't like him because he gets in your way.
Yeah, but I like the movie, even though the movie was made by a murderer, ironically. It is funny that Beverly Hills Cop 3 is made by someone who got away with murder.
Yeah, multiple
murder.
In fact, can you count it a serial killer because he killed 3 people the same way? Does that count?
No, because if it happens all at once, that's more like spree, but it's also was just negligence rather than
Sure.
Yeah.
We're at $50 currently for Clip It and Ship It. This is a medium. This is a Fruit of the Loom shirt. It's very comfortable.
FODL.
FODL.
Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah. George, did you know that Nick Tierce, friend of the show, Nick Tierce, is bringing up in the comments, how do you feel about work prints of Young Indy being screened at Paley Center this week?
These are the broadcast versions with Old Indy?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, Pirate's gonna pirate.
Pirate's gonna pirate.
You know what? At this
point, I don't have any adult Husky shirts. I only have the ones that fit me.
Yeah, they're only a little stinker sized.
Well, I would say they're medium stinker size. I would say every couple months you're like, oh boy, we might be we're close to big stinker size.
Yeah, I find that relatable.
Yeah.
What a hard thing it is to be alive in this world.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have, even though I obviously re-edited the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles into movies and I eliminated the Old Indy.
Yeah.
But I'm less invested in preserving that. I mean, it's also hard at this point. Like I still am devoted to destroying original editions of Star Wars, the work prints. When people bring those to the show, we will always do our best to destroy them in front of people. It gets such a great reaction because half the audience loves it so much, and the other half is just tortured by it.
Yeah.
But it is exciting. It is exciting because there are very few shows that actually destroy physical media at their shows. And there are obviously good things about physical media, but I'm a digital guy. What's this?
George McDougall put an update on Wikipedia.
Oh my goodness. This is going to get corrected by the Wikipedia editors. But I lament that I think Wikipedia is a less interesting place for the fact that McDougall, please send me the screenshot before it gets taken away.
I believe it was tweeted at you.
Okay, good. Those are two great facts. He never heard of Strange Magic and did not like Norman Rockwell. Boy, I feel bad for Tom. This does not, it reflects very poorly on him. Like people are gonna think, who is this guy? He doesn't know about Strange Magic. He doesn't like Norman Rockwell. Like, oh boy, that's a bad headline. I hope Deadline doesn't get a hold of that.
Oh boy, if Deadline gets a hold of that, that would think.
I would hate if once the trades get a hold of this. This is why you got to go through. You got to deal with PR people. You got to go through your reps. You got to. Yeah. We love having guests who come on the show and speak their mind, but every now and then we have a guest who really goes off, and we can't stop them. It's like a runaway train, and it's exciting. It's great for the show, but man, when it hits the trades, I just think, should we have protected him more the second he started saying some of that stuff? I mean, that was wild. That was wild, Patrick.
I agree.
When he started saying he had never heard of Strange Magic.
Yeah.
And then he started saying that he does not like Norman Rockwell because the paintings aren't sad enough. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah? You're sorry?
I'm sorry, but they're not sad enough.
Why did that take you so long to find that book?
They're not sad
Normally,
enough.
you're right on top of these things.
Well, I set it down where it normally isn't. So you're telling me this isn't sad enough? This isn't sad enough?
It looks like they're using chopsticks on that leaf pile.
Chopstick leaf cleanup? Isn't the sad thing you've ever seen? Look at that. That grandfather is like hoping he can be in heaven soon.
Yeah. Oh, he's praying. He said, "Get me up there. I'm so ready.
I envy the bird." Not sad enough. Not sad enough. How about this? I wish I'd never had a son. Look at that guy. It's like,
let's see some more sad ones.
You're telling me this isn't sad enough?
Oh my goodness.
I don't even know what this is.
Sad. It's sad. You're right.
What about this one? Jesus Christ, look at this one.
Yeah.
This guy, he's got a wife.
Yeah.
Okay. But he's looking at the calendar with this young woman on it. She's like, we're man and wife. I'm not enough for you. I'm not enough for you.
I mean, this is sad.
It's sad. That's a mermaid in a box. Yes, for someone who's asking.
Yeah.
That's a mermaid in a box. Not sad enough?
That's
sad. What about this? A bunch of jurors trying to convince this woman to agree with them.
I don't like that one.
One woman on the jury.
I don't like that one, George.
But it's mansplaining. He's sympathetic to her. She's like, get me out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Some of these really are sad. Ugh. Look how sad Normie is.
Is that Normie? He looks different with a hat.
Yeah. That's him as Busted Flush from the movie Stagecoach.
He's in Stagecoach?
Yeah, in the movie Stagecoach, he played the character Busted Flush.
Really?
Described as a mangy old gambler in a cowboy costume with a bad guy black hat and high-heeled boots that hurt his feet.
The 1939 movie Stagecoach?
Yeah, he said he would have done it just for fun, although union rules prevented him from speaking and required him to be paid as an extra.
He's not. He's not on Wikipedia.
Well, you know what? Time to fucking add him. Norman Rockwell is not on Wikipedia?
Oh, wait. Oh, there's a 1966 Stagecoach that it looks like he's in.
But he is on Wikipedia.
Well, Norman Rockwell's on Wikipedia, yeah. Wild.
Wild.
Okay,
Not near as wild as what Tom Lennon said before, that Norman Rockwell paintings aren't sad enough for him. What does he want, that little girl with the black eye to be dead? Or
we do need
the dog to have the dog be dead?
We do need some fan art. I think also Richard Kind agreed to be a docent, right?
Pretty sure.
We need some fan art of the three of them at a museum.
I would like some fan art of Sir Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin in The Edge.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you've seen it or not, preferably if you haven't seen it. They're fighting a bear.
Yeah.
And the catchphrase is, I'm going to kill the motherfucker. Or people who die in the woods don't die of hunger, they die of shame.
George, I made a mistake and I need to say something.
Okay.
When Paget was on earlier and we were talking about our shirts, I was supposed to say that Abigail is a gigantic Criminal Minds fan.
Can you text that to Paget?
I'll email it to Paget.
Oh, it's email contact?
I can text her, sure.
I just wanted to know now, while the show's still happening, get a response we can say within the record of the show.
Okay.
Will she know what the shirts mean?
I don't know.
Can you text a picture of you with the shirt?
Sure.
Here's what I want. Get a screenshot of get off the Namber Jams 75 off the screen.
Okay, I'm setting up a text. Hang on.
Setting up a text. Just send a text. You don't have to set up a text. It's not a toy train set. What's Patrick doing over there? Oh, he's setting up his texts.
Uh-huh.
He's setting up a text message. Yes, he's carefully set it up.
Uh-huh.
You know, you can do this on your phone. You can send a text on your phone. You don't have to make text out of Tinker Toys or whatever you're doing.
That's true.
You're not sending. You don't use those Legos. I know you're a Lego boy. You like Legos?
I do like Legos. You
don't do your text on Legos, do you? You have to set them up.
No, I don't think I do my text on Legos.
The screenshot where we're showing our shirts. Explain what Georgie Porgies are and how this is a reference to the Barbie movie.
Okay.
The dialogue is, "Come on, Barbie, let's go party."
Yeah.
This
is a lot of setup for a text.
A lot of context, because I don't want you sending some random text and bothering her when you could explain things to her in a way that she actually understands. This is the thing. When you communicate with people, it's respectful to give them slightly more information than they need compared to baffling them.
Okay. Show your shirt. Show your shirt. I don't know how to take a screenshot and do this. Hang on.
Have someone else take a screenshot and send it to you.
Yeah, someone tweet us screenshots. Tweet us a screenshot.
See, now you're talking.
Oh, I got one. Hang on, I got one.
Now you're talking. Look how when Patrick always fights you on the first thing. He's always like, "No, I don't wanna."
That's kind of my thing at this point.
No, but the thing is, Patrick, when you start like putting your mind to it, it's just like clockwork. You're just like firing on all cylinders. It's just like, but those first moves, you're like, "Nah, I don't want to." Like every time we want to do a show, we're like, "Patrick, produce a show." And he's like, "I don't want to produce it. I don't want to produce it." And I'm like, "Come on, Patrick, produce it." I'm paraphrasing. You'll be like, "I don't want to produce it. I don't want to produce it." We're like, "Come on, Patrick, produce it." And then he produces it. And we're like, "Great job, Patrick. You did a great job."
Mm-hmm.
And then he does that thing. He sits back with his hands on his head, like one of the cops just pulled him over and said, "Put your hands on your head where I can see them."
We're not friends with them. We don't want them on the show.
But that is what they sound like sometimes.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not denying that. Right. I'm not denying that. Are you having a good time tonight?
I think we're having a fun time tonight.
Yeah, I think we're having a fun time.
Okay,
so we're calling it at 75 for clip it and ship it. Whoever bid 75, you won. Just send your email to thegeorgelucastalkshow@gmail.com. Unless someone wants to pop in with a really last second bid. This is your last chance. Last second bid.
Last second bid.
Hey, George, look at this guy.
Oh, hey, that's the Fez guy who fights Indiana Jones in Last Crusade.
Yeah, not fun.
They're not the real villains.
No, he's trying to protect the Grail. That's his whole thing. His soul is prepared to die. How's yours?
Yeah, it's all right. It's a good movie.
It's a good movie.
It's a good movie.
Do you have an indie ranking?
They're all good.
Yeah, but they're all number one for you?
Yeah, I like Mystery of the Blues. I like Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Like Crystal Skull.
Mm-hmm.
Like Temple of Doom.
Mm-hmm.
I like
You haven't said Last Crusade.
Last Crusade's good.
Yeah.
Last Crusade's good.
Did we hit the point where George loses his energy?
No, I'm just thinking you asked me to rank them. I'm thinking I can't really rank these. Like they're not not rankable to me. I can put them in order, but I can't really rank them, you know.
Put them in order.
Put them in order?
Yeah.
All right. Well, the first one starts with me as like a real little kid. And that's just my first adventure for Indiana Jones, my first adventure. Then he meets Van Gogh, Passion for Life.
Oh, hang on. We have an $80 from Plausible Deniability coming in last second.
Last second. You never know what's going to happen around here.
I missed that one.
Things get pretty wild.
If anyone wants to go higher than 80, this is the second. This is the time.
Wow. Chapter 3, Indiana Jones and the Perils of Cupid.
What's that?
So the third Indiana Jones. I thought you were a fan.
George, to be honest with you, I've only seen the first one.
Raiders?
Well, I've seen no. I've only seen the first
adventure.
Yeah, I've seen My First Adventure, and then I've seen.
You like Last Crusade, right?
I do like Last Crusade. That's my favorite one.
Right. And what do you like about that one?
I think it's funny.
Why is it funny?
I think that the Marcus has a 2-day head start. If that scene, and then it cuts to him in Cairo, and he's like, "Does anyone speak ancient Greek?" I think it's the funniest cut in any movie.
But what's in an overall way? What's the overall biggest funny dynamic in that movie?
Dynamic. Funny is dynamic.
What's the plot?
I mean,
what kind of movie is it?
It's a father-son movie.
Father-son movie. So why won't you watch the fourth Indiana Jones movie?
Which is
story, Life with Father, Travels with Father.
I haven't seen it.
Travels with Father.
They're long, George. They're long.
How long do you think they are?
I bet they're over 90.
Travels with Father is.
I'm gonna say an hour 36.
132.
I was so close.
But you overshot it.
Sure.
Journey of Radiance. You ever watch Journey of Radiance?
I haven't seen Journey of Radiance or Irradiance.
Radiance.
I've not seen that one. What's that one about?
He learns about world religions in India before a near miss with death in China. You ever see Indiana Jones and the Spring Break Adventure?
You made that one up.
Nope.
What's that one?
Teenage Andy helps Thomas Edison. This one gets referenced in Crystal Skull because it's about Pancho Villa.
Pancho Villa one?
Yeah.
Oh, Indiana Jones and the Spring Break Adventure?
Indiana Jones, young Indiana Jones, and the Spring Break Adventure.
Someone please Photoshop just Indiana Jones on Spring Break. I was going to say into the movie Spring Breakers, but I feel like there's a lot of weirdness about that movie now. So maybe just on Spring Break. Sounds fun.
Yeah. We know what comes after that?
No, tell me.
Young Indiana Jones and Love's Sweet Song.
Oh, that's nice. What's that one about?
After witnessing an Irish uprising, Indy falls in love in London and heads for war.
Oh, wow.
Then that's followed by Indiana Jones and the Trenches of Hell.
Is he in the war in that one?
Yeah, he's on the Western Front.
Whoa.
He gets put in a POW camp.
Really?
Yeah.
What happens? He gets out of it?
You got to watch it. Well, obviously he gets out of it, or he would be in a POW camp during Raiders then.
Well, he could be slowly dying in that POW camp, and these are all just his dreams that he's having.
You know what the next one's called?
No.
Indiana Jones and the Demons of Deception.
Oh, that's a good title.
Then Indiana Jones and the Phantom Train of Doom.
I like that one. Now we're talking. Now we're getting into it.
Indiana Jones and Oganga, the Giver and Taker of Life.
That one
when
feels
Indiana
like
Jones is in Africa.
Yeah, that one feels like maybe it didn't age great.
These all age great. Indiana Jones and the Attack of the Hawkmen.
Hey, okay, I like that. Someone's asking if there are multiple age young indies. Yes, there are two. There's Sean Patrick Flannery, and then there's Corey Carrier, who was, I think, 11-year-old indie in that. And Corey Carrier, you can go back and watch on our show, the Harrison Ford marathon that we did. He's in that one.
Yeah, and then there's Indiana Jones and the Adventures in the Secret Service.
Okay, normal. Good normal one.
Indiana Jones and the Espionage Escapades.
Okay.
Indiana Jones and the Daredevils of the Desert.
What's that one about?
He is working for Lawrence of Arabia.
Okay. Cool.
Indiana Jones and the Tales of Innocence.
I like that one. George, who's your
favorite? Hey, look at this game. Look at this game.
Red Hawk Way. I don't know Red Hawk Way, but they've been coming in hot with fan art tonight, and I love it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I like being able to have the fan art. That's one thing I miss from doing these live streams is being able to actually have them affect the show.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones and the Masks of Evil.
Ooh, okay.
Indiana Jones and the Treasure of the Peacock's Eye.
Oh, I remember that one. I remember that title.
Indiana Jones and the Winds of Change.
Okay, what's that one about?
Indiana Jones and the Winds of Change. He attends the Paris Peace Conference and finally returns home to America, where he experiences the mystery of the blues.
Wait, is that the next episode or is that the same episode?
No, that's the next episode is Indiana Jones and the Mystery of the Blues.
Now, are you you're reading the titles for the television edits of these?
No, these are the movie edits.
These are the movie edits. Oh, okay.
Because these are multiple episodes that I combined into movies. But usually these were like two-parters.
Horde Jedi's asking, hang on, 85. I'm going to say, unless someone hops in now, 85 for Namber Jams is the last one. What is the donation amount where we get to hear the first line of the play? How much more money do we need to raise from where we are at right now?
Where are we at?
I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay. Just a little bit more.
You want to say $200?
From now, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so once we hit $200 more, we will raise that.
Indiana Jones and the Scandal of 1920.
Okay. What's that one?
That's related. That's actually related. It's not off topic. Indy gets a frantic summer job and is in over his head on the New York stage. So it's about a theater experience in the summertime.
Wow.
And
that's
then
right now.
And then the final is Indiana Jones and the Hollywood Follies, where he goes to Hollywood and faces imposing directors and deadly stunts.
Wow. George, someone is saying.
And then the next one is Temple of Doom, then Raiders, then Last Crusade, then Crystal Skull, then Dial of Destiny. A 23rd line of the play.
But part of Dial of Destiny is further back.
Yes.
Yeah. How much for the 23rd line of the play?
9.
Biff Bam Pow, you're saying you want to buy a zine of the Baron Junk Deal comic strip. The goal is to put this out as a book. That's what we would like to do eventually.
Yeah, I'll read the 23rd line of the play. But the 23rd line of the play, I'll only read that once we get $2,300 more.
Great.
Or when we get to $2,300, whichever arrives first.
Okay. Because $0.
But actually, if people want to ask some more questions in the chat, we don't do this a lot, but I'll answer some questions in the chat.
George, I'll answer some questions too.
Yeah, I said we, didn't I?
Do we know if Jersey Dave is bringing friends tonight? I will text him. I would imagine no. He had a very long travel day.
Very long travel day. So, how am I doing, Georgie? Doing okay. I don't know what Patrick Steele is. Have I seen No Hard Feelings? Yes, I have. It's funny.
It is funny.
Friend of the show. Stars in it.
Yeah. We should get more people from that. We should get more people from that movie on the show.
Yes.
There's a lot of funny people in that movie.
The questions are now going too fast. I've missed most of them.
Okay. Here, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, what I was going to say.
Who's your favorite WNBA team?
I can't choose.
What's your favorite David Lynch film?
Straight Story.
Have you seen Asteroid City?
Yeah, it's fun. Can't fall asleep if you're not awake.
Patrick, what do you get from Friendlies? I get a birthday cake frenzy. Hey, George, have you seen Asteroid City yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone is saying, let's see. George, what's your go-to movie snack?
Probably blueberries or Chili's burger.
George, have you seen No Hard Feelings?
That says, have you seen You Hurt My Feelings?
Oh, I don't know what that is.
That's the Julia Louis-Dreyfus movie. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, sure.
Part of the Feelings trilogy that's come out this year. No Hard Feelings and You Hurt My Feelings.
George, would you go on Hot Ones? Hot Ones.
Yeah.
George, do you think Yoda would like Indy?
Yeah.
Like
him, he would.
Oh. George, will you see Barbie first or Oppenheimer first?
I'm gonna see him at the same time. I booked a screen. I booked a double IMAX. I set up a double IMAX. I'm gonna watch them on two screens side by side.
George, is banana bread really cake?
It's both.
Okay. Why do you think people did a lot of art during the pandemic?
Because there was a pandemic and they were locked up. Same people do art in prison.
Would Crispin Glover have been good in Star Wars?
He would have been great in Star Wars.
I
would have cast him as C-3PO, his brother.
Do you think 100 years in the future, your
ex-wife brother, Crispin Glover, I would have cast him as C-3PO's brother.
Sure. Do you think people will be talking about Marsha Lucas in the same breath as you as a creative force on A New Hope in 100 years?
My wife is Melody Hobson.
George, do you own a fedora?
I do.
Indy the dog?
Was this a follow-up? Yes, there was a dog named Indy.
Who would win, Ewoks versus Na'vi?
Oh, I thought I said Ewoks versus Nazis. I'm like, Ewoks would be the Nazis any day of the week. Those fucking horrible people. Ewoks versus Na'vi. It's tough. Na'vi, I mean, I'm going to say Ewoks.
When do you wear your fedoras?
When I want to feel cool.
Do you think Greedo and Han ever explored each other's bodies?
Yeah, they shot at each other.
George, can we see the ball you took home? George, are those...
Hey, what was the last one? Yeah, Ewoks.
Are those new glasses?
No.
No?
No.
What's your favorite park in New York City, George?
Central.
No.
Avenue.
What's this ball?
This ball?
Yeah.
It's just a ball.
Is Belushi be okay during the writer's strike?
Da 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 da.
What is that?
It's a little song he sings to himself and does a little dance. He's fine.
Is it? Okay. Do you think you could beat any LucasArts game without looking at the screen?
No, or hard. I can barely figure out myself.
Would Howard the Duck and Indiana Jones like each other and be friends?
Eventually, but I bet they'd wisecrack at each other. They're both notoriously grumpy.
Did you say wisecrack?
They wisecrack at each other.
Or wise quack?
It's very good.
Mustard or mayo?
Colonel or clinic?
Both.
No, that's my answer.
Oh, okay. How many lines does C-3PO have in A New Hope?
Of dialogue or cocaine?
George, Dream SNL cast. I'm going to expand this. They do not have to have been cast members on SNL. They can be living or dead. And one of them has to do update.
I like the Randy Quaid, Robert Downey Jr. year.
That's your dream cast? Is just that cast? You could put anyone in there. You could put Jesus Christ in there.
Wait. But you didn't specify what kind of dream. That was a nightmare.
Best cartoons between 1940 and 1950.
What year was Clock Cleaners?
I don't know.
I'm going to say Der Fuhrer's Face.
Did you know they play one of Linda Ronstadt's songs in The Last of Us?
Which song was it?
Kids in the Hall or Mr. Show?
Very funny shows. Why choose?
Favorite Peanuts character?
Charlotte Braun. Now I'm just being contrary.
Three Stooges or Marx Brothers?
Marx Brothers.
Thoughts on Muppets Mayhem?
I haven't seen it yet. Looks funny. I just haven't had a chance yet. I do know that when you go to look up Young Indiana Jones Chronicles, it's right between Muppets Mayhem and the Cat from Outer Space.
Oh,
so it's a good company. It's a good company.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool stuff.
Dave Foley or Kevin McDonald?
Oh, yeah, they're funny. I don't want to... those two are too funny to choose between. They are 50-50 funny equals.
Although I'll say this, Kevin McDonald's been on the show. Dave Foley hasn't. So
yeah, so we'll go with Kevin. But also, I don't want this to get back to Dave, and then he doesn't come on the show because we threw a judgment his way. We've already burned the ask on Kevin.
Favorite pizza topping?
Another pizza.
How is Tables a job?
Very carefully.
George, do you like the new Mickey Mouse shorts? They're good.
Well, if they're good, I like them. I like good things.
George Carlin or Ringo Starr?
For what?
What is the nickname for your friends group with Steve and Francis?
The Filmmakers.
Do you have a squad?
Yeah, just the Filmmakers. It's with a bunch of artists.
Which Star Wars character would make the best docent?
Rob Hubel.
Best way to go fast, car, plane, or riding on an animal?
Car, plane.
Okay, George, we have surpassed the extra. Oh, wait, no, we have not. We're close, but we have not. We're getting real close.
For the first line?
For the first line, we're very close.
Right.
The Beatles or the Muppets?
Again, these are not in the same discipline, so I'm going to say the Beatles.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the Muppets. I've worked with the Muppets.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say the Muppets.
Did you know that in Man on Fire, Denzel Washington's character has a Linda Ronstadt fixation?
I did know that.
What would Jim's dad make of Princess Leia and Luke's kiss? That's a great question.
Jim's dad?
From American Pie, Eugene Levy's character, Jim's dad.
Whoa, he'd be outraged. He can't believe this is happening.
Shining Time Station.
Yes.
Pick a side. George Harrison v. John Lennon.
This is a heaven fight?
Mm-hmm.
Go with John. George is grumpy.
Have you forgiven the city of Chicago?
I don't like a grumpy George.
Have you forgiven the city of Chicago for not building a museum?
No, I will crush them like a bug.
They fly now?
Yeah, they do.
Absolute best Norman Rockwell painting.
I mean, I'm going to change my mind on this 5 times a day.
Yeah.
You know, you just can't help it.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, I'm going to go with this guy, the apple peeler. It is a full body shot of a man carefully peeling an apple. Let's get some fan art of the apple peeler. What if the apple peeler was in The Edge with Sir Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin fighting that bear? For that fan art right now.
Here is Indiana on spring break in Gilmore Girls.
It's great.
Thank you. Bring the noise. Is Pepsi okay?
Yeah. Pepsi's okay.
Column A or column B?
Column Applebee.
Okay. This next one is 2 questions, but I'm going to start with the first question, okay? How's Mickey Knife?
Oh, how's Mickey Knife? Yeah. I'm not sure where Mickey Knife is.
You better go find him.
I'm not Mickey Knife's keeper.
I feel like you kind of are. Am I wrong?
Where is Mickey Knife?
I don't know. Go find him.
I don't want to go looking for him. Mickey Knife
Why?
Mickey Knife doesn't want to be found. The last thing you want to do is go looking for him. You might not like what you might not like what you find.
Follow-up question: how's Big BB-8?
Big BB-8?
Yeah.
Gone. Long gone.
Best diet soda. Oh, now you're leaving?
I won't look for Mickey Knife.
George, you gotta clean up. You gotta clean up that couch, George. It's a little messy.
No, that's not a couch.
What is it?
A workbench.
Okay, well, you gotta clean up that workbench then. What? I see a peanuts. Is it a pillow?
No, it's not a pillow. That's a tapestry.
Oh, like the person that Indy wanted to tell Lord Clarence MacDonald that he was there to clean. Oh, what do we got here? Okay, this is Diet Polar Diet Double Fudge.
Thanks for reminding me. This is to remind people of the fact that there are 0 calories per serving, but 10 per bottle.
Oh no! How many servings in the bottle?
There are 3 servings in the bottle, each containing 0 calories. But when drunk in succession, 3.333 calories emerge from each
Wow.
of the servings.
George, where were you when George Harrison died?
Somewhere else.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
Maybe.
Oh boy. Favorite Patrick moment?
When he didn't move to LA.
Favorite shampoo?
The Hal Ashby one.
Favorite on-screen bear?
Which screen? Small screen?
Yeah.
Probably what's his name? Carmy in The Bear, in LaBeouf.
Oh, I don't watch it.
You should watch it, Patrick. I don't know why you moved out to LA if you're not interested in show business.
That's a Chicago show. Do you believe in life after love?
Yeah.
Best kiss?
Anyone. My next one.
Parsley, sage, rosemary, or thyme?
And.
Do you like roller coasters?
No. I love roller coasters.
Who would you want to play George Lucas in a movie about your life?
Probably. Well, at this point, they could do what they do in Dial of Destiny, where they have a lot of footage of me. They can have me play it.
Yeah, that's true. That's what you'd want?
Probably, yeah, I think so.
What about if you only eat celery, you'll get super thin and popular?
Maybe I should do that.
Favorite off-screen bear?
Probably Baron Papanoida.
What is George Prov?
Okay, so George Prov. So we're doing 30 shows in 27 days.
Yeah.
In August at the Edinburgh Festival Fringe. If you know anybody who's going, tell them about us.
Yeah.
Or if you know anybody who is capable of going, considering it.
Yeah.
So we're doing the play, The Baron and the Junk Dealer, and that's happening 22 performances from August 2nd through August 24th, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That will be every day except for one day off at 17:55, which is 5:55 p.m. On every Friday in August, we're doing a late night George Lucas talk show with guests.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about the play, but we'll also have other things happen. Watto could not be there for the final 4 days of our slot for The Baron and the Junk Dealer.
Mm-hmm.
He had a scheduling conflict, but we already had the slot. So I decided that I'm going to do a show called George Prov, an improvised theatrical experience. And it's partly inspired by the work that ILM did in ABBA Voyage. Basically, what I did this a couple months ago. I went into a motion capture studio in Marin County, and I basically did all the improv moves for about a week. I did every kind of improv move that you could do. And we captured it from every angle. So I did every kind of suggestion, every kind of scene. I did voices. I did different characters.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to be in there. I'm going to be there in person for The Baron and the Junk Dealer. But then for George Prov, it's actually going to be, we're going to have an analog performer who'll be there physically. But the performer will have a digital skin, digital facade projected all over them. That will just it will look real. It's astonishing. It looks so real. So there'll be a real performer who'll be there physically acting out the moves, but the moves will be pre-captured. This is all new technology. So I'll have a digital avatar projected onto an analog performer. And all 4 shows will be different. It'll be just like ABBA Voyage. Obviously, I won't be doing any ABBA songs, so it'll be different in that respect. It's not a musical show. But other than that, it'll be basically ABBA Voyage. I'll interact with the audience, do improv scenes, monologues, characters. It'll be sort of a combination of an evening with George Lucas and a one-person improvised show with characters and scenes, monologues, wishes, poems, whatever happens.
Can you show us some of those moves that you input into the machine?
Sure. If people donate $1, I'll do it.
Okay. If people donate some dollars, I'm looking at where we are right now. If we get a couple dollar donations, that'd be great.
You also can donate more than $1 if you want.
That's true. That's absolutely true. How many GLTS guests have been on the Bear? I can think of at least one, but there must be more.
That's a Patrick question. You'll have a better memory for that sort of thing.
I just went and looked. I saw 2. I saw Bob Odenkirk, who was inadvertently a GLTS guest, and Mitra Juhari, who was on the stage show at least once, maybe more than once. I'll say this. There is someone that I'm close to booking for next month that has been on at least one episode of The Bear. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I'm just saying there's someone who's been on at least one episode of The Bear.
Wow. Oh.
So, yeah. Okay. Alice Cooper Muppet Show episode, yes or no?
Yeah, school's out for the summer.
Is it cake?
It is.
Favorite exit pursued by a bear?
The one in Cymbeline.
Favorite on-screen bear ass?
Probably one of the country bears.
Not Sipowicz? It's got to be Sipowicz.
He's got a good butt.
He's got a good little butt. Favorite John Williams cue?
I mean, that's very hard to choose from because he's done so many great ones. Star Wars cues, Indiana Jones cues, even my buddy Steve, like, he says so many things that are like the E.T. music's great. Do you like the E.T. music?
ET music's great.
ET music's great. Yeah, I don't know. Can't pick one.
How much junk does the junk dealer have in his trunk?
There's literally a joke about that in the play.
Favorite non-Papanoida Baron?
Maybe I have to cut that joke since it's already out in the comments.
No, it'll be like it's a fun shout out now.
Munchausen.
Has the junk dealer been to Martha's Vineyard?
No, I don't think so.
Did George ever meet Del Close?
Yeah, he's in American Graffiti.
Watto hologram?
Impossible.
Why do I feel like George is about to explain the premise of Lightyear?
What is this a reference to?
I don't know. It was 3 minutes ago.
What was
that comment?
What was I saying then?
I don't know. I've heard of Dancing Queen, but Rebelling Princess?
Oh, when I was describing George Prov, it was going to sound like Lightyear?
Maybe. Thoughts on the second season of Star Trek Prodigy featuring Zooks being put on the shelf, very similar to Detours?
You shouldn't put that stuff on the shelf.
I agree. Oh, here's a big question that we've not discussed, and I think it's good that we're talking about it now. Will George Prov be recorded?
I don't know how he would.
You don't want it recorded?
I don't know how we would. How would we do it?
Just tape it on a phone.
Whose phone?
I mean, I'm going to be there.
Your phone?
Yeah.
Maybe.
We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes.
We'll see how it goes. Oh, great question. Worst Muppet.
I'm gonna go out. I have a choice that some people might quibble with.
Yeah.
It's not. I don't know if it's technically. I think people might say this is not answering the question correctly, but I do think it's the right answer.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Kissinger.
Right? I actually have a question.
But he does look like he's not. He doesn't look like a real person, right?
He looks like Stregonona.
What's Stregonona?
What's Stregonona? Stregonona is a children's book. I tweeted this years ago. Let's see if I can find this tweet.
Let's find that old tweet. You know, sometimes when you try to look for old tweets now, they don't come up.
I mean, that sounds right. Strega. Great.
Let's see.
I don't like that this takes so many clicks now to get this up here. All right, here we go.
Yeah. I would do agree this is an insult to what seems like a perfectly nice lady.
I have a question. This worst Muppet reminded me of this. I've had this discussion with a friend of mine. If they had to permanently kill off a or B list Muppet, who would be the most okay to do it to? Permanently kill off.
Like they're dead and they mourn them?
They are dead. This character is dead. There's a funeral for it within the world of the Muppets. They are never to appear in another thing again.
It would probably, to answer it legitimately, not in a joke way.
Yes, I'm saying Muppet specific, not Sesame, not Fraggle, Muppet specific.
Yeah, I think it would probably be, you could probably, the one that would be most interesting to do, I think, and the most okay to do would be either Statler or Waldorf.
Sure.
Because you could, like, if you decided that the utility of them being hecklers had run its course, you could, I mean, I don't think this is a good idea, but it's interesting to imagine an arc where they decide we're going to kill off Statler or Waldorf.
Sure.
And then actually.
Who do you do it to?
I
think it's Waldorf.
I get them mixed up, to be perfectly honest.
Statler's got the butt chin.
So you kill off Waldorf?
I think so.
Probably, because I think Statler, the way you would do it, he'd die during one of the shows.
Yeah, 100%.
And Statler would be like, your joke's so bad, you fall asleep, or whatever. He'll like say a bunch of things. and then he'll realize.
And then it's like the Ewok trying to wake up the other Ewok.
Yeah, then he realizes, and he'll be like, oh, 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 oh. Like, hey, wake up. Huh? Come on, wake up. Oh no. Oh no, buddy. Buddy. Somebody call a doctor!
And then Dr. Teeth comes out.
Doctor!
Dr. Teeth walks out.
Yeah, then Dr. Teeth, hey, somebody call a doctor. And the Electric Mayhem starts playing at 1, 2, and he's like, no, no. He's like, and I think Statler lets out a silent scream a la Al Pacino in Godfather Part 3, like on the steps of the Edinburgh. He's like, you can't hear him over the sound of the Electric Mayhem. And then Fozzie is the only Muppet who comes to the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
And Statler is kind of surprised.
Yeah.
Like, nobody else came. And what are you here to, like, get your, like, he's like first a little bit mad that Fozzie's like there to like dance on his grave or something. And Fozzie's like, no, you are my best audience. Even though your heckles make me a better comedian. Like and they have this conversation and he goes, oh, not that much better. And he's like starts laughing and crying. And I think Statler, like Fozzie goes back to Statler's house where he lives. He lives in maybe not the same apartment. Do they live in the same apartment?
I don't know.
I think they live in a. I think they live in a.
Waldorf is canonically married to Statler's sister.
Right. So she's maybe. She's at the funeral then with him, right?
Yeah.
But I think they all live in an independent living facility. Yeah. Maybe Waldorf has moved from. He finds out at this point that he's like. Fozzie's like, hey, I thought you guys lived together. He's like, no, Waldorf had to move down to assisted living about 8 months ago. It's not too far. Well, we used to live like across the hall from each other. I like that better. And hey, you want to? I guess I better go. Hey, you want to stay for dinner? You don't want me for. No, it's okay. You know, since my wife passed away, it's just been me and Waldorf. Are you gonna come to the show tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, okay, I'll have dinner with you. Oh, okay. Oh. And they have a nice dinner together, and they have a real conversation where it's like, so what kind of comedy do you like? Oh, I'll show you. And they like watch some videos of the comedy that they do like.
What is it?
I think they like.
I know what it's not. I know Statler doesn't just like turn on ridiculousness on MTV or something. You know what I mean? I know it's not that.
I would set this during the run of the Muppet Show. So I'd set this early 80s.
70s. Oh, okay.
Early 80s would be when I set this.
Sure.
And I think they like Richard Pryor. I think they have really good taste in comedy. I think they like Andy Kaufman. I think they like I think that
I think it has to be people who were not on the Muppet Show.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think of if there's anyone on the show. I feel like there is an episode where they actually like the person.
Right. I think they like I think Statler plays pulls out a vinyl copy of The 2,000-Year-Old Man by Mel Brooks and Carl Reiner and plays the record for Fozzie. And Fozzie's like, wow, this is great. I never heard this before. And I think what ends up happening is that like Fozzie and Statler start like when he's like they end up hanging out together because Statler doesn't have anybody anymore. His wife's dead, his friend's dead. And Fozzie starts coming over to Statler's house to watch comedy things and listen to comedy, but then you see Fozzie's comedy getting better at the Muppet Show.
Yeah. Oh yes, misinformation saying Milton Berle's the one they love, which makes 100% of sense. That makes so much sense.
Yeah, Uncle Milty.
Yeah,
Mr. Television.
I think Buck Henry's a good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these are all. That's a good pitch.
Yeah, I mean, this is really just doing Muppet fan fiction now. My wife.
I think it's Crazy Harry.
My pitch for Crazy Harry. Well, let me hear your pitch for why Crazy Harry should be the one that you can die easily.
He doesn't bring. I love him. I love the guy. One of my good friends. Doesn't bring that much to the table and sort of feels like a weird, outdated cultural artifact a little bit. You know what I mean?
I think the only way to make him not feel outdated is to do something terrible.
I don't know what that means.
He blows up the Muppet Theater and then gets put in a Supermax prison.
Sure.
He's prosecuted under the Patriot Act.
Yeah. Or you could just kill him.
And in the Muppet world, the Supermax prison would be run by a character named Supermax.
Uh-huh.
Hey! Welcome to my prison! Who's that guy?
Uh-huh.
I'm Supermax!
Led like questioning is Crazy Harry A or B string, though. I say 100% yes. You think he's C?
Yeah.
Here's my reason why, and this is getting really in the weeds. They made a line of busts of the Muppets maybe 20 years ago, and there is a Crazy Harry bust. And I think if you look at that list, those are all the top tier boys.
Yeah.
I think Crazy Harry is an A or I think he's a B tier, to be fair. But I don't think C. Also, someone is saying Bill Barretta would play Supermax, and that's 100% true.
And the Supermax prison would have he'd be showing all the state-of-the-art facilities and showing off everything that they have. And like, what's that over there? Would pan over and it would be the Barretta merch corner, and Supermax be like, he wouldn't even say a line of dialogue in reaction. He'd just go like, move on.
Uh-huh.
He'd be unimpressed with the Barretta merch corner. Do we have the so I didn't expect to do such a long pitch on that question, but I do feel like any question. I know people didn't like it when they sort of got into the drama of the Office version of the Muppets with like Kermit being like uncharacteristically mean, perhaps, or whatever. But I do think if you're gonna like kill off a character, I think you're right that Crazy Harry is the one who'd be missed the least if you just did a thing like that. But if you wanted to do a death and have it be like Mr. Hooper, like where it matters,
yeah,
I think the arc of Statler, of Waldorf's death, at like there being a point where Fozzie does a set that's legit funny, it kills, and Statler's realizing that Waldorf would have like him telling him Waldorf would have loved that. Yeah. What's this? What's that noise?
Oh, I'm getting text messages.
Oh, yeah?
People are telling me they're genuinely tearing up at your Statler Waldorf pitch. Those are the texts I'm getting.
Genuinely sad.
Yeah. There you go.
All right. Here we go. Look at that. That's the apple peeler and the edge.
Let's see if I got any more. There you go. Do you wanna answer more questions, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, let's get some more questions.
All right, let's get some more questions. Look, I'll say this. We had a plan for where the show's going, and things have slightly shifted. So let's keep answering questions.
What shifted? Tell me in the private chat.
I did. Favorite magician?
Tell her.
Patrick, best bring to noise shirt. I think it's this one. George, you can keep answering while I go find it.
Favorite Donald Duck shorts? Probably Der Fuhrer's face is one of them. I'm trying to think though. There's a couple of really perfect ones. Good Time for a Dime. It's really good. Oh, I forgot to ask Paget about being the voice of. I forgot to ask Paget about being the voice for Donald Duck's sister, Waterwood. Yeah. Greetings from Waterwood.
I like this one a lot. Yeah, I was going to bring it up, and then we just kept getting distracted.
Getting distracted, didn't we? We do that, don't we?
Yeah.
I mean, in a way, it's good that the format of the show is loose enough that we can get distracted. You know?
Yeah.
We're
George,
lucky.
Can I plug something, George?
Yeah.
I have a show coming up. No, I have a show coming up that I'm producing that I think is going to be really fun. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Let me get the graphic up. If you're in Los Angeles, you can come to this show. It's July 6th at the Lodge Room in Highland Park. And we were talking about No Hard Feelings earlier. Natalie Morales, one of the stars of No Hard Feelings, she's doing it's like a variety show with some really rad guests that we've not announced yet, but like two people that I'm very excited for. And we'll probably have a third one too, but like real star power on this show. But it's in Highland Park on July 6th, and if you're in the area, you should come out because it's going to be fun.
We do have a few new shirts that are on the.
Well, yeah, we do. You want me to bring those up too?
Caller site. Let's bring those up and show them.
And I'll say this: we have a couple things that are in the pipeline still that have not been put up yet, but that once
somebody said they were looking for a Baron and the Junk Dealer shirt in the style of the comic strip, and there will be one soon.
Yeah.
So we have a few text ones with Crawley.
Yeah, we got this one. This is a good one.
Says, Watto and Patrick and retired filmmaker George Lucas and Better Boy and Better Girl and Gizmo.
Yeah, that's a good one. This is at belowthecollar.com/George Lucas Talk Show. This is just one that says, I like the George Lucas Talk Show. This is incorrectly labeled, but I will have them fix that. I just thought it'd be fun to have one that just says the show's name on it, because I think most of our stuff does not have our name on it anywhere.
Yeah.
Here's one that just says, I'm a Georgie Porgy, which is a good one in the Star Wars yellow. Here's a good one that George can act out for us.
I wonder if he means old Ben Kenobi.
There you go. And then this is one that is in the Baron and Junk Dealer style a little bit, but it is George and Watto and Patrick on there.
Yeah.
And it also has text that just says May 4th on it, which
4th.
I think is fun.
Yeah. All fun things for fun people to enjoy.
All fun things for fun people to enjoy.
Trying to think if I have anything fun to share with anybody. You like comics, Patrick?
I do.
You want to play a guessing game? You want to guess what comic book I have in my hands?
Yes. I'm going to say it is not a DC comic.
It is not a DC comic.
I'm going to say it is not a Marvel comic.
It is not a Marvel comic.
It is. Is it a Disney character comic?
Yes, but that answer is misleading.
Oh shoot! I have something else that I can auction off, but I don't know where it is right now. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Fascinating.
Yes, but the answer is misleading. Okay, so is it a Star Wars comic?
No.
Is it a yes, but the answer is it a Fox property?
No. Nobody owns this character.
Nobody owns this character. Public domain.
Anybody can make a comic of this.
Okay. Is it a character in a Disney movie?
I believe in a featurette, I think.
Okay.
Maybe there's a movie, but I think there's just a featurette.
A featurette meaning a short, or a featurette meaning like a Make Mine Music?
No, that's a package movie.
That's what I meant. I meant like a package movie.
No, it's not a package movie. I think it's a. Let me look up to confirm this. I believe featurette is usually just longer than a short, like Donald in Magic Land is a featurette.
Someone's asking a great question. Is it The Reluctant Dragon?
It's not The Reluctant Dragon.
I would say Reluctant Dragon feature length, because even though he's not in that full movie, that whole movie is about him.
And I don't recall offhand.
Hang on. Gavin WA42 says, I wore my Watt shirt while on stage with my band, and that photo ended up in the Christian Science Monitor. Can you please send us that photo?
Yeah, can we see that?
Someone is asking if it's Hitler.
No, but that's not like it's not close, but it's not far in a way.
Is it a real person?
Yes. That's what I mean. It's not close in terms of that, but it's closer than like Goofy.
Is it the Pope?
No. Although he does have one thing in common with Goofy, at least.
Okay, he goes by a lot.
I'm thinking of one particular thing, at least not in this comic, but in the Disney version, he has one thing in common with Goofy at least one thing that I know of. Two things in common with Goofy.
Okay.
This is a character, is a real person.
It's a man.
This is not a Disney comic. Real
it's a
person.
Man?
I said person.
Well, I'm asking you a question.
No, you were saying it's a man. That's not a question.
Is this a person that was alive in the 1900s?
No.
Is this a person that was alive in the 1800s?
Let's see when he died.
Okay. So primarily 1700s.
I don't know what year he died.
Is it Johnny Appleseed?
He died in the 1700s.
Is it Johnny Appleseed?
Nope.
Is it George Washington?
Nope.
Is it a political figure?
Yeah.
Is it Benjamin Franklin?
Now, what does he have in common with Goofy? In the Disney version, he's friends with a mouse. In Ben and Me.
Uh-huh.
I don't own this comic, but that's the comic of.
Is Ben and Me just a featurette? I guess it is.
21 minutes long. Came out in 1953. Yeah. And what else does Benjamin Franklin have in common with Goofy? Friends with a mouse. What else?
Syphilis?
He fucks. We don't know a lot of Disney characters who do. Goofy's like the only one that we know for sure does.
Yep, that's true.
Here's my grandfather, here's my nephews. And you're just like, who made anybody here, guys? And Goofy's like, gosh.
Which one was
I made
one?
Max.
Was that the first thing that you thought of that they had in common?
No, Friends with the Mouse is the first thing.
Oh, okay.
Have you ever seen the cartoon Conrad the Sailor?
No.
I'm going to show a little bit of it.
The email is thegeorgelucastalkshow@gmail.com to send that photo from the Christian Science Monitor.
I'm going to show just a little bit of this Warner Brothers cartoon, Conrad the Sailor. I know you don't like it when I show. Oh, you're like so exhausted, right?
Well, no, I don't like showing copyrighted stuff, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know, but as you said, pirate's going to pirate.
That's great.
Hold on. I'll turn the volume down so you're not. So this is Conrad the Sailor. It is a Merry Melodies cartoon. Boom. Okay.
Yep.
And starts off. It's got these guys. They're like,
sure.
Okay, so there's some dogs on a boat, but now listen to this.
We're shoving right off again. Nobody knows where or when.
Can you hear that?
We're shoving right off
Yeah.
again.
That's Pinto Colvig,
I don't know what that is.
the voice of Goofy.
Oh, okay.
Been going for years and years, and then we're shoving right off for home, shoving right off for home, shoving right off for home again.
Oh, weird.
And we are too.
Weird.
And then he's interacting with Daffy Duck. And I do want to convey this is one of the funniest justifications for an animated character to ever antagonize another character. Okay? Listen to Daffy Duck's, and then I'll turn it off, but listen to Daffy Duck's explanation. Okay? He imitates him for a second, and then he explains his motivation. And that is the entire motivation that he's given. He just says, Pew, is that guy awful? Gee, it just makes me sick. And then he spends the rest of the cartoon antagonizing him. But it's Mel Blanc and Pinto Colvig.
It's pretty cool.
Goofy and Daffy, essentially, voice actor-wise, paired off against each other.
That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
I'd buy the George commentary for Looney Tunes, all of them.
It's a lot.
I mean, we could just watch Looney Tunes right now if you really. This is a throwback to the old days.
Oh, it's like there's a disease raging all over the country, all over the world.
Ledley was asking if buying merch helps our fundraising goal. It does. We don't get as much money from it, but it does help.
Yeah, and it also helps if you want to have the merch, because then you get the merch at the end of it. But it does help a little bit.
Watch Back in Action. Someone's saying watch Looney Tunes Back in Action. Is that streaming anywhere?
Probably, although no, I mean it depends. Because it a tax write-off. I'm sure it'll be on a fast channel as soon as David Zaslav can get a check for it.
It seems as though you can only buy it on Amazon. It's not a free stream.
Great job, Zaslav. He's doing a heck of a job. Really, things are going so good.
Yeah. It is crazy how as soon as he took over, everything started going very well.
Everybody goes to The Flash. Everybody loves watching CNN debate with Donald Trump saying horrible things about the person he just got millions of dollars settlement for saying crazy shit about.
Yeah.
This guy, everything he touched turned to garbage so quick, and yet they pay him so much money. They call him the garbage man because everything he touched is made of garbage once he touched it. I don't like that man, and nobody else does either. Let me see what the private chat says. You sent me a message?
Let you see what the private chat said? Yeah, I sent you a message on the private chat.
I'm not looking. I'm taking a look. I mean, someone's asking worst ruler, Zaslav or Palpatine. I mean, Palpatine did worse things, but he was better at his job. Take that for what you will.
Yeah. People were asking documentary update. No real updates. Still being submitted to festivals. You'll know. You'll
know when we know. We'll hear. We've been so focused. I did start to think at one point that we were going to end up getting into a festival during August, the one time that none of us would be available. But
favorite documentary.
A lot of good ones.
My personal. Which one?
Paul Kotze is a good one.
I thought you said Octopussy.
That's not a documentary. That's a narrative.
That's why I was confused.
Give Me Shelter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking ones I was involved in, but Thin Blue Line's a great documentary.
My favorite documentary is Tickled. David Farrier's Tickled.
Tickled, and its follow-up, The Tickle King.
The Tickle King is great.
You kind of have to watch The Tickle King in order to be satisfied with Tickled.
Yeah.
I think.
But I loved Tickled before The Tickle King came out. I loved Tickled too.
I know, but once you've seen The Tickled King, the idea of Tickled existing without The Tickle King is unthinkable.
Yes.
Unthinkable.
Yeah.
Let me think if there's anything fun on offer.
Tickle King is on YouTube. If you have seen Tickled and not Tickled King, it is on YouTube.
If you've seen Tickled but not seen The Tickle King, I've got great news for you.
It's on YouTube.
It's on YouTube, and you can see it. Another great documentary. It's a short film. Let me see if it's anywhere online.
Should I make dinner, George?
What's dinner, George?
Should I make dinner, comma, George?
Yes. I think you should.
I haven't eaten.
Yeah. The untitled Al Gore documentary that Spike Jonze made is one thing I can't remember if I've recommended that on the show before.
I've never actually seen that. I know it exists.
It's really good. Let me look and see if I can find it on Twitter anywhere. What's happening?
Oh, no. I was trying to set up my dinner cam. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Dinner cam? Are you going to film your making dinner? He'll be right back. Now he's just talking in the titles of Black Mirror episodes. Oh, you think I'm going to do all the talking while you do your lunch? Oh, row, row, row. You know, play it. Play it. I want the multiple things. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Why won't he play the multiple mics when I'm trying to do a round? Why won't he play multiple mics? Patrick, play the multiple mics. Why won't you play the multiple mics when I'm trying to do a round of row, row, row your boat? You won't turn on the multiple mics. I want more than one mic so I can do the round of row, row, row your boat. You won't even turn on one microphone. We got Buster Keaton over here making a silent movie. Oh, look who it is. Look who it is. Look who it is. It's the Keystone Cops. Making a silent movie over here. Look, hey, everybody, it's Harold Lloyd. Making a silent movie over here. No microphones. Hey, I know what movie this isn't. Magic Mike. Because there's nothing magical about a silent microphone. It's just disappointing. It's the sound of ineffectiveness. It's the sound of nothing. A microphone without sound is no different than having no microphone at all. It's the absence of a microphone is what I suggest you. Oh,
can you hear? You can
row,
hear me
row,
now.
row your boat. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
Can you hear
row,
me, George?
row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat.
No, I muted it, so it's not. You're not going to hear that.
Do you understand what I want?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. And the people who knock down those buildings are going to hear from us all real soon.
I think I'm going to make salmon for dinner, George.
Wow. Deep thoughts by Jack Handy.
Yeah.
We got a real philosopher on our hands. Hey, what's on your mind? I think I'm going to make salmon. I want multiple mics, Patrick.
Well, you can't have multiple mics because that's not how it's not going to work.
It will work for a round of row, row, row your boat.
It will be so impenetrable to listen to that it's not worth doing it.
Oh my God, this is like Rachel Zegler on Oscar night all over again.
George,
what if it's
I know
brilliant
how the tech works, George.
What?
I know how the tech works.
Who's the technical genius between the two of us?
Okay, well, let's see. Hang on.
Just try it.
Does that work?
No.
Does that work?
Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat.
I don't know.
That's right. You don't know, but you keep fighting with me as if you are the source of all knowledge. Now I don't even see the camera. Where's the kitchen cam? Where's the kitchen cam?
I'm sorry. The kitchen cam's here. You can see it. It's back.
It was total darkness a second ago. People were terrified. The chat is going berserk.
Berserk?
The chat is going berserk.
Berserk?
People, their minds are being blown.
Why?
Well, first of all, you kept the favorite documentary question on screen as if it's just evergreen. Like, this is a question that can be asked at all moments. What?
I said, if you think of other ones, we can add to it.
Yeah, but Patrick.
What?
Take that question off the screen.
Okay.
My goodness. Patrick, there's no one in the kitchen. What about your sandwich?
Oh, it's not okay.
Hey, your clock's at the same time as my clock because we're both in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool, huh?
That is pretty cool.
Just burns me that you moved all the way there and didn't move to Northern California.
You didn't invite me. If I knew there was an option that I could live there, I would have lived there.
I'll invite you. You just can't come in any of the buildings. You can go into the lunch building.
Yeah.
But not when the shop's open.
No, I guess that's true. That's another good live show that people should watch is our San Francisco show.
Oh, yeah. Sketchfest show is pretty fun.
That's a really fun one.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at that clock. People are asking to look at that clock.
What?
People really want to look at that clock.
Oh, you'll like this. Okay, well, there's the clock.
See?
See, but this right here, you see this?
Yeah.
Do you know who painted that?
Don Bluth in The Land Before Time.
The wife of a little man named Big Jim Turner.
Ooh.
Big Jim Turner. We remember Big Jim Turner, our friend.
From our list.
Yep. I'm going to put, here's a crazy thing I'm going to do. I'm putting everything bagel seasoning on my salmon, and it's very good.
Sounds good.
It is good.
Do you have a beverage?
Do I have a beverage? Yeah, I'll probably have some pink lemonade.
Do you like that better than regular lemonade?
I do.
Does it taste different?
Yeah.
Or is that just your mind playing tricks on you?
It might just be my mind, but I think this one is like a raspberry, maybe.
Patrick, are we like the Smartless guys?
In what way?
Well, there's 3 of them, and there's usually 3 of us.
Yeah, but now there's only 2 of us.
Yeah. So you're saying we're less like the Smartless guys?
I think probably. Are people saying that we're like them?
No, I just wondered. Someone said...
Look, if anyone wanted to pay us a fraction of what those guys were making, I would be, we'd all be very happy men, you know?
You think they're doing well?
Instead, we are scraping by to go to Edinburgh for a month. Speaking of which, bit.ly/Baron Junk, you can donate. You can give $1, you can give $2. Look, we've been giving you over almost 4 hours worth of good content tonight.
We haven't begged as much as I thought we would. I thought we were going to beg a lot.
No, we haven't
only
begged
a
lot.
little.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Yes.
I'm going to hold on. I think this will be really fun.
Okay.
I think I'm the Bateman.
Uh-huh.
I think Watto is the Will Arnett.
Yeah. No, we know.
I think you're the Sean Hayes.
Absolutely.
That's good, though. Everybody likes the Sean Hayes.
I guess that's true.
Who doesn't like Sean Hayes? You just want a Tony.
But out of the 3, what do we think the general public ranking of those 3 are?
Well,
hang on. People are saying I'm microwaving the salmon. I am not. I'm air frying the salmon.
Guys, I hate to break this to you, but he's microwaving the salmon again.
I'm not microwaving the salmon. I'm air frying it.
We just saw you put it in the microwave. Guys, he's put it in the air fryer, but let's play a prank on him. Yeah, where's the salmon? I don't see it. Solid prank. That's not salmon.
What is it?
I don't know. Something you're air frying. Show us your microwave. You're pranking him so good. Open it. Open it. Okay. Hold. Get a real good shot. Okay. All right, everybody. You know what to do. Let's get that Photoshop going. We're gonna prank the hell out of him. Photos of the salmon, him looking at the salmon in the microwave. He walked right into our trap. Let's get the hashtag going and tweet lots of things about. I've seen a lot of things in my day, but the night I saw Patrick Connor microwave his salmon for dinner was one of the strangest. Hashtag Dial of Destiny.
We haven't done a good hashtag bomb in a while. You know?
Yeah, he has a ninja microwave. Patrick does. Tell everybody that.
Uh-huh.
And also Photoshop one of his hats in the air fryer and tell people that when he said I put the salmon in the air fryer, he really put one of his hats in the air fryer.
Strangest thing, I would air fry salmon. Yeah, because it's good. You should.
Can I tell you this, Patrick? In all honesty,
yeah,
it's not a hat fryer.
I don't know what that means.
He bought an air fryer to fry his hats.
I did that?
Yes, you did that. And then he said, "I did that." Like he's got a Fruit Loop for a brain.
No, if I was a character, I'd be more confident Urkel.
Listen to me.
I did that.
He bought an air fryer, but he doesn't cook his salmon in the air fryer. He cooks his hats. And when I asked him why he was doing that, he said, they feel warmer on my head that way. And he says, I like my hats crispy.
If we get $100 in the next 10 minutes, I will put a hat in the microwave and try it on.
No, that's a fire hazard.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is. I don't know.
And you put a hat in a...
Oh my God, the dumbest question.
Oh, it will actually... It'll shrink it. It'll shrink it.
A tiny hat for Patrick. Just pick one hat that you think would be funniest to have a shrunken version of. Sure.
Well, someone's also bringing up a good point. Make sure there's no metal on the hat. There's probably a lot of metal on every hat. So.
I'd like saying Patrick on the local news, like they're calling it air hatting, and it's a
they're
fire.
Calling it air hatting.
And wait till you see what it costs. Boy, oh boy.
Hang on, that's an SNL sketch, right?
What? I was quoting.
We're doing Arrested Development. Yeah. I was doing the souping. It was a Bill Hader sketch. I think it's Emma Stone. Yeah. It's all about kids drinking expired soup. They call it souping. Yeah. Very silly.
Very silly.
John Beard. We should have John Beard on the show.
Get him on.
What's John Beard's deal? Let's make sure there's nothing weird about John Beard.
I bet there might be. One of the funny things that StreamYard tells you that this is a little behind the scenes thing.
Yeah.
Is when we're broadcasting.
He seems fine. John Beard seems fine.
You know what it says to us? It says, you're in the show. And then that's bold. That's bold, but not all uppercase or anything. Exclamation mark. Yeah. Exclamation mark. And then below you're in the show, it says, everyone can see and hear you. And then there's no punctuation. There's no period. There's nothing. It just says everyone can see and hear you.
Yeah.
The first one is like, there's no business like. It's just, you're in the show. And the second one is like the parallax view. It's just like a 1970s paranoid, like, everyone can see and hear you.
Now I got to take it out because I don't want the skin on it.
He thinks hats have skin.
I think what?
That hats have skin?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Look how floppy that hat is now.
It's not a hat, George.
Can you put it on your head?
I mean, probably, but I'm not going to.
No. Well, then that's just a hat you're not wearing today. That's all that is. If you can put it on your head, it's a hat. 2, 3. If you put it on your head, it's a hat. 3, 4. If you put it on your head, what?
Why are you counting?
Then it truly is a hat. If you put it on your head, it's a hat. 3, 4. It's not counting if the numbers are not consistent like that.
I just had a thought of someone we should text to see if they're around.
Who dat?
Do you want to text? Man, I'm
Put it
going to
in the private chat. Put it in the private chat. We don't book the show that way.
I just imagine they might be up, and it would be fun to see them.
Hold on, let me see. I'm going to mute myself for a second.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not going to.
Do you want to just call them?
Hold on.
For everyone asking what I'm doing, I'm taking all the gray off the bottom, and then I'm going to put it back in the air fryer and cook it a little bit longer. It's just too much of the little, gross salmon bits on the bottom that I don't want.
Funny way to talk about your own hat.
Oh, boy.
How's that microwaving coming?
Well, I'm taking a break because I got to
microwave break?
Well, microwave break.
A little microwave break.
A little microwave break. Did you ask them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
Was that a lot of salt?
No.
Was that a little salt?
Just a little sprig of salt.
A little sprig of salt?
A little sprig of salt.
And what's next in the preparation process for you?
Well, I took off the skin from the bottom. I'm going to pop it back in the air fryer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm also going to put some French fries in the air fryer. And then I'm going to have some salmon and French fries. That's what's next in the process for me. Doesn't that sound good?
Does sound good.
Does sound good. Are you a salmon guy, George?
I do like salmon.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Salmon and French fries. Ooh, what's that sound?
What's that sound?
Yeah, what's that sound?
It's probably the air fryer, isn't it?
I don't know. I never thought you used that on anything but hats.
Oh my god.
Does that make a hat sound?
Yeah. It's a hat sound. That's exactly what it is.
He admitted.
Oh no.
Yeah, I make salmon croquettes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You ever make salmon croquettes, Patrick?
I've had them. I don't know if I've ever made them specifically.
You don't know if you've had them.
I don't know. No, I've had them. I said I don't know if I've made them.
They're a fun little thing to make.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you want my recipe for salmon croquettes?
Sure.
Take some salmon. Usually canned salmon. If I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Gotta take the bone out. There's all this like
Okay.
bone. You gotta pull like the spine out of it.
Okay.
Right?
Canned salmon.
But then you gotta search through it because there's little bones everywhere.
Seems like too much work, George.
It's a lot of work.
Okay. What else then?
Egg.
Okay.
You gotta break the egg though. Make sure none of the shell. Don't eat the shell. Oh, sounds like all work. Sounds like all work. Just have the inside of the egg, not the outside. A little Worcestershire sauce.
Yeah.
Worcestershire sauce, a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Usually take some saltines.
Yeah.
Maybe like half a sleeve. Maybe more if I'm feeling frisky. Crush them up till they're nothing. Crush them till they're nothing. All in a big bowl. Then you got you start making little pyramids.
Okay.
Start making little pyramids. Put some olive oil or whatever in the pan, heating it up.
Yeah.
The pan's hot.
Yeah.
Cold pan won't cook. Gotta be a hot pan.
Yeah.
Make little pyramids. It's like you're playing with Play-Doh. Make little pyramids. Usually have like 3 sides and a bottom.
Okay.
3 sides and a bottom.
Sure.
And then you start put them on the pan. And then you gotta roll them. You gotta roll them, flip, roll. You gotta keep paying attention. Usually I got a bunch of them going at once, so I'm trying to keep track. Roll them a little bit. You don't want them burned, but you want each side cooked nice and good. Nice and good. That's the way.
Interesting.
And there you have it. It's a good little. Then you just pop them in your mouth, eat them.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, salmon, egg, cracker, everything's all in the bowl. Then you mush them up, make the pyramids. Yes, you get help from aliens to make the pyramids.
Interdimensional beings. Let's be clear, not aliens. They're from the space between spaces.
Yeah, pretty alien.
I'm just saying, I watched Crystal Skull this week, so I know how they're referred to in that movie.
Yeah. Well, do you think that Gordon Sumner, New York City resident, is an interdimensional being?
Do you mean Gordon Shumway?
No. Gordon Shumway is definitely an alien.
Who's Gordon Sumner? Oh. Why would he be an alien?
He's an Englishman in New York. He's an alien. He's an illegal alien. He's an Englishman in New York.
I do want some Sting and Alf fan art because their names are so similar.
Let's see. Sting and Alf. Let's put them in the edge. On with the apple peeler. Anthony, Alec Baldwin. Yeah. Let's get some art.
Yeah.
I'd love to see some drawings of them. Like, as much as I like seeing the photos being manipulated, I'd love to just see some drawings where they're all.
Can I say I tried very hard to get Alf on our show during COVID. I tried really hard to get Alf on.
Alf just came back. Did Alf on Alf?
What's that?
Last weekend. He just did a couple shows last weekend. Alf on Alf.
What is this?
Google it. Alf on Alf.
Was this for Shout Factory or something?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's on Shout Factory. Alf on Alf.
Interesting. Huh. Oh yeah, here it is. Wild. Oh, shut up! Stop playing. Wild.
Are you eating your dinner yet?
No, it's cooking still. There's probably another minute in there. Yeah, we're not talking about the Alf outtakes. We're just gonna ignore those Alf outtakes. What was the last thing you were going to auction? Oh, sure.
Yeah, let's see.
The problem is I don't know it. I know it's here, so I feel confident in auctioning these. I'm gonna go grab my copies. Hang on 1 second.
The Patrick Machine, grabbing copies. That's a free one, everybody. No extra charge. for that one. Free of charge. Is that why they did Alf stuff? He has to make new Alf stuff every 20 years to keep the rights? Wow. So it's like Dick Tracy and Warren Beatty, huh?
Maybe. These are my copies, but I know I have these somewhere. I just have to find them. And if I can't find them, I'll pay you back or whatever. It's the first 3 trades of the Charles Soule Vader comic. These are they rule. They're the best. It's post Revenge of the Sith. It's all about Vader like figuring out his frickin' suit and stuff. They're also like kind of hard to find. But I have the first 3 trades of it. So if anyone would be interested in doing that, let's start at $30 because they're worth at least $10 each. But if anyone is interested, go for it. George, keep an eye on this while $30. Fifth band improv.
30. Do I hear 30? I hear 50-50. Nifty 50. Nifty 50 beats 30-30. Anything past the 50? 50 nifty. 50 nifty. Do I hear anything more? Does anyone have more than $50 for how many comics? 3 for 50. 3 for 60. 3 for 60. We're at 3 for 60. We're at 3 for 60. $60. $60. Everybody $60 can buy at least 3 comics. $60. Can anyone do higher than 60? Yeah, 60, $60. 60. I'm the auctioneer. 60. Bada bingo, $60. Anybody here $60? 61. Anyone at $61? $61. 75. Say alive. Number 5 is alive. No disassemble. $75. 75. We're up the bid to $75. $75. Younger than me. 75. Younger than me. 75. We're up 80. That's for me. 80 Grady. 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady. We're at 80 Brady. 80 for 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 Brady. I wish this is what real auctioneers were like. 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady. 80 for Brady. 80. It could be the 80. It could be the 80 is the thing. It could be that 80 is the thing. It could be the 80 is the thing. Could
now,
be
I'll
80
say
is great.
this. Whoever wins this, hold on to your bid. Give me like 2 days to find it because it's in my apartment somewhere.
2 days to find it. Do I hear 3? Do I hear 3 days to find it? 3 days to find it. Anyone got 4? 4 days to find it. Anyone got 5? 5 days to find it. 5 days to find it. Do I hear 6? 6 days to find it.
Let's take last bids on this. $80 is the current high bid. If anyone wants to go higher, that's it.
Last bids. We got 4 days. Someone has 4 days to find it. So we have bidding for 4 days to find it. 4 days to find it. $80 is the bid. $80. Grady for Brady. Lady. 80 for Brady. Matey. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Going 4 times. Going 5 times. Going 6 times. Going 7 times. Going 7 times. Going 8 times. Going 8 times. Going 9 times. Going 9 times. This is for 3 graphic novels. Yes, 3 issues. 3 issues. Trade perfect binding. That is the item. Darth Vader comics. Vader comics. Are we ready to say no more bidding?
I think we're ready to say no more bidding.
No more bidding. All right. We're calling it.
Great. 1 BBR. Just email me so I remember that it's you.
That's right. Oh, wait. Let's have people bid on you taking your insulin medicine.
Oh, how many units? That's what we want?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's take people's bids on how many units of insulin I'm about to inject.
How many units? 4 days to find them. 4 days to find them. How many units?
You sound like Rain Man.
180. 180 for Brady. 180 for Brady. How many? 69. He. Did you already do it?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Fair enough.
Great.
Fair enough.
It was 10.
10. A perfect 10.
A perfect 10. Did you hear back from our friend?
Let me look.
No? They must hate us. I'm gonna get some lemonade.
I wonder if he's going to come back with lemonade. Do you think when he comes back with a big glass of lemonade, is that we hear the clinking of his glass? Do we think Patrick is putting ice cubes in the lemonade? Do we think Patrick is filling up the glass to the very tippy top, filling it with lemonade, ice cubes, with lemonade? Oh, what's that sound? Is that the sound of his ice cubes cracking in the box, in the tray, the ice box? Oh, listen to Patrick making lemonade in the next room. Oh, it'll be so very refreshing, won't it? Yes, it will be. Oh, now is he going to take a drink? Oh, he has his Funko Pop glass, his favorite glass from the Funko Pop people.
Oh, George, you want to see a cool new glass I got?
Yeah, let's see the glass.
You probably got this too. I don't know if they have this in your level of the after party for the premiere.
Oh, yeah. Good glass.
They had that when you were there?
Yeah.
That's cool.
I said mail it to me. Ship it to my house. Don't make me carry a glass back to Northern California.
Did you drive back that night or what did you do?
Flew back up.
That night?
Yeah.
Are you a plane guy, really?
Sometimes when I have to. I'd rather just drive as fast as the planes go.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone makes a good point. When I'm on the plane, all I want to do is kiss. When I drive, I got to focus on the road and going fast. Some say that I drive really fast, but I'm a pretty fast operator up on an airplane too.
Uh-huh.
If you know what I mean.
I don't.
I love to kiss. We haven't talked about this in the live stream.
And for those people who don't watch the live shows, they don't know.
Yeah. I would recommend you watch the Amy Irving show from Caveat. For people who are out there who are like, I love to watch the George Lucas talk show. I love all the running gags. I love the things we find out. There's a pretty big piece of lore. If you watch the Amy Irving show, a pretty big piece of George Lucas. And what it has to do with is how much I love to kiss. And I really couldn't recommend that show more highly.
That's it? That's all you want to give?
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Kissing is canon. Kissing is canon.
Canons look like they want to give you a big kiss because they're all like, every canon I've ever seen looks like it just wants a big old kiss.
Yeah. Every canon is kissable. I would say that.
Yeah. Well, not really. Because they're not made for kissing, but they look like maybe that's all it would take. Was that all it would take to stop all wars?
Great question.
Give a canon a kiss. I don't recommend it, by the way.
No.
Because they're tricky. Cannons are tricky.
Sure. Why?
You go up to kiss one before you know they're firing off their balls. No good. They'll blow your head off.
Yeah. I just left you a message in the private chat.
A message.
Amy Irving was one of the best ever. I agree. I'd love to have Amy back for a live stream sometime.
Really?
She was great.
I mean, we should have all of our guests back.
Not a lot of repeats. We should have more repeats.
I think so.
I feel like we have the same couple ones repeat, but I would like to have more repeat, you know? Bring back JD Walsh from Studio 60.
but talk about, because there are a lot of guests that we've had on for specific topics.
Yeah.
And maybe it'd be nice to bring them back for different topics.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
I wonder if you do know what I mean.
Bring back Whoopi.
Do you think we'll ever have Whoopi on the show again?
Do you think Whoopi remembers doing the show?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Because I barely remember it. It was a bigger deal for us than it was for her.
Uh-huh.
You know?
Mm-hmm. That was a wild day. I've been thinking about that one a lot because that was a really stacked episode. But it was one of those ones where it was like, oh, right after we talked to Whoopi, we talked to Richard Karn from Home Improvement.
For a while.
For a while.
Yeah. He had all of his leather-bound scripts from Home Improvement.
I'm truly so impressed you remembered that.
Yeah. I'll never forget that as long as I live.
Uh-huh.
I'll probably talk about, that'll probably be one of the last things I talk to people about. Remember those books? Like, what?
Yeah.
Every script from Home Improvement, leather-bound. Can you believe it? Something else.
Who else would you want to have back? Who'd you like that was a one-timer?
Love to have Bob Odenkirk back.
Yeah.
Well,
Natalie, fellas.
Hello.
We were talking about you earlier.
You were? What were you saying?
Talking about July 6th, how we got a big show coming up.
Yeah, we're
We
promoting.
That's so kind of you, George.
Mm-hmm.
Natalie, how are you?
I'm exhausted. How are you?
I'm also exhausted. Isn't it hard being alive?
It is hard being alive, and you're being alive and being perceived. It's even harder.
The perception is what gets you. The living is fine if you could remove the perception.
Yes.
Then to be alive would be a joy.
Yes.
Constantly being perceived drains. It takes from you.
It some people get filled up by it. Sometimes I do, but I'm sure for you, George, you seem so exhausted right now doing this show that you've been perceived for the last hour and a half.
That's right.
We've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes at this point.
Yeah, you're having dinner, Patrick, huh? You're just
I made salmon.
I can see in the comments that people saw no hard feelings. Thank you for seeing it. Thank you for liking it. That's
Natalie, can I thank you for something?
Anytime.
Can I thank you for bringing comedy back to the movie theater?
It was solely my doing, so yes.
Well, you were part of it, and film is a collaborative medium.
Yes.
But that means if you did anything, then you did everything. Everyone who makes a movie is part of the team.
I would have never thought I'd hear that coming out of your mouth, but I am so happy that you feel that way.
I absolutely do. So you have every right to accept the gratitude for being part of the team that brought R-rated comedy back to the movie theater, where it could be, because I think a lot of people over the past few years, there's been a common sentiment, even among otherwise very intelligent people, that going to the movie to see something on the big screen, it should be special effects, it should be action sequences, and they forget how thrilling it is to be in an audience when funny things are happening. It's
very true.
The biggest reaction, like I've sat in very exciting action movies where the entire movie theater sits in silence enjoying it, but when you see something funny in a movie theater, everyone bursts out laughing, and there's
laughing together is one of the greatest things, isn't it?
And we've forgotten that.
True.
But No Hard Feelings is changing that. Now this is the second. There was You Hurt My Feelings came out recently.
Yes, it's the second feelings-based movie in the last 2 months. Yes.
Yeah, part of what feels like a trilogy. Feels like we're
There's a Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah, they both have JLs in their names, so there you go.
They both have JLs. They're both comedies that involve awkward social behavior. There are scenes where you feel it's very funny, but also feel very uncomfortable, nervous about what the characters are going to do next.
I'm sorry.
Right.
You know what I was trying to do? I was trying to. The camera is reversed and it's weirding me out.
No.
And I don't like. I'm putting my hand up this way and I'm seeing it on the other side of the screen, and it's really. This is the right side of my face. And
Okay.
It's frustrating me. So I thought if I pressed cam on this, it would give me camera options, and all it did was turn off my cam. And I apologize so much.
Maybe if you hit settings.
It's okay. We don't need to deal with it. I'll just look at my face reversed. It's awful.
See,
this is not how I. Okay, wait. Camera settings. Front camera. Mirror my camera. Okay.
Yeah. There you go.
Here we are. That's me. Or at least that's what I see in the mirror.
So what you see? So what you were seeing was different than what we were seeing.
Is it? Are you seeing the same thing that you were seeing before?
There's been no change for us. So it was.
Oh.
Which it fits into the theme where we're talking about perception.
I wonder what you're seeing.
We're seeing what you are seeing.
Yeah.
But it changed.
For you.
It flipped.
It didn't flip for us.
Mm-mm.
You were
then
seeing.
Which one are you seeing? Are you seeing the first one I was seeing, or are you seeing the second one I was seeing?
We don't know that. I'll tell you this.
Hang on. Hold up your left hand.
This is my right hand. Is it on the right hand of your screen?
Yeah, it's on the left side of the screen, but it is your right hand.
Interesting. For me, it's on the right hand of my screen, which
I
is
love
what
this
I like.
show where we take our oath.
This is the stock we're taking. Are those your
Absolutely.
right hands?
Yes, that's my right hand.
So your right hands are on the left side of my screen, and my right hand is on the right hand of my screen. Interesting.
Weird.
Yeah.
Weird.
I like this better. What can I say?
You can say exactly what you just said.
Okay, great.
Oh, I'm going to drink water too.
It's a good
Natalie,
reminder to stay hydrated.
Do you think, spoilers for this movie, do you think your character had the baby yet?
No.
Okay.
I think I got to be honest with you, that baby was really hard. It was a very hard latex stomach, and I think it was probably like a dud.
Practical?
Yeah, I think it was a dud baby.
There's no reason they couldn't have CGI'd a bump.
You know, I think there's a few reasons they didn't do that, but there's no good one.
Just put a bunch of ping pong balls on your shirt, and they can add.
Right, and they can
Whatever
spend
they
a few
want.
extra $100,000 and make it any shape they want.
Can I have a pitch?
Yes,
I know you're not the one who makes the call on this, but everyone's loving the movie.
Oh, great.
And, when people love a movie, they want another one.
Yeah.
Mo hard feelings. Like more?
I'll let them know.
Wow.
That you said that. I know the director, so I'll tell him.
Yeah.
I will tell him, first of all.
It would be weird if you didn't know the director.
Well, Patrick, it was a joke.
Patrick only thinks it's funny when people die. He's a morbid sense of humor. He likes gallows humor.
I was gonna say that I'll tell the director that retired filmmaker George Lucas is the one who said that.
Yeah, go ahead and say that.
Yeah. So wait, you guys were talking about my show on the 6th?
We were talking about how fun it's going to be and how there's some truly wild guests that I am very excited for. I didn't name any names, but
good.
I did.
See, Patrick is a great producer, and he's like, "Hey, maybe you want to announce who's going to be on the show?" And I've been stupidly, perhaps, hesitant to do so.
And this is our first face-to-face conversation about this. It's always been over the phone, but now we're talking face-to-face about it.
It's true. It's true. I will probably eventually announce who's on the show, but I don't know. There's something in me doesn't like to play by the rules, George.
Hey, I'm right there with you. Those rules, some rules are made to be broken.
Mm-hmm.
I think all rules are made to be broken, except for maybe like
no running by the pool.
Well, even that one. I was actually gonna say the one that they say in the subway about closing doors.
Oh.
You don't want to get too close. You don't want to get too close to the yellow line on the subway. Yeah. That's the only one I think is a good rule.
But even that one is a little bit weird because the phrasing of it, like it's acting like they know what you want.
Yeah.
You don't want to get too close to the yellow line. It's like you don't know me.
Is that how they say it? They don't say you don't want to get too close to the
That's
yellow
what
line.
you said. I was using your phrase. You said your phrase. They said
you
don't want to get too close to the yellow line.
I'm trying to remember what the subway guy says. He says like I'm getting the London one confused. In London they go see it, say it, sorted. But here in New York, they go, stand back from the closing doors, please, or something like that, right?
Stay clear.
Please
stay clear of the closing doors.
doors.
Yeah. Anyway, that's all I got. I've worked a long day. I'm pretty tired.
Yeah. Now we should say you were on set all day. You're in your trailer now.
I'm still on set. In fact, I kept my wire and I have to slip it out the door to my
great.
Great. So we're behind the scenes.
My AD. Hi, thank you so much. I'm doing a live show.
Oh, hello.
Let's say hi.
They need to move the trailers in like 5 minutes.
Great.
All right.
Great.
It's so exciting. You're in the trenches. You're filming.
I am in the trenches, but I will say, just in case anybody has any questions, I do fully support the writer's strike, and this is an indie movie that has nothing to do with the studios at all, and it's basically for charity.
Yeah.
Great.
So I'm not crossing any picket lines. I believe.
We're not. You're not going to end up in the tabloids off of this.
I'm just saying. I just.
There'll be that photo of all of us.
I'm not saying it for my own self-preservation. I'm saying it because I believe it should be said, and that's Taco.
Taco.
Wow.
Hello,
Will Taco be one of the guests at the show?
Oh, I wish he would be. Maybe he can be.
Maybe.
I feel like he'll be a distraction from me, Patrick, which is ultimately not what I want.
Yeah.
Anyway, the show's gonna be great. It's going to have. Maybe I'll have you on it sometime, George.
I would love to be on it.
That would be awesome.
Do you have any advice for Natalie?
Yeah. What about like relationship advice? I don't need directing advice or.
I meant talk show advice, like talk show hosting advice.
Yes. Oh yeah, talk show hosting advice. That'd be nice too.
Well, talk show hosting. Well, okay, we'll go in order. Talk show hosting advice. You got to work with people you trust.
Mm-hmm.
I worked with Patrick once, so there you go. That's good. Trust him.
You want to present yourself in a very relatable way. So always try to find common ground with your guests if you can.
Well, I don't know that I'm going to do that, but okay.
Well, these are just suggestions. They're not, and as we have established, all rules should be broken except for the one about you don't want to get too close to the yellow line on the subway.
Right.
What was the relationship advice you wanted?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a real problem. I just thought, why not get like love advice from George Lucas? That seems great.
Well, okay. Here's this. I'll just tell it. This is a true story. So, back when I got divorced several decades, I'm married again now, but in between marriages, my buddy Steve was married, and we'd go on vacations together. Like when we made movies together, we made like Raiders of the Lost Ark and different movies together. And so Steve and I would go up in the plane.
Oh, that's Steve. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And when we go up I go up in the plane with them, and I would bring my girlfriend, and the whole plane ride, I would just make out with my girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
With
Where's
everybody.
the advice section of this?
It's just an anecdote. I don't know if there's advice.
Okay.
It's just it was enjoyable to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so get a private plane, fly.
Get a private plane, go with your friends.
Yeah.
But don't be afraid if kissing is like a hobby that you enjoy. Don't be afraid to do it, even if other people are like, "This is awkward."
Well, kissing is a hobby I enjoy, and I'm not really that afraid to do it in front of people. So I guess we're like more ways than one, George.
This is. I feel like we're really establishing a good host guest friendship in this context because we found common ground.
I'm packing up because they are telling me that
you gotta get out.
This is exciting because how often do guests on talk shows also actively accomplish tasks? Like I know that Fallon likes to play games. They'll do like little party games and stuff like that. I think this is much better, which is just like you got to get out of this trailer.
I'm just packing up a backpack. That's cooler. It's more real, you know.
It's more real. It's more exciting. Oh, that's great because we went from like a frantic handheld thing to just like a lockdown shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now we're back to handheld a little bit.
Gotta get Tacos treats and toys in there.
Good alliteration on dialogue for during the action.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to see me put make the bed back into a couch?
Yes.
Yeah. 100%.
Put this right there.
What a great shot. Yeah. Perfectly compared. Oh, it's like a Murphy bed.
Wow.
It's really hard.
Have you now?
Hold on, you're doing a great job.
Oh, there you go.
That was good.
Amazing.
Thank you, Taco.
Taco loved it.
Thank you, Taco.
Have you napped on that couch?
He's ready to go.
Yeah.
He's down. He's ready to go. I do have to go, but I am so lucky and thankful to be on your show.
We're lucky to have you on here. Best of luck with your show. When is it again?
July 6th in LA at the Lodge Room. Please come. I
Great.
promise you you'll like it, and we're donating some proceeds to charity. I just don't know exactly which one yet.
But
it'll be a good one, I promise.
I do a lot of charity stuff too, Natalie. We're basically the same person in many ways.
George, why don't you come?
Because I'm going to be busy. That's the only reason.
I don't know. You're going to be busy making out with someone on a private plane?
No, I've ruined myself financially by writing a play and taking it to Edinburgh.
Yeah,
at the worst possible.
Oh,
moment.
right. No, but this is in July. You're going to be in Edinburgh in August, aren't you?
No, but I gotta just focus. This next month it's just all about getting ready for these shows and trying to.
It's a bullshit reason to not come, but oh well.
I wouldn't give you.
You're going to support your friend Patrick?
George spends a lot of time in New York and upstate California, but mostly New York. So
Fine.
Yeah.
Some other month. We're going some other month.
Next time I'm able to do it, I promise you I will be honored.
Okay. Thank you, George.
I would never give you a bullshit excuse. I would give you a real.
You're gonna get me walking out of my trailer, which is also something no one's ever done on your show. Right?
Great.
True.
I don't think so.
Look at this.
Whoa,
Oh my god. Do we want to say where we are?
We're in rural Oregon.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're north. I thought you were south of me. You're north of me.
I'm in rural Oregon.
Oh, beautiful.
What? Oh my goodness.
The sun is setting. And the 4th of July Buckaroo is going to start across from me this weekend.
Is that an event or a character?
It's an event.
I didn't know if the 4th of July Buckaroo was like a mascot.
I want to say I love you both, but I really don't. But I like you both.
That's good enough.
Someday.
I think Patrick and I are getting close. George, you and I have a way to go.
We do. But what a journey.
You'll have to come back and we'll make it happen.
All right, thank you.
All right. Bye, Natalie. Thank you. Look at that. Fun little drop surprise guests.
What a fun little drop in.
It's
nice when people drop in by surprise.
I love it.
I think it's great.
Yeah.
How are you doing, Patrick?
I'm doing great. I'm doing so good. That salmon was very good.
You liked it?
I liked it.
Yeah.
I liked it. I think it'll be fun when people go back and watch the show, show, and they see me say, we should get more people from No Hard Feelings on the show.
It's a little call forward.
He's setting it up.
Yeah, he's been setting it up all night.
I've been setting it up all night.
Absolutely.
Plausible Deniability asking where is Watto? Watto had to he's got re-rendering times. He's tired before Edinburgh. We gotta
also,
charge him up
if you were here for the crawl, he's in every shot of this. You gotta find him.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Natalie would love Watto. Natalie would really love Watto.
Did we get to the point where we could say the first line of the play?
You could say the first line of the play, yeah.
Well, it was not one of the things. All right. Can you see me?
Yeah, let me make you full screen though.
All right. Now, by first line, do you think first line of dialogue or first line in the script?
I think first line of dialogue.
Okay. Tell me when to go. 3,
2, 1.
Well, hello, JD. How are you?
Hey, George. Hey, Patrick. How are you guys?
Hey, JD.
JD, your accent sounds slightly different. You sound like the 4th of July Buckaroo.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you sounded like you in that first line, like you had a little bit more of like almost a Texan drawl.
Well, I was born in Texas.
Is that true?
There's a lot you don't know about me.
I didn't know that.
Texas born.
Where in Texas?
Dallas, Texas.
Wow. Do you miss it?
We moved before I turned 1, I believe.
Answer the question.
So I miss it dearly. I have no memories of it.
Have you ever been back?
I've never been to Dallas since. I was born there, and I said never again.
Wow.
You've been to Austin?
I've been to Austin.
Anywhere else in Texas? Amarillo?
I haven't been to Amarillo.
Houston?
I've driven through Texas a couple times.
Panhandle?
No, through the meaty part.
Hang on. DFW, famously the airport code for Dallas Fort Worth.
There we go. I was missing the connective fiber there.
People are asking if the D in JD stands for Dallas.
It does, actually.
That's not true.
It doesn't.
No.
No.
I was thinking today would be I'd be learning so much. JD, right before you came on, George was about to say the first line of The Baron and the Junk Dealer.
Which maybe it's changed,
It's definitely changed.
Oh, but I was able to see an advanced screening.
Yeah. Do we want to hear it?
Do you mind, JD, if we owe this for money?
No, I don't mind at all.
All right, Patrick, you want to count me in?
3, 2. Wait, can you slate first?
We're not filming it.
You are. You're on camera right now.
No, but it's not for a film, though. We're not slating.
3, 2, 1.
My name is George Lucas. I'm in The Baron and the Junk Dealer. This is the first line from the current draft of the script. I'm tempted to begin by telling you when and where the following play takes place.
Oh. Wow.
That's the current first line. I think it'll probably be the first line in Edinburgh.
Wow.
Now, JD, were you at the first or the second reading of this play?
I think you would know that information and not me.
I wasn't there. First. Okay, so a lot has changed since you saw it. That's what I've heard.
Yeah. I've heard the same thing. It was really good when I saw it, and there was a big group that watched it, and lots of people had lots of really, really, really good ideas.
Mm-hmm.
They can go write their own plays.
I guess I totally misinterpreted what the vibe of that whole thing was.
I was just having fun.
Okay.
Because when it's my play, so when you say lots of people there had really, really good ideas, I thought it'd be funny if I took umbrage with that and said they can go write their own plays. Like I was mad.
Yeah, but I thought they had really good comments.
I know, but you see what I was playing with?
Yeah, I
was pretending to be oversensitive. The truth is that storytelling, you want to get good feedback from people whose opinions you trust.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's true.
Yeah.
So, George, how are you doing?
Doing all right. Pretty tired,
Yeah. Are you guys, is this a special event?
We did, for Star Wars Day on May 4th, we did a show, and it was sort of trying to raise money to get us out of debt for Edinburgh, because, as I explained at the beginning, I thought we could take shows to Edinburgh, and me being a billionaire, it would be fine. But I then found out that it actually costs trillions of dollars to bring shows to Edinburgh. So some people are helping us out a little bit. We're asking we've been auctioning some things off. One of the rewards that if we hit a certain point on May 4th, one of the rewards was that Patrick and I would do a live stream in June. And another one was that we would do a live stream in July. But what we didn't say was that we would keep begging for money even while as part of the reward, we would not cease begging.
Got it.
And the thing is, we do want to get back to, once we're made even close to whole again financially, once we're not in trouble, then eventually I hope that we'll get back to raising money for worthy causes. But for right now, we just need a little bit of help.
Yeah. And by worthy causes, you mean your museum mostly?
Yeah, the museum. No, well, that's the other thing. Like, I put all my money into the museum, so tax dollars aren't paying for it. We're not, like, I pay for the museum. But that also means I don't got a lot of, like extra cash on hand,
I heard a rumor.
Oh no, I want to hear this. What was the rumor?
It might not be true. You can confirm or deny it. I heard a rumor that because you're paying to go to the festival, Edinburgh, you had to shut down a really small portion of the museum to fund it. And it was like
I wouldn't rob.
The rumor is that it was like just about Wicket. It was a hallway that was just about Wicket.
No, the Wicket hallway is still on track.
The Wicket Thicket? That was the nickname for that hallway that they were using, George.
Yeah, it's the hallway is actually obstructed. You have to push your way through it.
Right, it's like one of those museum exhibits where it's about experiencing through the eyes of exactly
the story of the art.
Yeah.
No, I assure you, I'm not getting into any tricky dealings in terms of being very upfront about all of our problems.
Yeah.
But all of the Normie Rockwells are still going to be up on the walls. Everything's still going to happen 2025 or maybe later. Who knows?
Got it.
Are you planning to go to the museum when it opens, JD? Do you like museums?
I would go.
Oh, wow. What a ringing endorsement. I'm so fucking excited.
Yeah, man. It's a film. It's a full film museum.
No, it's the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art. Bring the website up, Patrick.
I'm out of the loop. I'm very sorry.
You don't need to apologize. You just hurt my feelings so much. You said, yeah, I went to your play reading. Everybody else had great ideas. And now I say, you want to come to the museum? And you're like,
listen, George, I was watching After Hours and I got a text.
The Marty movie?
It was my first. I haven't seen it.
Oh, my goodness. It's coming out on Criterion soon.
Well, I still got 30 minutes left of this sucker.
Well, we won't keep you long, I promise.
Okay, so in the meantime, let's step through the website here.
Look at the museum. Look at our past events.
The museum kind of looks like a body with no arms or legs.
A lot of people think it looks like one of those like lady shavers or like an insole.
Sure.
But it really will look like a spaceship.
Yeah, got it.
Click on the narrative art.
Now it sort of looks like if C-3PO was being assembled.
Oh yeah, like if C-3PO was like in boxing Helena. Go to a page that has some art on it.
This is the most boring page. Yeah, look at
that. Look at that art.
Okay, this is good.
Good stuff. There's a Normie Rockwell. Narratives of the stories we all live with. They inform how we view and understand the world. Giving all of the text from the
should
website.
Be the first sentence of your play.
Narratives of the stories we all live with. All the text.
George, that's not a bad pitch, George.
It's not bad. As a matter of fact, that should be the first line.
Or I can just go make my own damn play.
What's great about this? It's a great idea. It's like being in the room with all those other people. All the text on this page was recycled from awards ceremony speeches.
Is that true?
No, but that'd be funny though, right?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Crazy cat. They got Crazy Cat. Oh, that's cool.
Hey, and look, go down a little lower. Got a little surprise for art lovers. Oh. Hey, look, it's the original 3BO.
Isn't it fun, JD, that you're going to be able to see like Crash Willie, and then you'll also see Jar Jar? Isn't that cool?
I think listen, I think that more billionaires should be patrons of the arts.
Yes. Yes.
I much prefer museums about art than giant houses.
Or museums about crime.
I guess it totally depends on the angle, the POV of that.
A tribute to crime.
Okay, tribute. Okay. Yes. Yes.
There's our white collar wing. It's all just about people who've made off with tremendous amounts of other people.
But it's a tribute to.
We salute you.
It's a tribute. So it's all just.
These are the men who wouldn't play by the rules. Renegades, mavericks.
Oh my
criminals.
God. Have you talked about yet?
ACAB. All criminals are brilliant.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god, that's there's so many layers of things that are distasteful about that.
We've already made it clear tonight that no cops are friends of the George Lucas Talk Show, except
Name one. Except
there
for
was one.
Francis
Who
Ford
was
Coppola.
it? Oh, Francis Ford Coppola.
Okay, sure.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were saying, JD?
Have you talked about how Galaxy's End is coming to an end?
Oh, you mean the Galactic Star Cruiser?
The
park is staying open. The hotel is closed.
Oh, yes, but like the immersive experience.
Galaxy's Edge is staying open, but Galaxy's End, which ironically they shouldn't have called it that. No, Galactic Star Cruiser, the big hotel.
Yes,
feels like you're in Star Wars, but not having an adventure. I think.
I've heard it's very adventurous.
Really, they play a lot of adventure.
I've heard it's really good.
Yeah.
Well, it's going away. Are you going to do it in the final days?
No, but I had a friend in the game universe who he bought a ticket like the week that it was announced that it was going away.
Was it Michael Douglas?
Michael Douglas?
Yeah, from the game.
Yeah, I feel it feels like a warm hug coming back to this.
Patrick, how dare you do this to our friend? He took a break from watching After Hours, a film.
You know where you can put that joke?
What?
You can put that in the Museum of Crime.
Yeah.
We salute you.
I am so happy you're enjoying After Hours. I feel bad for interrupting the viewing of it.
No, I'm happy to be here and visit.
All right,
we haven't seen you in a while.
We haven't seen you in a while, JD.
I know. Life is complicated.
I know.
Yeah.
We don't do that many live streams like this anymore, so it's harder to do.
And I like that I came back in sort of the fashion that I was always involved in, was like in like the final 10% stretch,
we're exhausted.
Yeah, a text at 1 a.m.
Well, because we were having a conversation, we were saying, we don't have a lot of repeat guests anymore. Like, we miss having people come back who used to be on the show, who hadn't been on that much. And then I said, you should text JD. And then he did.
I've been on, I've been on many incarnations of this show.
That's right.
Yeah.
When it was a stage show, when it was on the web.
How many times do you think you were on the live stream?
I would say,
counting this one, we'll say.
Well, there was a stretch when you guys were doing one of the.
It was Arliss. You were on a lot.
Yeah, one of those ones where I feel like I got a lot of 3 a.m. texts. I want to say 6 times.
This is your 9th appearance on the live stream.
Interesting.
You are let's see. You are only behind Rich Sommer, Zach Cherry, Chris Gethard, Robert Wool. Those are the only ones.
There should be a rule that you can't pass Wool.
You can't beat Wool. That makes sense.
Yeah,
you're banned once you get up to.
Let's get a meme up for JD. It says, "TFW, you think you in Return of the Jedi, but you really in Rise of the Skywalker."
I was about to say, this is my Rise of the Skywalker. Or
my favorite comment, LMAO, wow, this is still on. This is on still. Yeah.
That was what was nice when you did like the marathons, is that like you could go to sleep and you'd wake up and be like, oh,
they're still going.
It's still happening.
My internet buddies are still doing it.
Yeah.
Did you guys watch something tonight?
No, we've just been hanging out.
I made salmon.
Yeah.
We had Tom Lennon was here.
JD.
Whoa.
Paget Brewster
we just missed each other, I bet.
You just missed him. He left 3 hours ago.
He said
Natalie Morales was here. Paget Brewster was here. We've had a wild night.
Hollywood.
Tom Lennon said that what were the two things? He
I'd never heard of Strange Magic.
He never heard of the movie Strange Magic, and he doesn't like Norman Rockwell because he doesn't think the paintings are sad enough.
Interesting. I like those takes.
And then Patrick put his hat in the air fryer and cooked his salmon in the microwave.
What? Like cooked his hat with the salmon?
No, he cooked the salmon in the microwave. I think we should have pictures. I think there's photos of Patrick cooking his salmon in the microwave.
I like how you've done a show that's so long that part of the show is like catching each other up, catching a new guest up to what happened for several.
Yeah. We do our previously ons like hours into the actual episode. Previously on George Lucas Talk Show.
What are we looking at right now?
This is Tom Lennon's Wikipedia page where someone did add those two facts into his personal life.
I see.
That he'd never heard of Strange Magic.
This will not last until dawn, I predict.
He did not like Norman Rockwell.
Some Wikipedia sheriff is going to be...
I saw Strange Magic in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You were part of that one screening we all did.
The one screening.
With us and that teenage girl's birthday party.
I saw someone joked and said, have JD name Star Wars movies and titles until he gets one right. Ooh. And I had a realization recently that was very interesting, which is when I was a kid, I was like a Star Wars super fan. Mm-hmm. Like I ate up all the books and all the all of the things. And like, you know, I loved learning about all the ships and all the side characters and all the whatever. And now the lore has gotten so big that I went from being someone who was like a Star Wars like brainiac to someone who is like extremely out of the loop to the point of like, oh, he's just like not a Star Wars person.
Yeah. JD, do you know who B2 Emo is?
You'd love Andor.
Yeah, you would.
I haven't watched Andor.
You'd love it.
You would like it.
Okay.
B2 Emo's on that.
It's just so interesting. It's so interesting that you can have something you're like, yep, this is like a thing that I love, and it just grows until
it outgrows you, or you outgrow it.
Yeah,
or you outgrow it.
We're never going to see the last Star Wars thing in our lifetime. You know what I mean?
Interesting. That's a weird way thought.
It's a weird way to think about it, where you're like, I will not know the complete story of Star Wars.
What's the biggest?
I don't have that problem. I know the complete story of Star Wars.
What
have we not learned yet?
What?
What have we not learned yet? Sorry, JD.
Ton of stuff.
Name one thing.
One thing?
Yeah.
C-3PO gets married.
To who?
I'm not going to give that away for free. It's $1 million story. The wedding of C-3PO. They could have had it. They could have had it all. You understand?
Oh, you're saying this is in your canon that hasn't been explored yet.
Yeah. Patrick's sitting over here like, we'll never know the end of the Star Wars story. I'm like, who's... You ever ask? It's the first time you've ever asked.
So that's the end. The end is C-3PO's wedding?
Not a bad finale.
Not a bad finale.
Where does it end?
Where's the wedding?
Specifically in the wedding.
It's the wedding. They have the wedding party is where the plot happens.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's where it happens.
But you're saying that's the end of all of it.
Yeah, the final Star Wars story, because something very bad goes wrong.
So like, you know, in like Neverending Story, how like there's the nothing where like the story ceases to exist beyond that line. What's the line? Because where does it end?
Yeah.
Like, is it like the next morning they all wake up from the crazy night at the reception?
What is the last moment of the wedding that you see, George?
Where is the line that goes from Star Wars to the nothing?
Yeah.
Truly, I'm not going to give that away. Everybody's going to have to give $2 for me to give the last line of Star Wars right now. Like, honestly, like, we're going to need something for Edinburgh.
Yeah.
If I'm going to give the last, if I'm going to give, this is something I would not tell Disney when they were signing the papers. They're like, well, how's the end? I'm not, like, we'll talk about this when we're making it. And then, of course, you know, But let me know, Patrick, if the dollars start coming in, I'll tell you the last line.
Sure.
I'm looking at the comments and I like everybody's pitches.
Cut to black for the wedding light. Irish shot on Wicked catching the bouquet.
It goes just on Wicked catching the bouquet.
Yeah. Here. Mamma Mia with C3PO. There's some good ones in here.
But here's the crazy thing, George.
Yeah.
If you tell me where that line is, where like the line, the proverbial like, and at this like, they all wake up having survived the craziest reception night ever.
Right.
If you imagine what happens next, suddenly it just keeps going.
Can't.
I think the only way it can really go away is.
Well, here's the problem. Okay.
If you go away.
No, because I don't live in the Star Wars reality. Okay. Here's the thing.
That's not what I'm arguing.
The next Star Wars. Well,
I'm not arguing you live in Star Wars.
It sounded like you were.
No, I wasn't.
Here's the thing. The next movies were all going to be about tiny little microbiology things, the wills. All right. So we never even got into that, right?
Sure.
The wills control everything, including the Force.
And this is kind of like Pixar's Elements or Pixar's Inside Out.
A little bit. It's like we're going, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in close. We pulled out wide. Let's zoom in close.
Yeah.
Let's see who's pulling the strings here. So that'll give you a little bit of a clue in terms of like when I say Star Wars is over, I don't mean like the way, the movie ends and we cut to the credits and I wonder what happens next. Maybe they all live happily ever after. I don't mean that kind of ending. I mean like there are no more stars and no more wars.
Wait, like the universe, an event happens that obliterates it?
Don't think of it that way.
Okay.
But there's no way to tell more stories. Unless you want to do prequels. You can do prequels.
Something happens that sort of makes it clear that like there's a finite end to this.
Yep. Yeah.
And to be clear, it happens after the reception at C3PO's wedding.
Yeah. C3PO has a full wedding night.
On my own spit.
Yeah. Yeah.
George, I think Ready J24 has a good question.
What?
Yeah, can I tell JD for at the sake of because I think JD will like. I'm going to tell a brief version of this, but some people wouldn't have heard this before. So, Patrick posed this question to me earlier: is there an A or B list Muppet who you could kill off and it would be an acceptable death?
And it has to happen really in the universe. This person is dead. You see the funeral, they're gone.
And I pretty immediately had an answer that was that it had to be either Statler or Waldorf. I said it's Waldorf, and he dies. They're like heckling, and all of a sudden it looks like he fell asleep. And Statler is like, he fell asleep. He thinks it, and then he suddenly is like, "Hey, buddy." Buddy, is there a doctor in the house? And then Dr. Teeth comes out and goes, "Somebody call for a doctor." And the Electric Mayhem starts playing, and we don't hear Statler's desperately trying. He's just like, he's just like grieving.
The way you described it was Michael Corleone at the end of Godfather 3.
Michael Corleone at the end of Godfather 3, silent scream, but it's not really silent. It's just the Electric Mayhem is so loud that like. The only other person who goes to Waldorf's funeral is Fozzie. And Statler at first is like, thinks he's here to like dance on his grave sort of thing. But Fozzie's actually like, no, I'm really sad. Like you guys, you're pretty mean, but like, I think it makes me a better comedian. And he ends up going back to the independent living facility where Statler lives.
Whoa.
Statler's wife, Waldorf's sister, had passed away like maybe about a couple of years earlier. Waldorf had been moved down to the assisted living facility, so they weren't living as close recently.
How were they getting out to heckle?
They would they would take a shuttle from there'd be a bus or a shuttle they call an Uber or whatever. They take a shuttle. Yeah. No, this is set in 1979, 1980 or whatever.
Unassisted?
No, Statler would help Waldorf. We never saw him getting in and out of the building.
Yeah, but at a medical assistance facility, they're not going to be like, "Oh, another patient's going to assist you? Yeah, you're fine. Go."
No, the assisted living facility, he can still take trips. It's just they have more resources there to help them. But he would be able to help him. So,
Okay.
Fozzie takes him back, and then Statler agrees to like. He's like, "Oh, don't you want to stay for dinner?" Yeah, it is basically the last half hour of The Irishman, but it's Statler. And so he ends up showing them like he has like comedy posters on the wall of like Richard Pryor and different people, and Jack Benny, and Fozzie's like, "I thought you guys hated comedy." He's like, "No, we just hated your comedy." And he goes, "You want to see something really funny?" And he's like starts showing him like Ernie Kovacs and like Richard Pryor and Andy Kaufman things. And from that point on, it becomes that Statler and Fozzie keeps coming back, and he's showing him like the comedy that's actually really good. And we start seeing Fozzie getting better at comedy. And Waldorf heckling and Statler heckling less until he has like a set that goes really, really well. And Statler, the last line of the thing is Statler telling him Waldorf would have really loved that.
Wow.
I said Crazy Harry.
Yeah, he said Crazy Harry would die.
I think Scooter.
Scooter? Let's hear it, JD. I can't wait.
Why?
Okay, here's how it's played, though. The movie opens. We are on a bed in a mansion. Where we actually here's the movie opens. We see a mansion, and we just are slowly moving in from far away towards a window. And in the window, we see nurses bustling about, and there's like an old orange man with orange hair in a bed, and he sort of makes like a noise, and then suddenly a bunch of like nurses bustle about, and some of the nurses are also they're Muppets, but some are people, and there's like maybe a little bit of like fun comedy, and like they bring out like two irons instead of a defibrillator kind of thing, but there's something's gone awry, and then suddenly the orange old man pulls in one of the nurses and whispers something into her ear, and then cut to a newspaper that says Scooter, heir to the Scooter fortune, dead. And we realize that Scooter, he always talks about his rich uncle and family and all of that stuff. We learn that Scooter inherited all of that. And we learn the word that Scooter whispered into the ear of the nurse. And then we jump back in time to watch Scooter's demise. And so we jump back to like the Muppet Show era and the Muppet movie era, where this is all coming together, and we're seeing glimpses of it. And then we're seeing the sort of fallout of all of the other characters and what's going on. And Scooter's, everyone else is still alive and fine. It's just Scooter that's old. And throughout the whole thing, we're just doing Citizen Kane here. That's where sort of where it comes to. Mm-hmm. But we learned that the word that he whispered was what would Scooter whisper?
I have a pitch for it.
What's your pitch?
The word he whispers is worms.
That's a joke for like 4 people, George.
No, but then eventually you get to the reveal of that. Like the movie ends with that the camera sinking down below the ground. We see that it's the sound. Well, I remember Scooter always talked about a new sound. He was always looking for it. It's the newest sound around. Strangest sound that he had ever heard.
Or Or maybe they don't. Oh no! Here's what it is they don't find out. They don't figure it out. And then like there's a bunch of Scooter's old stuff going into the incinerator, and one of it is an old TV with the VHS playing the old episodes of the Muppet Show, and you just hear like, it's a new sound in the ground. It's like, and it gets incinerated, and the audience knows that's what it was. The sound was made by worms.
But it is also something that like an old man who's about to die might be thinking about, because he's going to be put into the ground. Worms are going to eat his body.
Yeah.
People have pitched Scootizin Kane or Citizen Scoot, and I think either work.
Yeah.
Scootizin Kane sounds.
Scootizin
or maybe
Kane.
Citizen Scoot.
Does Scooter have a canonical last name?
Well, J.P. Gross was his uncle.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the Gross family fortune.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
How many Muppets have last names?
Let's go through all the ones that do.
New Zealand.
Piggy.
Dr. Teeth.
I guess we can ignore. Sesame Street characters do have more of them, I feel like.
Frog.
Wait, is Lou Zealand? Is Zealand his last name, or is Lou Zealand his first name?
It would be nice if Scooter's last name was Libby, and he at one point after the Muppet television got canceled, he worked for Dick Cheney.
Sam Eagle.
Yeah.
Sure. But now we're opening up. Like, is Eagle the last name? Is like the Frog? Is that his last name?
Well, isn't there a bit with? Isn't there a bit with Fozzie where he puts down the bear as his last name?
Yeah.
In something.
Marvin Suggs, Bunsen Honeydew.
Bunsen Honeydew. Yep.
Floyd Pepper.
Yep. Floyd Pepper. Dr. Teeth. Teeth is his last name.
Yeah. Are there any other? Yeah, someone's saying Deadly, but Uncle Deadly is not a full name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Statler and Waldorf.
Dr. Teeth or Miss Piggy were accepting those last names.
Statler and Waldorf are their last names, correct?
I think so.
Is it?
I think so.
Then what are their first names?
We don't know.
Damien and Lewis.
Damien Statler and Lewis Waldorf. Two pretty good character names.
Yeah.
Just trying to think of billions. Interesting. I mean, here's the thing. In modern remakes, all that's going on, I wouldn't be surprised if Kermit gets killed off.
Wow.
Right? You could see it.
I could also see them doing one that's set way in the future and only like Ratso's left or something, like
right.
Old Ratso.
Link Hogthrob.
Yeah. I feel like if we're looking at when they all die, if assuming they die a natural death, I don't think Link makes it too far.
Sure.
He feels like someone with like Link Hogthrob.
He had a rough 80s, we'll put it that way.
Yeah, age 52.
Link is one you could kill and get away with, I think. But I don't know if he's B tier.
Wait. I mean, kill and get away with. What do you mean get away with?
Like, people would not have outrage. I think you kill Kermit, people have outrage.
Sure.
You kill Crazy Harry, everyone's fine, pretty much.
You know who would be a heartbreaker?
Robin.
Sweetums.
Yeah. Yeah.
Prairie Dawn.
Well, now we're getting into Sesame. Now we're going to Sesame.
I mean, any of the Sesame characters, it's too bleak. I can't even consider it.
No, I think you could kill Snuffleupagus' parents.
George.
They lived a long life. I didn't want to see them suffer any more than they had to. Bird.
Oh, no. No one attends the funeral because they don't believe Big Bird when he gives them the details.
Yeah. Where did everyone... Nobody showed up. I don't get it.
Some Horde Jedis bring up a great point that you can't kill Prairie Dawn because it eliminates 40% of the female Muppets.
Yeah.
It's true.
This is yes.
Is the Count dead? Radio Free Multiverse. Is the Count dead? A great question.
Yes.
Does the Count operate with vampire rules? Have we explored this?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't seem to have any of the normal weaknesses of a vampire.
He also doesn't seem to be interested in blood at all.
No, this guy loves numbers, and that's it. Do you think that they will ever the way that they've taken Cookie Monster and sort of like changed the premise
to make him healthy?
Yeah, that he's like cookies are sometimes food, and it's more like Cookie Monster cooks things.
Yeah.
Do you think that there'll be a point where they try to dumb down the Count by having him say like numbers or a sometimes thing? Like he doesn't.
Letters are good too. Spelling and numbers, whatever your STEM path takes you, is okay.
I feel like this is just turning into a Robot Chicken writer's room.
Yeah.
Yeah. What if the G.I. Joes? What if the G.I. Joes went into Back to the Future?
You know what
the Libyans.
The Count would be like, you know what I like as much, and now it sounds like Watto. He likes numbers, but he also likes scripture. He reads numbers in the Old Testament, the book of Numbers, and that is like a gateway to him just getting interested.
John, Luke.
You're like
Corinthians
Count, you're not,
4:16.
like one of the live action humans would be like, Count, you used to like put the numbers together and add. These are just numbers in the Bible. Yes. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Imagine if Sesame Street, now that it's like privately owned, if it just like took a hard religious turn.
Yeah, all the episodes are brought to you by the letter Zaslav.
Oh boy, it's time to pray.
Oh no.
Somebody put the Batgirl movie in my trash can.
So I wanted to see if
so you're playing it's just Zaslav corporate theater.
Yeah.
I wanted to see if the Bible had a page on Muppet Wiki, and they do. But
wait,
it's not
the Bible.
Yeah.
You're looking for what, Patrick?
I'm on the Muppet Wiki page.
If the Bible has a Muppet Wiki.
Yeah, wiki page, and there's not a lot of Sesame stuff. There's a Bible in the background of a Sesame Street book, but everything else is pretty much Muppets based.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know.
Interesting.
Well, I think I'm gonna, unless we got a big influx, I think I'm gonna save the last line of Star Wars for the next live stream.
Let's look into it.
Wow.
Log in. Let's check.
You're looking well, JD.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I feel good. I had a little running injury for a while, and I think I'm getting over it, so I can start training again. That's it. That's most of it.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah. How are you guys doing?
Tired.
You're out in Los Angeles, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah,
it's early there.
I'm up in
10:15.
Marin County.
And you're in Marin County.
Yeah.
So it's 10:15 for both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty early for both of us.
Well, it's 1:16 here.
Wow.
Some would say it's after hours.
Bye.
Thank you, JD.
All right. It was good talking to you guys.
It's great
Good talking to you. It's good seeing you.
Just real quick, my one pitch is they all wake up from just a crazy reception. Things go haywire.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're all sitting there on the beach. And whatever the last line is said. I have no idea what it was, but they look at the moon's rising. I guess they're on the beach on Tatooine.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes up to the multiple suns or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and then they explode.
Whoa!
Like the Death Stars.
Wow.
But I'll make my own damn play.
That's the spirit.
All right.
That's that fighting spirit.
Bye, JD.
Bye, JD. Patrick, it's late. We did an Irishman Plus.
Mm-hmm. We did a Zack Snyder Justice League Plus.
We did a Flowers of the Killer Moon Plus.
Mm-hmm.
Vlad's bad. That's why no more Vlad.
Mm-hmm.
We found out
Vlad's bad, baby. Vlad's bad.
Well, Patrick, we'll figure out when we're going to do the next, what do you call it? Live stream.
Yeah, it'll be sometime in July. I want to say to anyone watching this later on YouTube, you can also donate. This is not a time-sensitive thing, but it's anytime you're watching. Very happy. Thank you everyone for watching. Thanks for hanging out.
Someone said this was almost 2 tars.
Wow, that's cool.
What do you think of Lydia Tarr?
Not great. The woman or the movie?
The movie and the woman.
Oh, the woman's not great. The movie I liked. Our friend's in it. Our friend Julian Glover.
Yeah.
I like the movie. I watched it while I was on my my stationary bike.
Your Peloton?
It's not a Peloton. It's a cheapo. But
I'd be careful with those Pelotons. That's how they took out Mr. Big.
There were other factors at play there too. But yeah,
that's how Mr. Big died.
I know. I don't have one. I don't have a Peloton.
He died on the Peloton.
Yeah, I don't have a Peloton.
And just like that, he was dead. Is that what the title is referencing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Always?
Always.
And may the force be with you. Always.